What's up, everybody? You know the drill. It is 4 a.m. almost on a Wednesday morning, and this is where we meet with my brother and Maduros. Do some leveling on our mains for the static group. Play from about 4 to 6. Then I've got a video coming out at 6 o'clock, and then I think Maduros and I will be going on further, unless my wife needs me to run errands, in which case I may do that, but we'll see. Meantime, I'm going to get into Discord. Thanks everybody for the 12-hour stream yesterday. I'm a little... my eyes are shot. Um, Other than that, it was a good run yesterday. Thanks everybody. Onwards and upwards. New day, new goals. Morning. Morning, morning.
Good morning.
What are you... you still awake?
No, I went to bed.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I had a special little. I'm going to bed like a normal person night last night.
It can be
But,
good.
well, I'll tell you what, waking up at 4 a.m. that never feels good, I don't think.
What are you doing up at 4?
Because I want to play WoW with you guys.
Okay. Um,
You guys got room, right?
yeah, well, this is the...
Okay.
This is for... You'll want to bring your... If Joey
Yeah,
shows... Assuming Joey shows up, this is the 4... Yeah, we do this. I don't know.
Okay, cool.
Joey's the one who tells us when we play
Oh, okay.
for the static group, and then and then Maduros and I usually switch over to the mage and his
Yeah, I'm
pally
on my
after.
61.
And we got word yesterday. I'm sure you saw the news.
Oh, I know, dude. The 30th.
The 30th.
Pre-patch.
So we all need to plan ahead.
Yep.
Because once the 30th hits, I gotta carve even more time out.
Yep. Me too. I switched over to Ret. I switched this one over to Ret.
Nice. Yeah, I saw you did a stream yesterday, but I was way too. I did a 12-hour one yesterday, and I was a bit out of it. I peeked in twice. I think was all I did.
Yep.
You were going through Hellfire, I think you said.
Yep. Where are you guys at now? Where should we meet up at?
I think, unless I'm mistaken, I think we're going to the hinterlands this morning to work on. But if so we have a few minutes, so what you'll want to do, if you haven't already done so, probably with your static group pally, we're doing all these prereqs for the Sunken Temple, so that on Thursday night we've got a bunch of the prereqs knocked out before the dungeon. So there's one in particular that you'll want to get in the Dwarven district of Stormwind. I think it's called
Okay.
To Find the Sunken Temple or To the Sunken Temple or something like that, which is going to lead you down to the swamp above Netherguard Keep to find the entrance to the Sunken Temple. Then it'll take you back to Stormwind, and then from Stormwind up into the hinterlands, and that's where we're at because we have to do there's 4 or 5 quests after that that come in that chain that we're gonna work on banging out this morning up in the hinterlands with a bunch of the other quests.
Oh wait, you're doing that with your other character with your
Static
Thursday?
groups. Yeah, with the static group stuff.
Oh, I'm in the wrong character then.
Yeah. No, we switch. We the 4 to 6, 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. is the static group stuff, and then we switch over at like 6 a.m. once Joey wraps up, and go back to the
Oh,
mage and stuff.
gotcha. Okay. We switch over to him real quick.
Hey, it's all good, man. It's all forward progress for something somewhere.
Yeah.
Is Maduro's here? I know he's in voice chat.
Yeah, he was. He was
Probably
definitely in the game.
coffee.
So I talked to him in the game.
Okay. Because you should have time to do all those running around things. Oh, well, and the way to do it, the way I did it anyway. Let me go over to Stormwind and so I can see the map here. Yeah, that quest in the Dwarven District, northeast of you. I
I
think
see it.
it's called to search of the temple or something.
Yep.
When you leave here, fly to Duskwood because you'll need to run through. I don't know if you remember how to get to the Swamp of No Hope, but it's just east of Duskwood.
Okay.
And the way we did it
Oh
is
yeah, yeah.
in Duskwood, there's another quest to deliver some a box of goods to Netherguard Keep, which is the flight path there in the Blasted Lands, which is just south of the Swamp of No Hope. So what we did was we grabbed the quest in Stormwind, flew to Duskwood, grabbed that quest, ran to the Swamp of No Hope to get that update, because that's in the swamp. Then ran south from the swamp, grabbed the flight point at Netherguard Keep, and then flew back to Stormwind and from
Oh,
there
that
to
makes sense.
Hinterlands. Yeah,
I
yeah.
do. Well, actually, I guess on this character, I may not have the blasted key or the blasted lands. I'm thinking of my other one. That's where you go to get to the dark portal.
Right, and we have to fly back there anyway this morning for a minute, just because we have a turn in there for the Zul'Farrak stuff we did last week. I have demon cats all throwing themselves at the door. 8 cats out there.
They're
It's just,
attacking each other
dude,
again.
it's so bad. Well, I just fed them, and they're just like going ape shit now because they're waking up and playing with each other, and they all hang out by the door. So when they get crazy by the door, it just sounds like there's a war going on outside because it's just boom, 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 bam, boom.
Jeez.
I did a short yesterday, and it was a YouTube short a couple days ago now. The carpenter was here installing window frames and screens, and Chris just threw all the cats in my office, and I just had to literally get up out of the chair and stop everything I was doing because there was 8 cats in this little confined space, and they went
Oh yeah.
batshit crazy. And I just had to sit on the bed and just let the whirlwind happen. These 4 a.m. ones don't happen too often, Nathan. It's maybe sometimes twice a week, but usually just once a week to help Joey level his character for the static group. The rest of the ones we don't start until 7, just so you know, so you don't have to get up at the ass crack of dawn.
Okay. Yeah, I
Like,
may just join the 7 ones and.
right, yeah. Because usually what we do is around 7 o'clock is when we start the mage and pally. Um, and that's going to last until the end of the month. And then as soon as DK hits, I'll be doing a DK, and then Maduro's has a holy pally. So. Because ain't nobody like to get up at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
I actually got up at 3, but my alarm's set for 3:30, but cats woke me up at 3.
I see. Yep. Send me to Swamp of Sorrows.
Oh, it's Swamp of Swarrows, not Swamp of No Hope. Why was I thinking Swamp of No Hope? That's
I
never ending
think that's.
story.
Yeah, Neverending Story. That is what that is.
I was like,
So
it's not even in the game.
you run over there from Duskwood. You said, is that right?
Yeah.
It's to the east.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Good morning.
So, are you still awake, Nathan, or did you go to bed early?
You know, I don't know what would have been better, but I did go to bed. I'm not sure if I made the right decision or not. It's hard to tell. I thought you guys were leveling up your alt characters, so will probably be joining you guys from now on at 7.
Perfect.
You guys switch over to that because I can level this guy up at night. But I still I'm gonna go into this quest now though. I'm already up and drinking Coca-Cola now.
Yeah, we do Like 7 to 10, 7 to 11 on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And then I know you said you're busy on Wednesday nights, but Maduris and I usually run a dungeon on Wednesday nights as well.
Okay.
Um,
Or 3.
so or 3 like we did last week, yeah.
Well, the Burning Crusade ones are much shorter.
Are they all that much shorter?
Let me think. Yeah, pretty much. They are.
Because that was a far cry from doing, like, say, Blackrock Depths, which is, 3 hours. I don't think
Were
we
they?
ever, I don't think we ever even got it down less than like 2.5 hours when we were doing it when Classic first came out. We ran that place like every night for like 3 weeks, and it took about 2.5 every time.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about the same for Lower Blackrock Spire too.
Isn't that the one that at the end has like a boss where you fight him up on top of a like ramp in the middle of a cave and like dragon ads come or something?
Yep,
Okay,
that's the one.
I thought I was remembering the right one the other day.
Oh, Renfell.
Yeah.
Yesterday in Vanguard, we went to Elder's Keep and we
Uh,
found some
the big
steps going down.
the big castle.
Yeah, the outdoor
Trangers.
dungeon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude.
Trangers. That's it. That's
Trangers.
it. Trangers
Dude, that
Keep.
that place is huge. And
Yeah.
so you went into the underground part?
Yeah, and they said there was another one, but
Yes.
we went into one of them, and it was so cool, dude. We found like 2 bosses down there. Got a ton of good gear. We just kept farming, bouncing back and forth. I didn't get to see in
Triangle
that
Keep. Yeah.
area.
Ruins of Triangle Keep. That's what it's called.
Triangle Keep. That's it. Yeah. No wonder nobody knew what I was talking about. I kept calling it Kringles Keep. But yeah, that was cool, man. That was a really, really, really cool little place.
There was I don't know if it's in the game anymore, but there used to be a quest hub camp outside of there that you could do, and there was like I think there was five or six quests in the quest chain. And so you'd start off and they'd have you doing things in the exterior. Then the next step you're doing a little bit deeper in, then the next step's a little deeper in, and they just keep sending you deeper and deeper and deeper until finally the last one is to kill a boss in the underground section.
Ah,
It's
cool.
such a cool quest chain, and it really fills you in on like the lore of the place. And that's one of the coolest dungeons, because at least cool starter dungeons, because the way it's so big,
Yeah, and dangerous as hell,
right?
man.
And it's like it's outdoor with indoor portions.
Yeah, yeah.
There's also a place. God, I'm not gonna remember the name of it now. I'm gonna have to go look at the map next time I'm logged in. There's another dungeon on the north of there that's like 30 plus, and it's this weird thing where you're walking along, and it's just you're walking along the road, and then there's this like ruined, looks like a ruined farmhouse or something off to the right. And if you go
Okay.
explore over there, there's a stairwell going down. And then when you get down into the stairwell, it takes you down. You go down these stairs. It looks like into a basement, but then the basement leads into this cavern, and then the cavern leads into this huge underground dungeon.
Really?
And I cannot remember the name of it. But it's like this. You would have no idea that there's a dungeon there because it's just like an abandoned old farmhouse. Um,
How bizarre.
yeah, it's one of
That's
those
cool.
cool little
So,
things where if you don't explore, you would never find it. There's also, I think it was called, I don't remember now. There's a mansion. There's like an old abandoned vampire mansion.
oh, I do remember doing that. I think I did that last time.
Yeah,
We played Vanguard, I think. I
cannot
remember
remember
that.
the name of it
That
either.
was a cool. I love stuff like that. Like a vampire mansion, or
It's
it's
something
probably because of
Manor.
EverQuest. But
Yeah, it's something Manor, and I can't remember now. It may be time to send my brother some troll messages.
I watched hype videos for Wrath all night last night till I finally went to sleep.
Yeah, one of our guild members put up a whole list of stuff in our Discord section the other day. Um, like a schedule of content that's coming out post pre-patch and post launch. Oh, never mind. I don't have to troll him. He's already logging in.
Oh, there he is.
That's the only thing to do is troll your brother at 4 o'clock in the morning. Only noobs sleep in. Well, I think there's a cool space for what we're doing, Nathan, because if you listen to like all the big WoW people,
Yeah,
like most of them are like, we're not gonna play classic, meh. Or if we do, it's just gonna be very quick. We're everybody's about Dragonflight,
yeah,
so we got tons of space to make WoW classic content because there's not that many people on YouTube doing it.
cool.
Maybe different on Twitch.
Yeah.
So Ren,
Hmm.
what'd you think?
Of
76.
uh, you know, it was interesting. I still don't know what I think about it yet. Like I was really struggle busing even after like a 12-hour stream. Like the control, I would have to rebind my keys or rebind my controller because the way they have the default that B button opening up your Pip-Boy was driving me crazy because I use that for stealth or disengage in like every other game, and it was not working. It was like this what? Uh, Gameplay wise though, yeah, I don't know. Um,
Did you have fun playing it?
I had fun. I had
Do
fun.
they
I
they have
can't put my
NPCs?
finger. Yeah, they have NPCs now, and there's it's like a normal MMORPG, a normal RPG. There's quest lines, there's NPCs, so all that's there.
Okay.
There was something that I can't like. It didn't pull me in like oh my god, I gotta play this again. But it also wasn't unfun. And I still haven't slept enough to collect my thoughts. Um, but I will say this: it combines jump scares with
Hmm.
like first person RPG elements. So that
Hmm.
part was fun because I'd be cruising along doing quests and having fun, and all of a sudden I'd be fighting for my life and getting the shit scared out of me. Because stuff would be
Well,
coming out of the woodwork and trying to
I
kill
didn't know
me.
it did stuff like that.
Oh,
Interesting.
dude, there's like these death moles that jump up out of the ground and chase you, and like you'll be running over to like open a box, and they like do do do. I'm in the middle of the woods. Everything's peaceful, quiet. There's birds chirping, and then death moles coming up out of
Ah,
the ground to eat you.
how cool. I've got a buddy that plays the crap out of that game. That's his main game. He's always telling me to come play, and I'm like, nah.
It was fun. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It was definitely
well,
fun.
well, let me ask you this: how big of a Fallout fan are you?
I'm an okay. I'm not like a diehard fan.
Yeah,
I loved the first two. When they switched to the Bethesda format, I lost a lot of my passion for it because
yeah.
I liked the old top-down isometric. You have a party, you know, going through kind of thing. And then they
Felt more
moved
like an RPG. Yeah,
right, and then they moved to a first-person sort of open world format, and I'm not as big of a fan. It's fun.
yeah.
It's fun.
I liked the. I had a lot of fun with the first Bethesda one, Fallout 3, and then I had a lot of fun with New Vegas. And then I never did beat 4. I just didn't like it.
Where are you bound, Joey? Here or in Booty Bay?
I think here.
All right, we need to fly to Menelthal Harbor, and then we got that quest to turn it in Blasted Lands, and then we'll go to the Hinterlands after that. I love this wolf helm. Do you see this shit?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Nathan,
think
nice to
I-
see you this early in the day.
Yeah, this is normally when I go to bed, dude.
Yeah.
You know, there's something about waking up in the morning, though. You know, there's
Well,
something to it. There's some
my
magic here
schedule,
to this.
my schedule for the last 10 days, Nathan, is I get up at 4 and
Dang.
I go to bed early
That's
though.
your
Well,
schedule?
yeah, hang on. Listen though. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why though. So I get up at
Okay.
4 and then I do all the chores real quick and then I'm usually at the desk by 4:45, 5, and then I've got from 5 to 7 I have an
Okay.
unmolested block where nobody's awake and cats have been fed and I can just do whatever it is I need to do, whether it's video recording, um, editing, putting together a video, whatever. And then I try to get one video uploaded every morning that goes out at 6 a.m. Then at 7 I stream from 7 to 11. Then I go to bed at 11 a.m. and I sleep for like 2 hours. Get back up at 1. Repeat that process of doing weave and void stuff mixed with video production, get another video out or prepped for the following day, and then I'm back streaming at 5 p.m. But I'm in bed by 10 o'clock. Like, so I wrap that stream up at 9 o'clock, and I'm brush my teeth and in bed. It's been working for me.
I know you told me, but where did you say you flew to? I thought we could fly to the Blasted Lands from right here.
No, Blaston's other continent. Go to Theramore. We gotta take the
Oh,
boat.
okay.
We gotta take the
Take
boat.
the boat. Oh, okay. What a noob. Gosh.
So you heard the news too, Joey? September 30th?
He probably hasn't.
Or what?
He was at the fair all day.
Pre-patch.
Oh, was it? Well, I thought it was the 26th.
No.
Nope.
September 26th is the launch.
Yeah.
Pre-patch
Pre-patch.
is August 30th, which that's when the
Oh,
devs-
August 30th.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So it's like
Like,
a week after yesterday, right?
oh
Or
my goodness.
is it 2 weeks after
2 weeks out,
yesterday?
I think.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Man.
A lot of
Approaching
people thought
rapidly.
it might drop yesterday because they were doing a maintenance. It was a Tuesday. That would be exactly 6 weeks. A lot
Yep.
of people were really thinking they were going to do it. I figured they'd announce it at least a week in advance.
No, be good.
So that's 4 weeks then? Yeah, that's 4 weeks.
Almost. It's a little shy of that, but it's like
Of,
20.
little shy of 4 weeks.
Yeah, it's a few. Yeah, it's close to 4 weeks.
You know, I have to respect for that because that hurts their boost sales. They're giving a 50% bonus. They're giving us 4 weeks. We only got 2 weeks pre-patch in Burning Crusade. I got a little respect for that, you know? Like, they could just be like, no, we want you to have to buy the boost pack. You know what I mean?
I think a lot of people are still going to do the boost pack. We have a handful of people I know in the
Oh,
guild.
yeah.
Like, Kel the Reaver, Kel was like, I'm not. He says, I've done Burning Crusade 50 times, and I'm not doing that shit. I'll buy a boost.
Yeah. You know, I think it is good for people like that, you know? Like, if I had done this a million times, I wouldn't want to do it again. It's not bad for us because we haven't done it a million times.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, guess.
Before I get completely off track, because I know you still had stuff to say about Fallout 76, Maduros. I appreciated the fact that, like, I was truly challenged yesterday, and I haven't had a game that challenged me in a long time. Like, just the first few quests were kind of easy, but after that, everything I was doing was like, oh my god, I actually have to pay attention. I'm getting the crap beat out of me. I had to go I forget what I was doing towards the end. Oh, I had to go rescue the bouncer from the bar and his robot girlfriend from these caves that were filled with the Scorched. And that was pretty intense. Like, that was not something I should have been doing at the 12-hour mark when I was half asleep and burnt out, because there were so many zombie Scorched down in there trying to eat my face off. And I totally was like, they force, like when you pick up that robot's head, they force you to use it as a weapon. It like auto equips it, but I didn't have any fusion cells for the ammo, so then I'm like, they don't make it easy to like. You have to go into your Pip-Boy and find your other weapon and re-equip your other weapon, and in the middle of that, I've got like 6 zombies eating my face off. Yeah. And I also didn't know until towards the end of my gameplay that the more points you have in a stat, you can stack perk cards. So you can have like 3 or 4 perk cards on a stat, so you get multiple perks going depending on how far you've leveled up that stat. So there's a lot of depth to the gameplay that I was just starting to get into. So I could definitely see it as something I spend more time in. That may be something we end up doing on Monday nights or something.
I always like to hope that, like, since it's Bethesda owns that franchise, and since Fallout 3 they left all those secrets links that show that Fallout takes place in the future of the same world as the Elder Scrolls, because some of the plant life was found where they were doing research on the ancient past, and it was plants from like Morrowind or something. So since they have that link, I always hope that one day randomly in Fallout we'll find the dwarves from the Elder Scrolls.
Mm-hmm.
Like they time traveled or something.
Go to the Blasted Lands, Joe. We got a quest to turn in there.
I remembered that.
Okay.
Now that we're on the right continent.
Yeah, in Fallout 4, when you go on the Pridwin, it's the Brotherhood of Steel Zeppelin. They have what are those glowing?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. The glowing plants.
Yeah, they have them in their research
Facilities?
lab there
Ooh.
on that Zeppelin.
So wait, so
That's
Fallout is the future of Morrowind or
Yeah.
an ancient past? Or Elder Scrolls, I should say.
Actually, I don't know. I guess it could be the ancient past, like the radiation led to the world becoming like. I never thought of it like that. I always just assumed it would be in the future.
Well, because that was it was something I didn't know, and I don't think anybody knew until he started doing it. But Terry Brooks, who wrote the Sword of Shannara series, eventually started I can't speak. Started writing a series called the Word, something, I forget what it's called now.
Bird is the word.
No, but it was a series set in the modern day, and it was basically sort of a good versus evil, almost like angels versus demons, but it wasn't angels versus demons. I don't remember exactly how it worked, but it was a modern day setting, and after a few books, it was revealed that the magic that was going on, everything that was happening in the modern day was a prequel world. It was the prequel to the Sword of Shannara universe, and that's when we realized that Sword of Shannara universe was actually Earth. Sort of the Shannara universe is actually Earth, but it's Earth in a very distant future after nuclear wars, and so the Word series established that magic was starting to come back, and there were people using it, and then the nuclear war happens, and then the nuclear wars basically mutate everything, and magic gets a chance to finally come back for the first time in millions of years, and the world reshapes itself into what became known as the World of Shannara in those books. And so it's basically he's tied in, like, 2 of his big franchises tie into each other. One is a prequel series set in the modern day, and the other one is his fantasy series, which is set in a far, 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 far distant future after a nuclear apocalypse, ravaged the planet and made everything magical again. And I thought that was a really cool way to do things, but
Yeah,
also tie his work together and everything. And it was also a nice touch. I mean, as badly as the MTV show sucked for the 2 seasons it ran, it was nice when they were running through these fantasy environments and you see like skyscrapers or a Ferris wheel, somewhere in the background, completely rusted out. And
The show wasn't that bad. Come on.
it wasn't that bad. I would watch it again. It was like Sword of Truth. It was
Yeah.
bad but good.
Yeah, I watched it. the music in the background. It's like
It's really bad, the music. The rest of it wasn't too bad.
Well, they try to be like too modern with the
Yeah,
music
they
kinda
had
thing.
they had some. It was MTV right when MTV was trying to figure out if they were going to get into original fantasy programming, and the funny thing was it was what Jon Favreau did before he got onto Star Wars. Was he did Shannara for 2 years with MTV, and then from there he went to doing The Mandalorian. Um, but
I will say the pace is very similar though, because like the Shannara pace was very quick.
yeah,
Everything just happened, boom, boom, boom. And if you really watch Mandalorian and stuff, like action is very quick. Like everything happens very quickly.
I think the only thing that was I didn't like the music. Other than that, the Shannara show was pretty good. Oh, and some of the actors, I was like, they were all way too young and
Oh,
way too
yeah.
pretty and like all anorexic.
Yeah.
They were like all super anorexic and like their elves were like vegans on a stick. Like,
Yeah.
The troll dudes are really cool looking though. Like I can't remember what race they are. The ones that wear
Vegans on
like
a stick.
the ones that like wear the goggles or whatever.
oh, I don't remember. I know I'm remembering what you are talking about, but I don't remember what race they were.
Yeah, they were pretty cool looking.
If I was a cannibal, I would eat vegans first. You know?
Get that nasty taste out of the way, and then enjoy the juicy plump ones.
I'm just gonna say that that would taste exactly like grass-fed beef.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Things that eat what vegans eat usually taste good. So if I had to be a cannibal, like if I was in a car crash or like not a car crash, it doesn't make sense. A plane crash, and we were stuck somewhere, and I'd be like, raise your hand if you're a vegan. All right, guys, I'm sorry, but you trained for this.
Meats back on the menu, boys.
You don't eat meat. We do. Sorry, but you guys are gonna get eaten.
Hey, that's a good point. They don't eat meat, so
Right.
survival
It's not
of the
fair for you to
fittest.
suddenly change your mind just because we crashed.
Terrible.
Hopefully we're not live. Nobody's live, are they? Are you live, Renfell?
I'm alive.
No. Well, you're alive, but are you live on YouTube?
Oh yeah, I'm totally live on YouTube.
All right. Well, sorry about the cannibal talk, everybody.
It's all good.
So far, that's allowed by the terms and services.
So far, I did see Asmongold actually had put a video up where he had a section in it where he paused and asked his mods, he's like, hey, is it okay if we do this? Can we talk about this? Is this going to be against YouTube's terms of service? Like, he actually had a moment where he paused. So he was covering Belle Delphine.
Okay.
And the rise and fall of Belle Delphine. And it wasn't really, it was sort of about her, but it was mostly about the nature of content consumption and also the nature of creating a persona. And then once you take the mask off and you break character, people stop watching because
Is that what happened to her? I don't
yeah,
even
oh
know.
yeah. She totally she broke character and started going on all these podcasts and talking about how all this stuff was a prank and all this stuff was fake and all this stuff
Oh, I do remember that. Okay.
and she's just disappeared. Now, part of it, everyone who's watching says there's a part of the community who says that it was all planned because she did make a comment at one point during a podcast where she was like, this isn't going to last forever. At some point, anything on the internet doesn't last forever. So at some point, I may just decide to just disappear. And a lot of people are assuming that's what she's done because since October of last year, no one has seen anything from her at all. And it was right after she did all these videos talking about, who she was and what she had really done and breaking character and everything. And then she was just, nobody's seen or heard from her. And it's like, well, she made her millions.
Made her money, all right.
And that was it.
Maybe she's gonna use that money to invest it and try to live the rest of her life,
Mm-hmm. Well, there's also, I don't know how much we can say on YouTube. Sasha Grey, who was an adult film actress from a young age, and did crazy stuff on film. all because she literally said, "I'm young. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make a few $1,000,000, and then I'm out." And that's literally what she did. She went in at like 18. I think she was done by the time she was 21, and made her millions. And now she streams full time on Twitch, and she does cooking videos and
Oh wow,
like wholesome, real gaming content and cooking videos.
I
And
didn't know
she's a
that.
naturally interesting. I've watched some of her streams. She's like a really interesting character, like individual.
Yeah.
And but that was how she did it. She went and she did corn for.
Well, I mean, hey, I'm not gonna knock it. I did dumber things and did not make money.
It's
You
true.
know what I'm saying? So I did way dumber when I was young
King's honor,
Gosh,
friend.
for free.
Farewell.
Hinterlands from here, Joey.
Yeah, I just gotta find it now.
Nathan will have to run from. I guess we can fly. I could.
Yeah, I'm at the hinterlands part right now. I don't know if you guys are a little further than to the hinterlands, but that's where I'm at. I'm flying up now. You guys just keep going. I'll catch up with you eventually.
No, we're flying up to the hinterlands now.
Okay, perfect.
I think we all have this, which is it's Rhapsody Shindigger. That's the one I'm looking for. That's the one you're gonna get on. My favorite thing right now on TikTok is there's a trend with dudes, the older dudes especially, who are like, we could be retired right now, living the good life, but my wife won't start an OnlyFans.
My wife has morals.
Yeah, it's those
A
kind
moral,
of jokes.
moral obligation, yeah,
Yeah,
something like
Something
that.
like that. But my wife has morals, and he throws the beer across the room, you know, like, damn it. My wife won't sell her feet pictures, damn it.
I say there's
Well,
some nasty bros out there, cause like dudes be out there buying like dirty socks and stuff. I mean, if that's your thing, cool, but that's just really interesting.
Dude.
Belle Delphine's
Yeah.
bathwater, baby.
Yeah.
Dirty socks, I think, is even worse.
There's worse than dirty socks, boys. Just
Yeah.
FYI.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Friends over there like, you don't want to know the things I buy. Very interesting.
I gotta say, Joey, I am looking forward to Jedi Fallen Order 2 so bad. Like,
Man,
I've played the
yeah.
first one 3 times, and I literally was sitting here the other day going, I could totally play it a 4th time, and I would love it. Like, it is such a good game. I would happily play it a 4th time.
If I could play, if I had time, I would totally play through it again. Cause yeah, it was a blast. And now that I know it, I could go off and explore random crap that I didn't do. Cause I
Yes.
didn't do so much stuff through the first. Cause I was just following the main story.
Wait, what game are y'all talking about?
Jedi Fallen Order.
Oh yeah, that is a really good game. I've been playing it casually lately. Haven't beaten it yet though.
Oh, you haven't
really
beaten it
well
yet?
done.
Oh,
No, it's really
oh.
cool though, man. It's really
I-
cool.
I did a video maybe 6 months ago, or maybe I didn't do a video. I think it was during a live stream, and I said Jedi Fallen Order is the best Star Wars film since like Rogue One. Because if you break down the story, if you like strip out the gameplay elements, it is a really long, super badass Star Wars film. Like if you just take the cutscenes and put them all together, the story is incredibly well done. The direction is phenomenal. The writing is phenomenal. The voice acting is phenomenal. Um, the whole
It
game.
nailed the Star Wars spirit.
Oh,
Like, it's
dude.
totally, you know what I mean? Like, it's got that same nerdiness of the classics.
And the combat was like the Elden Ring style combat, Dark Souls type combat, where it was all based on timing, and you had to strategize your fights and everything else. And then if you die, you respawn. All the bosses would respawn at the rest points. Um, but what I really loved about the combat was because you're rediscovering your Jedi powers, and so when you start off, you've only got a handful of things, and then you're relearning them as you go along. And by the time you get like 3/4 of the way into the game, you've got all of these force powers, which make the gameplay so much fun because it's like you could force pull, you could force push, you can do all these crazy things, and you're jumping around and swinging from vines and like pushing whole like groups of stormtroopers off of bridges, and oh, it's so good. Repel,
Well,
blaster fire.
that's what I didn't understand about Obi-Wan's show. Like everybody freaked out that Obi-Wan was having to relearn his Jedi powers, right? Like everyone was like, "Oh, Obi-Wan's such a he had himself cut off from the Force, just like Cal did
Yeah,
in Jedi Fallen Order."
more
So
than
like,
10 years.
yeah, like so just go play the game and you'll understand how it works. Cause gotta relearn that crap.
Yep. It's not my
Yep.
Obi-Wan.
I think the problem is people just expect certain companies to do things that they don't like
I'll tell you what it
so
is.
bad that they see things that aren't even real
Yes.
anymore.
I can also tell you exactly what this is because it's something that I'm on a rampage recently about this ever since Maduro's had me watch that Josh Strife Hayes video. It's in franchise. It's in franchised fans. They
Oh.
they think that they know best, and they in their mind they have this version that is perfect
Yeah.
based on their version of things. And if you do anything that is against their version of things, they freak out. And it goes for video games, it goes for movies. Simon Pegg was actually out there talking about it the other day. He's like, the Star Wars fan base is like the most toxic fan base in the world right now.
Yeah.
Because if you do anything that this one group of people don't agree with, they will start campaigns, and they will attack the actors, they will attack the directors. Like it's intense.
Stupid is what it is.
It is stupid. It's like, it's entertainment. Just relax. Like
EverQuest fans are like that too. A lot of them, like that's how they behave with Pantheon. Like, they have this vision of what Pantheon is, and it's like, bro,
well,
that's not their vision though.
I
And
don't
then they get mad.
I don't know if
you
you had a
know?
chance to watch the video I dropped yesterday morning on the based upon the discussions we've been having about the reputation system, but I did a 30-minute kind of discussion about death mechanics. One thing I wished I would have included in there was something Maduros brought up during my live stream yesterday, which was when Blizzard tried to tie people's identities to their, what was it, their Blizzard account in Maduros?
Yeah, they're trying to cut down on people trolling on their forums. So they were gonna, when they came out with the battle tag where you logged into BattleNet and it would show your real name, they were gonna do that on the forums instead of you posting with your character name. And then what happened was somebody posted their real name as like a hey, this is an example. And then somebody found their social media, posted their email address, their phone number, their real address. People were calling in bomb scares to their kids' school and sending them packages.
Wow.
Which is the
Yeah.
perfect.
Lord.
Yeah, that's the perfect example of what people will do, people in general, if there's not, if there aren't systems in place to keep them in check. So I did this video about the reputation system and how letting players vote on other people's reputation and other things can lead to that type of behavior if you just leave it up to the people as opposed to having systems in place. And there's definitely the Pantheon Plus Discord kind of blew up for a little bit yesterday after my video went live, and I definitely saw some of the enfranchised fan commentary happening from some of the people who didn't really watch the full video.
Right.
They took a couple of points and they immediately went, "Oh, this Renfo guy's off his fucking rocker. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He used the word woke. He used the word offended." And it's like, calm down. But they're proving my point though. They're proving the point that if you leave it up to people, the enfranchised fans are the most dangerous part of the community, and they're a small part. They're a small portion of any community.
But they're the loudest.
Right, they're the loudest, and they're the ones who can create the chain event of, well, this person used the word woke, and then you had a whole bunch of people who went, well, I'm not going to watch the video if he used the word woke. It's like they're automatically making assumptions about the video before they even watched the video, and that is exactly the point I was making in the video, is that if you have a big streamer like Asmongold who says, this guy kill-stealed me, you're going to have 20,000 people who never even verify the facts, and they're immediately going to go vote that person and blacklist them. And
yeah, dude, I got banned in World of Warcraft Classic like the second week it came out because I didn't know who Soda Poppin was.
I don't know who that is.
He was on my I think it was this server, I don't remember. But anyway, he was on my server, and I took one of his mobs. You know, dude, when Classic launched, it'll be just like when Wrath launched. Like, if you're trying to get your quest stuff, and there was 100 people there. You weren't taking turns, you know what I mean? Everybody was trying to grab the mob when it popped, and I grabbed him Soda Poppin', and he got his fan base to report me as botting, and it's like, dude, I'm fucking streaming. How the hell am I botting? You know what I mean? Like, I'm obviously here playing the game. Yeah, I got banned for like a couple of weeks just because of some fucking douchebag Soda Poppin' streamer.
Yeah, there you go.
Took his pool. I mean, how's I supposed to know it's your pool, dude? There's like 50 people here. You know?
You just made my point, Nathan, because
which I do agree with your point. I do agree with that.
If you leave it up to players, that kind of stuff's gonna happen. Yeah,
you can't do that. And I think though that what we really don't know what they mean. We're all just kind of guessing what they mean at this point. But every once in a while, VR will say something like, "Hey, remember some of these things the community needs to police," and right, like this won't be a customer service issue. And I think people take it way out of context. I think what they mean is like, we're not gonna handle every little issue, right? Somebody steals your spawn point. Look, man, like, deal with it in the game. You know what I mean? Like, we're not that big of a team. We're not gonna be, trying to force players to do things. There's bad people on the internet, and there's gonna be bad people play our game. As long as it's not disruptive to the actual core systems of the game, then, we may or may not deal with that,
The other one that someone had mentioned, and I think it was in the Pantheon Discord, was people may be taking a lot of stuff out of context because
I think they are,
because Pantheon took the time to put it up on their wiki, and so they say player reputation, and everyone's going, ooh, that means they're going to do something about player reputation, and other people are saying they could have just put that up there and referenced the fact that they're going to be leaving it entirely up to the community.
No, I don't think that's what they mean, because they already have a customer service team. It's small right now, obviously.
Right, but what I'm getting at, though, is that they're going to leave it up to people the way it's left up to people now, which means it's just every game has that. Like, you could choose to blacklist anybody you want in any game we play. Like, that I'm not saying it the way the person said it in the Discord, because it was way more succinct. But they were basically saying it could also mean nothing. It could be that Pantheon is gonna be exactly like EverQuest 2, and it's just they chose to write that into their wiki for some reason. Are you writing up from?
I have no idea where I'm going.
We're waiting for Nathan because he's writing.
He's
already over there.
What?
I'm pretty close. Yeah.
Oh, were you running over to the Rhapsody Syndiger?
Yeah, I think I already talked to him, actually.
Okay, we're on the way. Sorry, I didn't know. Yeah, I'll just stay here then. But yeah, like, if you go way back, Brad McQuaid said, I want players' reputation to matter, therefore, I don't want to put things in the game like you can change your name.
You can change your server. I don't want those in my game. And that was it. Like, that's all they've ever actually said.
And then people
know?
have chosen
And
to.
people took it into crazy. And every once in a while, there'll be a little comment. Like, somebody will say, I don't like it when players do this in MMOs. Because are you going to do anything about that? And they're like, hey, look, that's kind of just things that happen in MMOs. Like, when people take my mining node, they swoop out of nowhere and they take it. Well, hey, that's just... It does suck, but that's kind of just the way these games work, Like, we're not gonna step in on that.
Oh, they took in your video, Ren, you mentioned about how like the whole node and kill stealing, how over time developers have dealt with that with instancing and making nodes
Sure.
available to everyone.
Sure.
And someone on the Pantheon chat took that word instancing, was like, no, that can't be in the game. They already said it's not going to be in the game. It's like, wow, way to take it way out of context.
Yeah, they do that all the time.
That's the enfranchised. I got a mob here, by the way, guys. That's the enfranchised fan part that even exists in the Pantheon base already.
Oh, big time, dude, big time.
Where people are not paying attention to the context of the conversation or the video, and they're just immediately, he said instancing, trigger word.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's not what I was talking about. The instancing of nodes, the instancing of mobs, and of course the instancing of dungeons. But it's just, if you get rid of mob scarcity and you get rid of node scarcity, you get rid of the issue with people kill stealing each other, because everyone has plenty and everyone gets credit. And the other one is, if you get rid of... World of Warcraft Classic does this brilliantly. The loot system won't even offer you the option to roll on the item unless you can use it, and therefore the loot ninja doesn't even exist in this game, because you can't even roll on it if you can't use it. And it's like, that's a programming thing that's on them to program into the game.
Right, as long as you have it set to need before greed.
Correct.
Need before greed is mandatory these days, by the way. Playing Vanguard, I'm just like, God, I'm gonna kill for this need before greed.
We're working our way to you, Nathan, and killing.
All right. But yeah, man, I've argued with people in the Pantheon community about all kinds of things. Like, another one that really irks me is there's a large group of people who, like, I say things like, hey guys, what if at launch, because everybody's going to be in a starter zone, right? And everybody argues that this won't be a problem because there'll be, each race will have their own starter zone. Okay, cool. You say that, but how many people will be a human, right? Like, it could still get kind of crazy. If they wanted to institute phasing just to take care of, 800 people in one zone, you know what I mean? At launch, when everybody's there, that would piss people off. Are you serious? Like, why? Like, that's a server issue workaround. You know what I mean? That's not instancing. That's not ruining the game. That's just making it possible for more people to log in and play, and not congest the server and make things nuts, But people got pissed at World of Warcraft for doing phasing in Classic, I remember. It was the same thing. It's like, guys, like, that is called a solution to a problem that sucks. Like, it sucks not being able to play it at all because it's so congested. You got to wait in a queue because there's too many people in that zone. Like, that sucks.
Not only that, but...
Or the other option is you have friends that weren't able to get in at the same time as you. So to avoid that, they started on another server.
Oh, yep, that happens.
New World.
Yep,
That was
that's
New
a good
World.
point.
That definitely happened in New World.
Yep, it happened in World of Warcraft too. I didn't get on my server I wanted at first. I just rolled another one. I wanted to play at launch, Crazy. People are crazy.
The other one is no one wants to accept this, but there is nothing fun. For example, using the server launch mentality, there is nothing fun about a ground spawn item that despawns when someone loots it and you have to wait for it to respawn again. Everyone should be able to get that same item, because the funniest and most horrific thing I've ever seen in all of my years MMORPGing was when when Classic launched, and there were those like 75 people deep lines for ground spawn items, and invariably
Yeah.
you'd be sitting there for 20 minutes waiting your turn, and invariably some dude would run up and say, "Fuck the line," and just
Oh, yeah.
ninja loot it, and everybody would just freak the fuck out. And it's like,
Yeah.
the easy solution to that is you just make that node accessible to everyone. And that's what, other games have done with like crafting nodes, so that there's not this issue with
I can kind of understand you might want there to be some scarcity on the nodes for crafting. For quests, who gives a crap? You know what I mean? Like, what's the point of that? But once again, I'm not a crafter, I'm not a gatherer kind of guy, so what do I know? I don't really have much of an opinion on it. But I understand it when people say stuff like, we kind of want our nodes to be a little bit more harder to get, and we want people to compete for them. I guess that kind of makes sense in my brain.
I was
But
just
once
reading
again, that's coming from a guy who doesn't do it, so...
I was just reading this quest. I just realized this quest sends us to other places. We need rock gizzards from Teneris, Grodic and iron forelivers from Feralis. So we have to go back over to the other continent to complete this quest.
Well, does this quest? This doesn't send us up to Idhradlor, does it?
No, this quest, this is the one that leads to Sunken Temple.
Yeah. So does the ancient egg, which is in this zone.
Oh, does Nathan have that one?
I don't have that one.
Oh.
But
Here,
that's
let me
okay.
share it. Yeah, you're not
Okay, you
eligible
share
for
it.
that one. No.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, let's do that
I
while
don't
we're
have to have
here.
I don't have to have all the quests. I'll just follow you guys and do whatever you guys do.
Well, since we're here, let's go grab the egg, and then we can back out and get the... We could do the quest here another time, like the rest of these. But we can at least grab the egg. Which means I'm just going to ride. How did we get to
Well,
the egg? Was that all the
that
way
was
to the
the-
top of the temple, Maduros?
Yep.
Oh,
All the
fuck.
way at the top
Oh,
through
fuck.
the cave.
I'm gonna need coffee before we make that run.
Yeah. I think you know, some people just need to keep in mind that it's a totally different atmosphere and time frame for
Yeah.
MMOs.
True.
And a lot of the things that worked back in 1999 and early 2000s just don't anymore, just because of like things like social media and streamers.
Yeah.
You know, it was one thing like, and I think you even said it in some of your videos, Nathan, where like people were just amazed that they were running around in a world with other people.
Right.
And
Nobody's
that's-
amazed by that no more. You know?
Right. So there has to be some kind of suspension of disbelief too, because you're playing a video game, and like, for example, the ground spawn thing. Like, yeah, it should be accessible to everybody.
And it wouldn't. And who does it hurt for it to be that way? That's the other thing I like to think of. And Pantheon does say a lot of times, like, hey, if it's not fun, then we just don't want to do that. You know, like, that's the point, is to have fun. So, you know, sometimes it doesn't even make sense. Like, coin doesn't have weight. That makes no sense. Why would it not have weight? Well, because it sucks for coin to have weight. So it doesn't. You know what I mean? So we'll see where all that stuff goes, and we'll have a lot of crybabies, to be honest. But oh well, you know, if it's better for the game, then who gives a crap? It doesn't hurt nobody, you know.
Well,
If all the nodes are accessible, that's a victimless crime. You know what I mean? Like, who cares?
That's
You
the other
know,
one.
like-
That's the other one too. I see a lot of people claim that instancing dungeons ruins community, and I just don't agree with that at all. Because
I don't think it ruins community. I just think public dungeons are a lost art. That's the way I feel.
Yes,
you
I would
know?
agree with
Like,
that. Like, there's something fun about big places where you can see other people.
And being able to ask other people to help, like, hey, is there a res around? All that kind of stuff I think is good, fun gameplay. But if Pantheon says, hey, look, raids suck when they're, you know, it's okay to have some open world bosses, but we want our big, epic bosses to be in an instance. try more. Who cares? That might be better for them to make more insane, cool raid fights. And if that's what it takes, who cares? So
Well,
they have opened up that possibility. Like, hey, we may have some boss fights that are instance. You
and
know?
it should be, because progression should always be, if we're all paying the monthly fee, then we should all have equal access to the content.
Yeah.
And that's something where instancing gives that to everyone. You get
I agree.
equal access to the content.
I have tried since Pantheon, since 2016, to try to fathom how you do an open world raid system that's the final end game. You know, not just a random. Because I like open world, just Zergit, and you know that's got its own kind of fun. But like real, like guild content raids. How do you do that in a freaking open world
I don't know. I'll be right back. I need another cup of coffee before we run
and
in
not
here.
suck?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm gonna go get mine too. Burb.
So anyway, I'm just hoping they instance raid fights.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that instancing does, though, too, is avoids. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, how many MMOs do you play that aren't sunsetted? You know, that
Yeah.
are live services where you go into an area and there's 50 other people there doing the same quest as you. So the fact that you're doing a quest in a game, this is where, like, mentally and logically, I can't make the connection that these other people are making, where they believe that, well, you know, things need to be harder, you know, we don't want instancing, yet you're in a video game and there's like 50 other people. If this world really existed, do you think there would be 50 other people going after this one wolf? Like, that's where it logically breaks down in my mind, the
I
people's
never thought of
mentality.
it that way.
Because, I mean, let's be honest, like, mobs respawn,
Right.
right? Well,
Including named bosses. You know what I'm saying? And you know, like a good example of public where it seems silly, which you know Pantheon's not doing this kind of story style, but just to give an example is Elder Scrolls Online, dude. There's so many times where like the story's cool and they're like, oh, you're going to this temple, like we just found the way to open it. Nobody's been in here in 20,000 years, and as soon as you walk in, there's like 100 people running around in there. You know,
it's like you walk in there and find the Pepsi bottle.
You're right,
Dark,
right,
yeah.
right. You're like, oh, right. I'm the first person.
You open the Pharaoh's tomb, and there's a Pepsi can. You know?
I thought it'd be a little easier this time around.
Oh, for sure.
We're a little higher
We're
level,
quite a bit higher.
and we got Joey with us this time.
Wow, way to wait for me, guys. Thanks.
Oh, I
Jeez.
didn't. Sorry, I got back and just kind of ran
Nope,
up and didn't
nope,
realize.
nope.
That's why you're supposed to stick autofollow on somebody new.
Man.
I did have autofollow on, and then Leia ran in here and jumped up all over my keyboard, and there was like 50 windows open when I came back in with my coffee.
That's awesome.
She is not a good kitty recently. There's a window behind the desk, and so she just immediately oh, hello, Pippin. The stream can probably see you jumping up on my shoulder. Oh, my t-shirt is not a scratch post. Fuck, that hurts. Come here. Stop. She's like purr as she like digs her claws into my shoulder and uses me as a scratch post. Oh, Pippin. Okay, I'm gonna have to put you back on bed, honey.
Not gonna lie, every time you talk to the new kittens, the 5, like I get the urge to go watch Lord of the Rings again.
That's why I named them that way.
I haven't seen it in about 6 months, so.
No, we'll wait till Christmas time.
My whole family watched The Hobbit recently. My son watches Lord of the Rings like once a month.
That's been tense. Like I used to do that with Star Wars, the original trilogy, like once a month. That was my jam. I went through so many VHS versions of those films.
Yeah. Yeah, ours was pretty rough. It wasn't even running right anymore. All the color didn't even show up anymore. Ran that thing so much.
I think the other interesting thing about not just necessarily the oh my god, you're back up here as I'm trying to have a conversation. When you start talking about the enfranchised fans, it makes it very difficult to have a conversation about things, regardless of the topic, because no matter what you want to talk about, that group of fan base, that those players will immediately miss the entirety of the context of what you're trying to talk about because they'll trigger off of one specific thing and then freak out about it. It's like the Obi-Wan Kenobi thing. That's not my Kenobi. Well, why? And they don't even want to consider, like you try to talk about the look, Joey mentioned the storytelling component of why Obi-Wan Kenobi was cut off from the Force for 10 years, and that's why he couldn't use it. Not to mention, he blamed himself for the fall of the Jedi Order. He blamed himself for Anakin Skywalker's downfall. He blamed himself for Padme's death. He blamed
I
himself for
understand that. That's
all of
crazy.
those things.
Yeah.
He was a broken man. And then all of these people are like, no, that's not possible. Obi-Wan Kenobi was this badass Jedi general, and he could take out 50 stormtroopers, and he won't even use his lightsaber, and this is fucking lame. They won't even consider the storyline reasons for it, because their version is the only version that matters.
Well, I'm gonna say something that will really hurt their feelings. Although it impressed me as a child, after seeing all the Star Wars now, going back and watch Obi-Wan fight Darth Vader, I'm not impressed.
Originally,
Yeah.
episode 4.
I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. No wonder he got killed. Like, that was pretty weak.
We saw it.
But see, there's story to why that fight was so terrible too. Like Lucas talks about that, like it's an abandoned religion. Like they haven't practiced.
Yeah,
In
good point. Yeah.
20
how many
years or something.
Yeah. Because I don't remember where I saw that, but it was like an interview, and he was talking about. He's like, we wanted the lightsabers to be heavy, like it was like because they hadn't used them in so long. Like I don't know. I don't remember where I saw that. I'm sure it was something.
I always, when I was a kid, and I don't know where I got this from, I don't think I thought of it. I always kind of felt like the way that scene goes with Obi-Wan when Darth Vader gets him is, it's almost as if he wanted Luke to see him get killed by Darth Vader. I don't know. There's something about that scene. You know what I mean? Where it's like, this is his time, you know, to go, and this is how it's supposed to be. Because he looks over to make sure Luke's watching. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
He's
It's
like,
so
oh,
he
there
could-
you are. Okay, perfect. Now,
I always
time for me
just-
to die.
Yep. I always assumed it was so he could like communicate with them through the Force and be with them.
Oh
everywhere.
yeah,
Yeah.
have more power, Dad. Right? That's a go fully Force mode.
And I think I always consider it too as the strategic element of, if you strike me down, I should become cat jumping on my face. Holy shit.
No, that's not the line. That's not how it goes.
If you strike me down, I should become more powerful than you could ever
Yeah.
imagine, type of thing. Where by letting Darth Vader, he's looks over and sees Luke, and he goes, "Ah, this is the moment." There's 20 different things you could read into that.
What,
Yeah.
what it really was is he didn't want to face Luke in person and tell him from a certain point of view.
This is your dad. Sorry.
Yeah, he didn't want to have that conversation. Like, you know what? I'm old. I don't feel like this crap no more. I don't want to have to explain this to this kid. He's not gonna understand. He's gonna take it the wrong way.
He's gonna ask why.
Gonna need to have reasons.
Oh, man.
Oh, we're gonna get ads from at least one side. Pippin, I'm gonna have to put you out because you're being obnoxious.
Does anybody know how to fix the problem where your stupid Windows toolbar is blocking World of Warcraft?
At the bottom?
Alt enter?
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah, that's-
There's
can't
a.
get that
I'm
to
in
work
Win.
either.
God damn it, Pippin. She's like the microphone. I'm
Maybe
in
just
windowed
change my
mode.
resolution.
Yeah, I'm in windowed mode. Don't have any
I
problems.
thought I was. Let me check it. That's probably gonna fix
Like
it.
there's a full windowed mode option somewhere.
Switch to window. There you go.
Pippin, stop.
Why are you so tiny, Redfell? Oh my
What?
gosh.
What
You're
happened
a
to me?
tiny little dwarf.
Oh, I got cursed or diseased or something.
That's
Cursed.
awesome.
I can't fix curses.
Tiny little dwarf hunter.
The worst part about these kittens is that they purr non-stop when they're like in zooming mode, and so they're like eating the shit out of you while they're purring. Like, I'm so happy to kill
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
How's your kittens, Nathan?
they're wild as hell, man. They just run around, slamming into stuff and jumping on everything, and like, dude, they're like so. What's the word I'm looking for? Defiant. I don't know if it's
Yes.
normal for
Yeah.
kittens, but like, they'll like, I'll be eating something, they'll get like up in it, and I'll push them away, and dude, they just won't stop. They just will keep coming, like at the same persistence forever. It's like, jeez, man. Maybe I'm just used to dogs. But
Now
like,
take that
you know,
and multiply
take a
it by 8. And
dude, I can't imagine.
that's
I can't imagine.
That's what Christina is living through. I'm sitting here doing these 12-hour streams, and poor Chris is out in the kitchen, like fending for her life. Her legs right now. Poor Christina's legs are just destroyed. Like she has like 10 scratch marks on each leg from just. I think we go left here, don't we? Or do we have to go up another tier?
I don't know.
I guess we have to go up again. Oh God! All right, that's it. You're going out. I'll be right back. So the worst part about that is it's dark in the room right now because I have the lights out. And she comes out of nowhere and lunges for my headset microphone on my face. And yeah, so she just got put out. She's out in the outside now. Wah, get out of the office. Poor little girl. She's all like, Daddy, I want to play. Purr, 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 purr. Children.
And you're like, not now, I'm busy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you see the Bill Burr rant I sent you the other night, Joey, about probably not because I sent that late last night. You may have already seen it before, but where he's doing the rant about his bit about how full warning, this is not my joke. Please don't be offended for those of you listening to the stream. But he has a bit about how women have the most, difficult job in the world.
Oh gosh, that's hilarious.
And he's doing this bit on how, like, the difference between changing diapers and, like, looking for crustaceans at the bottom of the ocean and being, like, an ice road trucker and all this stuff. And there was a bit in there about how, he says you can lock your prisoners down in their jail cells with no previous warning or reason, meaning, moms can just send the kid to bed for whatever reason they want. Just be like, leave it alone while I sip my wine and watch my Jersey Shore.
That one thing where he's like, "Oh, did you break your back, honey? Bending over to put that
Yeah.
tape in the VCR."
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
The DVD, yeah. It's such a brilliant bit.
That's terrible.
It's terrible, but it's funny and somewhat true.
It's so ridiculous.
I think Bill
It's like
Burr's.
it's the kind of thing everybody's thought at some point in their
Yes.
life. You know, like they didn't say it, but they thought it. You know,
He is definitely one of my favorite comedians. Just
he's pretty funny.
He was fantastic in Mando.
he
just
was like he was also good in Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
He talks about that. He's like, it's just he literally does the acting thing. Like he'll have friends who come to him and be like, "Hey, you want to do this?" And he'll be like, "Yeah, why not?" But he's not an actor. He's like he never wanted to be an actor. He's not an actor. He's just a dude who will occasionally have friends who are like, "Hey, man, do you want to come do this thing?" Yeah, why not? $50,000, I'll do that. And he's also brilliant because a lot of people don't realize this, but he's married to a black woman, and so he can make jokes that a lot of other comedians couldn't get away with because he's married to a black woman.
Yeah, it's
And
true.
so he has cultural context. It's kind of like me. I can make jokes about Mexican culture because I'm married to a Mexican, and there's cultural context that if you have the context, you can understand. And if you're in front of a crowd that has that community in it, they're not going to be offended when you make those jokes because they know that you have the cultural context. But he has this one bit too where he was talking about when he was dating his wife, and she lived in like kind of a sketchy part of Harlem. And he's like talking about the whiteness of the streets. Like he says, you start going on the streets, and it's like there's a certain street number that you don't go beyond when you're white, And he's like, and she gave him the number to her apartment, and it was like 40 blocks beyond the point where no whites are supposed to ever go. And he's like, like, why do we have a quest update here?
I think it's the key from the named that's here.
Kill Vile Priestess Hex for the key to Sharpbeak's key. Oh, okay. That's a different quest.
Yeah, and then Sharpbeak is through the other cave.
Gotcha. Well, there's
Definitely kind of her.
Yeah, we came here for the mallet.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm a frog.
I got the key, but I didn't have a quest for that key, I don't think.
Yeah, you do. It's called the.
Oh, yeah?
You're on it. Saving
Oh, okay.
Sharkbeak.
Oh,
You
okay.
go on his cave?
Yeah.
Whoops. My bad, dude.
Looks like they just came out, so work our way in. Follow Maduros. Don't follow me. I are the noob. So I may be pulling the PS4 off the shelf because I still don't have a PS5, and God of War is coming out in November, and it's PS exclusive. And I may pull out the PS4 just to live stream that game.
Yeah.
Dude,
Be
I've
worth it.
played the first one, that other one that came out a couple years ago, twice all the way through.
It was good.
It's one of the best games I've ever played. Like, just the storyline. Even Chris was watching me play. Like, oh my god, this is like a movie. I was like, I know. Now you know why I play video games. Like,
Yeah, that was really good, man. They had some of the coolest set piece bosses. Like, so good. That's a game you can just sit and like just drool, Just...
yeah, visually it was really good, and it was also, I think, if you've ever watched, like, if you like behind the scenes stuff, that and the Red Dead team, Red Dead 2, like watching what goes on behind the scenes to make those, $750 million games, the rigorous process of like the green screen, and like they build these huge sets of like foam and green screen, and it's like the actors have all the face gear on and everything. It's such a cool process.
Yeah.
To see what goes into making that happen. these are level 51. It's like, why am I pulling all the aggro? And it's because I'm doing less DPS. My pet taunt don't do shit against level 51s. I'm gonna need some mana before we do this. No! Excuse me. Good to go. Well, if Nathan's joining us this morning, Maduros, I wonder if any of our shaman friends are gonna be around that want to go heal. We can go do a dungeon.
Egg we need's over there.
Okay. All right, assisting.
Dude, the world content, the like quests of the world in Burning Crusade are like twice as hard, by the way.
Oh no, that's what
Dangerous as hell, man.
That's why I made the comment the other day. There's no way our static group's getting to 70 by Wrath because it slows down so much when you get to Burning Crusade.
I did not remember that. Like, I started playing my other guy and I was like, jeez, man, this is brutal.
Even Maduros and I mean, there's been a few fights we've had to look for other people to help us with because it's like,
oh yeah,
I mean, this is. And I also like how the quests even tell you this is suggested 2-man group, suggested 3-man group.
True. Yep. That's why I'm glad we're on a very populated server because every time I've ran into a problem, either somebody's nearby or something, been able to team up with people. What is that? Oh, that's the ancient egg you guys are after.
Yeah.
Oh man, we all gotta sit here.
It's real quick. It's quick. It's not like Vanguard where it takes 15 minutes. It's like it's 15 seconds or so.
Or where the
Look at these guys.
actual.
Yeah, I was here before Renfell. Look at him stealing my egg. What is this?
See?
But vote to kick. Play reputation matters. Ninja looter.
Hey, there's some new thing about the vote to kick. Did you guys see that about Riot Classic?
No, I don't even pay attention.
I'm probably gonna get it a little mixed up, but it's something to the effect of you can only vote to kick somebody once every 2 hours, I think it was, or something like that. Because Asmongold was complaining about it. He's like, come on, man, I'm sick of everybody's feelings, you know? Why does it always... Because he had a good point, right? He was like, it entitles assholes, right? Like, to where they're like, you can't kick me because you already kicked the other guy, you know?
No, that's one of those unintended side effects.
Right. And I would have never thought of that, but he is right. It does. He's like, why do we not get to pick who we play with? You know, like...
That originally came into play with the looking for group, the dungeon tool, where, you know, you could vote to kick people out of your group.
Yeah. And people do it over gear score and stuff. I'm assuming that's what they're trying to avoid, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like that's the intent. Yeah, I think Asmon's point was, you know, we should be able to pick who we play with.
Yeah. That's a valid point, you know? Like, since when does, you know what I mean? Like, people, you don't get to decide who you play with anymore in MMO. Like, what if they're, you know what I mean? Like, what if they're awful? You know what I mean? I don't just mean like they don't know how to play. I mean like they're awful to be with. They're ruining everybody's experience. and you kick them, and then an hour later, somebody else is being awful. Like, now you stuck with the guy? That's where I just feel like that's why VR says stuff like, hey, we're not getting involved. You know what I mean? Like, we're not here to hold your little hand through every little situation. You know? Like, we got systems in place, use them as intended, and we're not going to impose restrictions and crap on it. Like, it is what it is, you know?
We're going up to the other cave, right?
Yep.
So I'm assuming once we do this, we can run back, turn in, and then we'll head back to the other continent to go get the things we need in Feralis and Tanaris. We should have plenty of time to get all that done before you have to go, Joey.
Feralis is such a cool looking zone, by the way.
It is. I haven't quested there this time around, but I did do quests there when Classic just launched. I wonder if we're all gonna get credit when you launch this. We did.
Yep.
All right. Well, can we just jump off
Police
here?
and Griffins, nice.
I think we can slide down that.
Yeah.
As I take like 3/4 health damage.
Oh, yep.
Alright, I'm gonna heal at the bottom here.
But no broken legs.
Yeah. Where's my bandages? I gotta remember to come back here at 50 and get one of those pets. Alright, ride, boldly ride.
That was pretty cool. One of the trolls just like threw an axe at me and I could hear it coming from through my headset. That was really cool.
I was reading, and I may have mentioned this to Maduros during the live stream today, but all of these November released games that got pushed back to next year, and there was an article put out at, I can't remember if it was The Gamer or VG7, they were talking about all these people, and they're all making excuses like, oh, it just needs some more polish, this, that, or the other. It's like, actually what's going on is no one wants to compete with God of War for a November launch.
Oh yeah, who would? That'd be crazy.
So everyone's like, yeah, we're just gonna push it back
I would
to
too,
next
yeah.
year.
That's killed a lot of games releasing near another big, huge blockbuster.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to do that. I mean, all the time and effort you put into making a game and then launch it on top of some mega hit guarantee,
Yeah,
like,
so
you
the
know,
most
like,
recent one
screw
was
that.
the Harry Potter open world game got pushed back to February. And I'm like, you know what? I'm okay with that because that'll give me
Yeah.
a good month to. I still wish they would renounce. They still haven't done a launch date for The Witcher 3 Ultima Mega, the 4K resolution next gen console release because I own all of it on the PS4 and I'm gonna buy it all over again for the Xbox Series X.
Are they gonna do that? Are they gonna do some kind of upgrade for the PC version, or have they talked about that
I've
yet?
only heard it's the next gen console. I don't know anything
Yeah.
about a PC version.
They may feel like it's not necessary on a PC since you get mods. that do
Mods
that
and
stuff.
everything, yeah.
Do you see? Sorry, my brain totally went haywire here because you were talking about Xbox, and I was talking to you the other day about how I was wanting to get one. Did you see that our local game store got broke into? I
Yeah, you
shared it on
actually shared
Facebook.
that post, man. That sucks.
Oh,
Would
dude, yeah.
they stole? Would they steal a bunch of
Oh, they stole a
Xboxes and
bunch of
stuff?
Yep.
stuff.
They stole a bunch of stuff and then just like wrecked other things. So like, they have an arcade. They just recently bought a bunch of arcade machines and put
Uh-huh.
in there, and so you can show up, and if you're a member, you can play for free for like an hour.
Oh,
Otherwise,
cool.
it's like $3 an hour. You can just show up and play the arcades.
That's
They got
cool.
like five. They got like 5 machines. So that whoever broke in just like smashed the machines.
Assholes.
Yeah, broke a bunch of the games and just a whole bunch, and then stole a bunch of
Were
stuff.
they
And they
trying
did
to
it.
get the money out of them? Do you think?
Have no idea.
It
The
looks
guy.
like pure vandalism from the screenshot
Yeah.
photos.
Yeah.
Some asshole kids, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
But it sucks,
guys,
too.
that's why we can't have anything fun, you know? Like,
Yeah. Yep.
stupid douchebags.
Yep.
And
But
this
I was
is-
totally gonna buy my Xbox through them, and like now they have, like they're going through. I just hope they don't close down because like it hit them so hard. Like they're a local store, they don't have,
Right.
Oh.
Well, that's the other
Yeah.
thing too. You and I have discussed that multiple times. Joey and I have both talked about the possibility of doing some type of game store, and it doesn't matter where you do it. My number one concern, which I think I've brought up every time we've had the discussion, is those places get robbed. Like every time I turn around, they're getting robbed because people come
Yeah.
in and they want the Pokemon cards, or they want to rob the consoles, or they want to rob these. You've got 50 old school N64 games that are worth, $75 a pop, and so
Right.
they want those, and it's like, ugh.
How are you?
Sucks.
These are
Unless
actually...
you took all your valuables home with
Keep
you.
your feet on the ground.
Right, or
and like
slept
literally
on
what it
site, or yeah.
what it literally amounts to is too, like, they probably offered this guy a bad trade-in or something like that in the person's mind, so they show up and they just like smash everything. Ugh.
We're gonna
Or,
ride.
I always think sometimes it's a little bit of that, like, young people who, like, just got out on their own. You're usually dirt poor, and you think
Yep.
the world owes you, and you're getting screwed, and they want to screw up. You know what I mean? They just...
Mm-hmm.
They look at people like that, like a small business owner, as, like, the problem. Not
you're the man.
understanding that... Right. That's
Gotta
not
fight
even
That's when
back
you need
against
to
the
get
man.
some Ed 209s from RoboCop to for security. transport.
yes.
That's a great point, because at least here in Mexico, no one relies on automated security systems. Every company hires security guards. And I know some companies hire security guards in the U.S. And of course, that system is not infallible either, because a security guard can be corrupted.
Sure.
But I feel like the chances of a security guard being corrupted are less than the risk of your store getting broken into. Plus, if that happens, there's a human chain that the police can easily connect the dots to.
Right.
Whereas, if they take out your surveillance system and rob all your shit, you're kind of screwed unless the police force has a really badass forensic team. And even then, are they going to dedicate the time and force necessary to actually track down the people, or are they more worried about, murders or things of that nature? Because
in all honesty, the detective work on a break-in is pretty pathetic. You know what I mean? Like, they're just like, oh, that happened, we'll file a report. Like,
Right,
you know what I
right,
mean? Like, it's not really taken all that seriously.
And
Unless
like that
there's
point-
very good, easy to follow evidence,
And you have to wonder, I'm sure the company had some sort of insurance, but how comprehensive was their insurance? And even if you do have insurance, it takes a while for the claim to be processed, and meanwhile,
Sure.
you've got lease payments and all this other stuff happening. And not only then, the insurance companies are going to argue with you half the time about the value of what was actually taken or destroyed.
True.
And then even then, you might not get the full value back, and so it's never a win-win. There's never a win when somebody breaks in, even if you have insurance.
Yeah.
Um,
Not to mention the amount of money spent for the process,
Yeah.
to go through all that. I mean,
Man,
time is money, man.
I'd be paranoid to ever, so my sister-in-law does this here. She has a little pawn shop that's right off of where she lives, and that's her whole thing. The downside to that, the plus side is that nothing will ever get stolen from her. The downside is that she can't ever like take vacations. It's really hard for her to find time to break away because there's always that thing in the back of her head going, well, if I'm not here, who's watching my stuff? And yeah,
Yeah.
you can get a cousin or a brother or somebody to watch it for a few days, but at the same time, they're not going to be as vigilant as you are because it's your stuff and your
Yeah, pawn
livelihood.
shops, man. Yeah, that's brutal because that attracts those kind of people.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, that's scary. Yeah.
So I'm reading the police report right now. It was an 18-year-old who
Oh,
They
they
broke
found
in.
found him?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
did find him. He broke into 2 or 3 other places right there on the square too while he was there. Um, so yeah, just I mean, 18-year-old, just a kid. You know,
Yep.
like you, just out on his own, probably. Just yeah, it's really interesting.
Yep.
Gonna miss the boat.
Run and jump.
That would be noobish.
Go, little goat, go!
Hurry!
We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it.
Oh, tons of time. Look at that. Guys rushed me for nothing.
That's that guy that was leaving the cave when we were coming out.
Squeaks.
Or when we were coming in. Squeaky, yep. It's an ugly little gnome, man.
Is there any other kind? I mean,
Yeah,
hang
I
on.
guess
No,
not.
Maduric is a dwarf in this party, and we're good.
Man, look at his face. Jeez.
He's angry.
Yeah, he's
Angry
angry. That's
gnome.
right. I can see it in his eyes. Somebody give him a biscuit or something.
I'd be angry too if I was that short.
Having to ride a full-grown horse.
By the way, let's talk real quick. I want to say this. If there's one show I'm looking to more than any other show that's in development right now, it's the upcoming Willow. That trailer looked so freaking amazing because we're talking about gnomes and short people
does.
right now. Who cares? You know, nobody should be offended by that. But that
Right.
show looks amazing. Like I loved that movie so much, and it looks like they're truly creating a masterpiece.
Passion. Yeah.
Yeah, it
passionate,
looks
yeah.
so good, and they
It
got
really does, dude.
so many of the original cast, and they said that they tried to get Val Kilmer back but because of his health issues. He just couldn't because they were filming during the height of lockdown. And they
Yeah.
couldn't get Val Kilmer over, but he is in the story, and they've talked about like they have plans in the greater scope of the show that if it continues and all these other things, Mad Mardigan will make a return. And I was like,
I hope it does
"Oh."
good, man. I hope they're rewarded for, you know what I mean, for their
Yeah.
effort. Because sometimes you
doesn't-
see cool stuff like that and they don't get paid off, and that sucks, man. I feel like the Dark Crystal
Where
Right.
should get paid off.
Let's go to Tanaris first. I'll be right back. By the way, I need to bio. But Tanaris.
Yeah, Dark Crystal was exactly what I was going to bring up because they did, I thought, a phenomenal
Dude,
job,
it was so good.
and it didn't matter. Like, But, like, the cost-
Tanaris. Okay.
costumes, I mean, everything was perfect.
Yeah, those sets, man, were nuts, man. The puppets were freaking
The
just
voices.
legendary. The voice acting, gosh, it was the music
Yep.
scores, dude, it was so well done. Like,
Yeah.
I love Jim Henson.
Yep.
The man, but dude, he would have been very proud of that. You
Oh,
know what I mean?
exactly. I think
It
he
was
did. I think-
better.
yeah.
They
Yep.
took it further than the movie
Yep.
for sure.
Yep. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know. They didn't get enough, and so it's
Yep.
a shame when that happens because. And it's always stupid reasons too. It seems like. I mean, you go all the way back to Firefly, you know, and it
Yep.
just failed because of stupid reasons.
End up being one of those cult following kind of things, you know.
What show were you guys talking about when I walked away?
Dark
Crystal.
Crystal.
Oh,
But it's a shame it.
God,
wasn't a
yeah, that
big
was a shame because
success.
it was so good. By the way, did you guys any of you watch the behind the scenes stuff of how they did
Yeah,
all
I have.
that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's so
Such
cool.
I that's the stuff that fascinates me because I would love to work at that level. Like I don't need to be an actor. It's fun being a writer, but I would love to be able to work on like I know you're already doing this to some degree, Nathan, but like to build puppets and animatronics and oh, it's just some
Yeah,
really
try to
cool
make it
stuff.
look, you know what I mean? Where they got to build their own sets and like, man, so cool, dude.
All right, so I think we just look for buzzards.
So I got a funny story to tell you guys. You guys were talking about little people. So I have a friend. Him and his wife are little people, right?
Okay.
They're older. They're in their 70s, and back in the 80s when Willow came out, right? Not even thinking about it, they had family up in New York that they were visiting. Well, they decided to stay at like a Hilton or something up there. And when they show up there, everybody's greeting my friend. And they're like, hey, thanks for choosing the Hilton for your stay and all this and that. And they're like, you know, can we take a picture with you? And he's like, he couldn't figure out what the heck was going on.
Right.
And as they were leaving, you know, the whole staff was out there like waving goodbye to him.
Sorry,
And
Grandpa. I was trying to
it turns out there was some kind of like promotional thing for Willow going on at the time.
They thought
And
they
they
were
thought
part
he
the
was one
staff.
of the actors.
That's brilliant.
I love
He
it.
loves to tell that story, man.
That's awesome.
He was getting like the 5-star treatment.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
No, that was my fault. I ran off and was doing crazy, stupid hunter things.
I think most of these rocks are around the bones.
Okay. I was just literally following the questy, but that makes good sense.
Yeah, unfortunately, if there isn't any up, we'll want to wipe out the
Wildlife.
yeah, the hyenas. They're like they share spawn. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like normally these would all be buzzards. There might be some around.
They got me.
We all have this quest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the Sunken Temple prereqs. It starts with the dude in Stormwind.
My body's not used to being awake this early. My body keeps saying like, dude, go to bed. What are you doing? And I'm like, dude, I've already been to bed.
Fight it. Fight it. I will say
it
this.
just keeps being like, what are you doing? The sun's coming up, you moron.
It took me about a week. About a week to get used to the new schedule. But once I got on it, I've just gotten used to I do like, 6-hour stints and then I take a nap. And then stay another 6-hour stint and then I take a nap.
I think this is the way to go. I think
It's really healthy to get up early. Like it really is.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking before, I was always like, well, I get a lot done at night, so I don't want to give that up. But, by the end of the day, you're not as productive. When you wake up, like, you're ready to go. Or at least I am once I wake up.
That's
like,
why I love
get
doing
some
all my
stuff
stuff
done.
in the morning.
So I think I'm going to switch to this schedule after doing it today by...
I find myself to be way more
begrudgingly.
productive when I do it all in the morning, because by the end of the day, I just want to relax with Chris and like watch Netflix and, like anybody else, I just want to have some me time at the end of the day as opposed to still be doing work and production at the end of the day, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I will say, like, myself, like, you can still stay up till 10 and wake up at 4 and get, a good 6 hours of sleep.
Yeah,
Like,
that's people can live off 6. I've lived off 4 to 6 hours of sleep for
yeah.
since I was a
Well,
kid.
And then if you
Like, that's
you
part
have the opportunity to do what I do, which is then you just go down for a nap every day and you just take like
Yes.
a 2-hour nap and you're still getting your 8 hours.
Yeah.
You're just splitting it up into.
I don't take a 2-hour nap, but I do take a nap most days, like 20 to 40 minutes usually. Oh, I occasionally lay down and have one of those naps where you wake up and you have no idea what century you're even in. You
Oh,
know?
I love that, dude. It's such a crazy.
It's a
where you don't
6-inch
know if it's AM or PM. It's
6
like
inch
it's
drool
7. You're
puddle
like,
on the
wait,
pillow.
Yep. So
7
you wake
what?
up.
7 AM or PM?
Yep. You, like, look at the clock
good
and you
one.
realize you've been asleep for 2 hours. It's like, what the heck?
Yeah, most of them are probably 45 minutes. But there was a really interesting study on sleep where they actually talk about how the maximum nap you should take is about 90 minutes, because if you allow yourself to go into REM sleep and then break yourself out of it, it's actually detrimental to your sleep cycle and your health.
So, REM sleep. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I might got this mixed up. When you REM sleep, you dream.
Yes.
But you don't dream if you're not REM?
Well, you can dream, but the deep
Oh.
REM cycle is when the body is doing more than just dreaming. There's
Okay.
certain healing processes and et cetera that are taking place in your body, but only when you hit like the deep REM cycle. I'd have to find the video and link it, because it was a really great scientific look at what goes on in your body when you're sleeping and why naps are good as long as you don't go past like the 90-minute mark. The guy was talking about how most like cat naps, like 20 to 40 minutes is really good. Anything beyond 40 minutes, you're okay as long as you don't go beyond the 90-minute mark. Once you go beyond the 90-minute mark, you're better off just sleeping at that point and just not waking up for the next 4 to 6 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering about that, because I thought that REM meant that you dream, and it's like, dude, I dream in between hitting snooze. Like, I always dream. I can hit snooze and fall asleep for 5 minutes, and I'll have a dream. All the hyenas. This game is kind of like Mastercraft for low poly, but still looks good stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
They really nailed it.
You go into these ones over here.
Is that dare to say that like a lot of these models really don't have that much more polygons than EverQuest? could be way off, but that's what it looks like.
Yeah. I think they really did master how to do textures, because like if
Yeah.
you look at most things, they're like flat planed, but like then you really look at it and it's like, oh, it's just painted to look
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
makes it
Sorry,
look like it was
Maduros, my
purposeful.
FD may
boy.
have dropped aggro.
Man, straight gets.
Sorry about that.
I'm out of mana though, so it's about all I can do.
It's my fault. I'm like, I'm just gonna drop fucking all the aggro on the healer. Oh man.
Go after the one in the dress.
Has anybody got their gizzard yet?
I have one.
I have one. Yeah, I have one.
Dang.
But I did this the other day and it was not this difficult. But there were gizzard spawns up. There's like no buzzards up this time for some reason. Like Maduros
Ain't
was
no
saying. It's,
time.
yeah, it's just we got unlucky on the spawn cycle. I'm getting lots of thick leather, which I don't technically need yet, but
Yeah, we'll just keep killing the hyenas and then hopefully get a better pop rate next time.
yeah, we'll probably. I guess we can, turn back around and go back to the other two places we were killing at. Check there.
Yeah, it sounds reasonable.
Oh my gosh, he won't leave you alone, will he? There
So
you go.
Rip, I've got to talk to you about the what. So, what happened again? Somebody, are you on YouTube? Somebody sent their people over to you after stream. What? Something happened the other day.
What? Who? What now?
Something happened
Oh,
the other day. You had a
I was streaming. This is a totally random thing that happened. So, I played Sea of Thieves one time with, I think it was with Kel and Lance Gila, like 4 months, like right after I moved, and it was when they were still capping my internet at like 7:30 at night. So I attempted to play with them one night, and my internet was just being shit. I was like, well, I'm not gonna try to do this anymore if this is gonna be the case. Well, Saturday night, Chris thought she was going to her mom's. Turns out she had the wrong day for the party. So, in any case, I had already planned Saturday night. Chris was like, "Well, I'm gonna go draw," and I was like, "Well, I would already plan to go stream, so I'm gonna go stream." And I never stream on Saturday nights, so I was like, "I'm gonna go play Sea of Thieves because I want to do this Pirates of the Caribbean storyline they've got and just try out the PvE component of this game." So I was streaming, and like at the end of my stream, I'm like, literally, I'm falling asleep because I gotta get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's like 8:45. And I'm streaming, and all of a sudden my channel blows up, and the stream blew up, and just got there was all of a sudden dozens of people watching my stream, and I'm like, that's not normal. My normal concurrents are like 15 to 20, right? Like that's my size, that's where I'm at. 15 to 20 is what I normally get, and it was like triple that.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the hell is going on? Did the algorithm like pick me up? And it turns out there's some big streamer called Raptor, who I have no idea who he was, but he had just finished up a World of Warcraft, he had just finished up a Sea of Thieves stream, and I guess he went looking for people who were streaming, and he dropped a link in his, now he didn't do it the way you and I set it up.
Because you gotta have permission. Yeah.
Right. The other day when I finished my live stream, I rerouted people to you. It worked brilliantly. It was really cool. But he didn't do that. He just dropped my live stream link in his YouTube chat, and I got a ton of people from that. And I was like, I had never been raided
That's
before.
a smart way to do a raid. Since YouTube you got set permissions and stuff.
Yeah, so if you don't
That-
have a
that's
reroute to somebody,
smart,
just
yeah.
pick some random dude.
Drop the
and
link,
drop
but hey
the
guys,
link
you want to keep watching this game? This guy's streaming it, you know.
Which I think
That's a good
I hadn't
idea.
thought about that too from a marketing standpoint. That's a brilliant way to maybe get some new followers as well as to, reciprocal.
Yeah.
But we got some new people in the Discord. I got like 20 new subscribers on YouTube. It was just a really cool thing because it had never happened to me before, and it wasn't some like random small stream either. It was a dude with like 1.8 million followers. I was like, holy crap! Like it
That's pretty cool.
was like you're
That's
getting
pretty cool.
you're the equivalent of but not as cool, but the equivalent of like your puppet video getting shared by Asmongold. That was brilliant, by the way.
Yeah, dude, that was a huge boost. Like, that was nuts. My phone was like blowing up. I think I drained half my battery power in like 30 minutes.
Well, the
I
fact
didn't
that
hear about that.
so Nathan did like an Asmongold parody with a puppet,
Oh,
and
He
Asmongold
found it.
he found it and he watched it live, and
that's awesome.
yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, and thankfully some of my community was like, Asmongold's about to watch your puppet video, bro. So I was able to watch him watch it live. I
Oh,
wouldn't have
that's
even
so
known.
cool.
But somebody in my community is also an Asmongold fan. They're like, and so they sent me a DM. And so I ran upstairs, me and my son, and we watched it. Dude, it was crazy. Because I did not make that. I really didn't think he would see it. It was meant, honestly, for most people in our community don't like Asmongold, so it was more for them.
I think he's funny as hell. Like
But I also respect him. So at the beginning, I
Yes.
put stuff like, hey, I don't mean this to be mean. It's meant to be lighthearted or whatever. And he freaking loved it, so.
That's
he's
awesome.
I've watched not all of his stuff, but I watch a lot of it, and I think he's a genuine person. So if you watch his video, he got banned from Warcraft yesterday.
They already unbanned him again.
Oh, yeah,
It was
yeah,
an
yeah.
accident. But yeah, I loved his comment on that. I was cracking up. He was like, because I was watching it on YouTube, like after the fact, and he was
He's like, "I'm
like,
gonna farm the
"Oh, I'm
shit
about
out
to
of
farm."
this."
He's like, "I'm gonna farm the shit out of this. I'm gonna get 500,000 views." I looked down; it was posted 3 hours ago. He had 487 views. I was like, 487,000. I mean, it's like, oh my gosh, it's hilarious. That's the right attitude to have,
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, you wanna ban me? Cool, you just gave me free content. I think that guy's pretty genius.
Well, the part that I really liked
Strategies.
about it was he's like the fact that they banned him for RMT.
Yeah.
He's like I make so much money from streaming. He's like I have a successful multi-stream organization. We do all these things. He's like I do not need to
He's to sell gold.
to sell gold.
That's so funny. I liked it when he was talking about the other people who got banned too, and he named one of the guys, which I'd never heard of him, but he was like, that guy killed me in PvP one
And
time.
a warlock.
So, yep.
Yeah, he deserves it.
He deserves it.
Yeah, like Blizzard made the right choice there.
yeah, he's like, good job, Blizzard. So funny.
Second plate that we've had. It's interesting.
We may not get all the drops before you have to go, Joey.
It doesn't seem that way.
These guys are being stingy.
Yeah, stingy buzzards.
Well, I still got a ton of XP just doing kill quests.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
did too, yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, he found the treasure trove of buzzards.
Oh, very nice. Oh yeah, there's all sorts of them up. Kill 'em all.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna throw down my pally juice right here.
I'm gonna bring you some more and just I'm gonna go wallow in your pilly juice.
I guess I should have got mana.
What? Of course you should have got mana. What is this?
Forget about mana. I've been playing a warrior too long.
Woo!
Have fun.
Die,
guys.
buzzards. Yeah.
They're on Maduric. Can't do anything about it.
Feign death.
I hate to admit I'm this lazy, but I wish there was an option to where if I'm targeted on an enemy, it auto attack just comes on.
Star Wars: The Republic does that. It's so
I
nice.
hate to admit that I'm that lazy, but I am.
I like Star Wars: The Old Republic because if you use an ability, it'll automatically go to the
I
next
know
mob.
that
and,
that needs to be all games, by the way.
yeah, it's a
That's
brilliant quality of life
I just
feature.
expect that to be honest.
Kinda
That's
we
what confuses me still in EverQuest P99 all the time is I'll use an ability, but I'm not even auto attacking. Like, I should be able to open up auto attack with a kick. You know what I mean? That seems perfectly reasonable to me. Why would I kick it if I'm not planning on attacking it?
I think it's EverQuest 2 actually does that. I think if you use an
It does.
ability, it just keeps the auto attack on.
Yep. And it'll automatically switch to another target. This game does that too, though.
I think one of my favorite things in this game is what we talked about earlier, the Need Before Greed
Yeah.
system, which it won't even let you roll if you can't use the item. I was like, that is such brilliant programming because... Did you get yours, Joey?
Yep, got it.
All right, nice.
I still only have
Did
one.
you? Oh no, you guys only have
Yeah,
one.
I
That's
only
all
need
fine.
one,
I've
too.
got way more time to play, so...
Yeah, me too. Yeah, we can move on and
Yeah, we might just... Because Joey will have to go.
make sure Joey
now.
gets it. Yeah.
Yeah, if you've got yours, Joey, you can probably go ahead and head out, and then we can just finish getting the buzzards, and then we'll switch to the mage and
I was
paladin.
gonna say I still need iron for livers and necrotic livers.
Yeah, but we
and
can
all
get that if you just run north and go camp out in Gadget Zan. You're already bound there, so you can probably just recall
Yep.
back as well.
Yep. Cool.
And
That's
then
what I'll do.
Thursday, if you can get on, if you can get on early, we can go.
I can play again tomorrow morning. I think.
Well, let's
Um,
plan on doing tomorrow morning then.
Okay. Yeah, I
and then,
think I can. I don't think I got anything going on at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, then we'll go get the Tenaris parts tomorrow morning and get that done.
Because I don't want to, like, I know we talked about the static group not making it, but I'd like to try. I don't know if you
I
think
think we
I'd
should
get
try. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and this is no disrespect intended whatsoever, but
Oh, yeah.
Sparoh's having lots of real life
Yes.
stuff,
Yeah.
which prohibits her from playing as frequently as the rest of us. And then they just went on vacation, so at some point we're gonna have to get her behind, or her caught up, because she'll be falling behind. Because we're already, I think she's only 45 or 46. But yes, I want to try. The whole point of this was to get this group to 70.
Yeah.
So that we could be ready to take advantage of Wrath right. Because she made the comment the other day, she's already thinking of boosting a character,
Yep.
which is gonna suck for you, Joey. Because then we'll just have to.
Joey won't be boosted. Yeah.
No, so we'll have to just.
We
start
should
playing
just
lots.
when she gets back, let's just have a conversation with her. Say Joey really wants to make it for launch. You know, it's a really big deal. That's why he started it. We understand you got all this going on. Are you gonna boost, and that way we don't really need to worry about it? We could.
That
just
would be a good
go
conversation
crazy?
to have, yeah.
Yeah, just find out what she wants to do. Because, you know, I don't want to leave her in the dust if she don't want to be left in the dust. But once again, if it doesn't matter as much to her, because she's done it before, it may
Correct.
just not mean as much to her.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking of it from a content creation, dude. I cannot miss.
You can't
that-
miss it.
And I know Renfell feels like that, too.
No.
We can't
Right,
miss it. We
right.
gotta be there.
Yep.
Like that's
Oh,
one
yeah,
of the
you guys-
reasons.
You have to be. Yeah.
You have to be there, yeah.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons. Like I've been I set the new schedule for myself. Was like I don't want to get up at 4 in the morning, but I'm way more productive when I do. And trying to grow the channel, you know, I gotta just do. You can make hay while the sun shines. It's like a movie shoot. You know, don't bitch about the 18-hour days. Just fucking do it.
Yeah, because it'll pay off one day, you know? Because this is actually World of Warcraft's my least viewed stream.
For now.
For now, but I know the potential, dude. It's huge. I don't give a crap, you know, about the now.
Yeah.
And I always look at it like you know, when you tap into new audiences, you're introducing them to all the other stuff you do too, you know?
This is brilliant that you mentioned that because I had no idea where, because Brian has been a ridiculously he is a very good Christian fellow whose business is doing very good right now, and he has been extremely supportive of my channel the past few months. Like,
Wait, who are you talking about again?
One of the guys he's Simon in our guild, but his name's Brian in YouTube.
Brian Hunley?
Yes.
Yes, that guy's
He
awesome.
has been financially, he has been super supportive of all my stuff, and he's like my #1 super chat contributor and everything else.
Nice.
And where was I going with this? I had a point I wanted to make. What were we just talking about? Because my brain just farted.
How he found you, maybe?
Oh,
or
yes,
what?
thank you. He literally found me through a class guide for Lord of the Rings Online. My minstrel class guide for Lord of the Rings Online. And yet, and that's not a live stream. Like, he didn't come because of one of the live streams, and he didn't come because of the Warcraft or the EverQuest or the EverQuest 2, even though he's playing those games with us.
Yeah.
He came because of the Lotro content. So I was like, that just goes to show you, like...
And he found me through you.
Right. It's all reciprocal.
Yep, yep. That's the beauty of all this. And he's a member on my channel too.
Woo woo.
Like that guy's awesome. I love that guy.
Yeah, and I think like Remy D came to me through
That
your
guy's
channel.
awesome, dude.
He's a member on my channel, and I think he may even be over on Patreon. And that was because he found me through you. And it's like, it all works out. By the way,
It works out,
I'm
yep.
done here on this, so we can...
Man, we are
Yep, I'm done too.
so far from like an auction house or anything. Oh my
Yeah,
No, there's...
in the middle of the desert.
Is there an auction house in Gadget Zan?
It's a neutral auction house, though.
What does that mean?
Both Horde and Alliance can use it.
Is that bad for some reason?
Well, it doesn't have the normal auction house items. It's only items that people put up on the neutral auction house.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so it's not both of them combined.
I didn't
it's
know. Okay.
Just its own thing.
I didn't know it was its
Okay.
own thing either. I was thinking that it was either or.
Yeah, that's why I was like, wouldn't that be better? But yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, so we can camp out here. Styx is on to...
As I say, that was a good session. I'm like 2 or 3 bubbles away from 48, so.
I am a less than a blue from 49.
Nice.
And I have a quest I can turn in. If you look east, Joey, how close are you? 'Cause east...
I already took off.
Okay.
I already
if
logged
there's
off.
a turn, I'm gonna go do that turn in before I log because I'm really close to a ding. And I want
Gonna
that
log
ding
off.
before I want that ding before I switch to my mage. All right, Joey, have a good day.
Yeah, have
Yeah.
a good one, man.
Are we doing?
See you guys.
Are we doing stand up today or later? Because you weren't getting a lot done this week because of the fair, I think.
No, not. Well, yeah, we just got back yesterday late from the state fair, and then I'm gonna try to take the kids camping because they go back to school next week.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to take them camping tomorrow night and Friday night if
Okay.
we can.
Well, no
In
stand
between
up.
the
Then.
rain. Well, no, we need to do a stand up because I will get something done. I just don't know when. Because I have to. I mean, I can't have any more weeks of not having anything done. Otherwise, we're just gonna. It's gonna fall way behind, and that's not cool. So, I'll get something done. I just don't
Alright.
know when yet.
Let me know when.
All right.
Have fun.
See you guys.
All right, have a good
See you,
one.
man.
All right. Let's see here. Was this? This is a prereq for something. I don't remember what though.
Ancient Egg.
Yeah.
It's for the summoning Hakar in Sunken Temple.
Oh, that's right. That you can only do it the one time. Oh, is this the one that has that badass helm reward or something?
Hello, man.
There we go. Ding 49. Oh, yeah, it's a dagger this time around. Okay, it was a helm on the other character.
See ya later.
All right, cool. Now I can go back to Gadgets and log out. And I dinged. Woo woo. I'm almost to 50. I'll definitely get 50 on Thursday night, which is gonna be epic. Because then I can go get a new pet, which has all sorts of new abilities.
Are we already gonna be over leveled from Sparoh?
No,
Does anybody know?
she's 46, I think. So
Okay.
we can go all the way to
It's
51.
close enough. Okay.
Yeah, but at some point, like that's what I was talking about the other day. Is like, or that's what I was talking about earlier. Is like at some point, just because I'm playing with Joey and Maduros, and we're getting like 2 sessions in a week, and we're doing a prereqs to dungeons, and she's not.
Yeah.
Just doing all the dungeon quests is gonna push us out of level range with her, so we'll have to.
Yeah, and I can hang with you guys even if I don't, which I am gonna start doing this with you guys. But even if I didn't, I can always just do a morning stream and play WoW instead of Vanguard or whatever. You know what I mean? So I can keep up with you guys, whatever you guys do. And I enjoy just
Well,
questing.
now it's we're on a mission. I now gotta get that mage to 70
Yeah,
before pre-patch hits.
Yeah. You want to do it before the pre-patch?
Oh, we're 64 already on those characters. I bet we can get.
Okay.
I bet we can get 70 before the pre-patch hits. It'll be tight, but I think we can do it because we got what 2 weeks. That might not happen. It'll be tight.
That'd be tight. Yeah, you might be close though. Definitely before launch though, no doubt. We'll have time to
It depends
knock
because
out a
once
few
I switch
things,
over to the
think.
DK, I'll be playing that like full time.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
All right, I am gonna switch to the mage now. I need to spend this point before I forget. Oh, are you wanting out of the room, Luke? All right, I'm gonna switch over. I'll be right back. I need to let Luke out, take a bio, check on Chris. So I might be AFK in a couple minutes as I switch over.
I'm gonna go AFK for a second to use the bathroom. There we go.
All right, I have returned.
Ah, you are back.
I have.
Now, where are you guys at?
I don't know where we're at yet.
Okay.
I gotta remember. I think we were in the middle of the next zone over from Hellfire, but you can easily drop back and crank stuff out with you, or run a dungeon. I don't know who's online this morning. Why did I recall back to
Light be
Stormwind?
with you. For the Alliance.
Oh, because I had dinged 64, and so I had come back here to train.
Now, have you found, like, when you got to come back, right, from Stormwind, can you go to the Mage's Tower and teleport here? Or do you have to go through the portal every time?
As a mage, I have a self port to Shatran.
Oh, you have a port. Okay.
And I can get
Well,
a
you know,
portal
there's-
at 65.
I don't know if it's on Classic, right? I don't know when that was added, but no, at some point you go to that Mage's Tower in the Mage Quarter in Stormwind, and you go up that big tower, and there's portals to all the expansions. But I don't know if that's.
Well, that's not
in
here yet. So it's in
Okay,
Shatrath.
okay.
You can go to everywhere, but I'm not here.
I got
2
you.
seconds here.
Okay.
I gotta put my hat on. Take my headset off. I gotta hide that forehead sheen in case Mujin shows up. Put my hat on.
Gotta hide what?
Like I said, I gotta hide my forehead sheen. With the
Oh,
hat
the
in case,
sheen.
in case
Gotta-
Mujin
well, you-
shows up.
Put a little powder on it, man.
Alright, let's see here. I need to put a point here in something. Alright. Now I can probably just recall back. I'm bound in honor hold.
Whoa.
Yeah, 'cause
Poor dang.
I think quest-wise, we're off in the middle of the marshes somewhere.
Oh wow.
West
See, I'm
of,
still on freaking Hellfire.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot, dude. We quested so. That's when I saw. I think we played 5 sessions and got 4 levels, and each session was a minimum of 4 hours long. And I looked at that and went, "Holy crap! Our static group's gonna have a hard time getting to 70 by launch. It's just not gonna happen because."
You know, am I 61 and 64 is a pretty big gap. Am I even? Does that even make sense, or should I just run around and solo and try to catch up with you guys?
No, it's fine. Like, it's content,
Okay.
man. Like, I'm doing this, mostly I'm doing this, because here's the thing. This mage, for me, like, he goes away once DK drops. So, I'm literally just doing this for the streams right now. Like, it's just...
True.
Literally, I'm streaming and making, it keeps me... I'm live, man. That's what I care about right now.
Okay.
I mean, eventually it'd be nice to get this guy to, did Matt not get my invite?
I was AFK.
Oh, okay.
Back now.
So we can just help Nathan on whatever quests he needs.
I'm headed towards you guys.
Let me untrack all this shit. It's gonna drive me nuts.
You guys likely did the quests I'm on, right?
Oh yeah, we've
That's
cleared
it.
the entirety of the Hellfire Peninsula.
Okay.
I need to sell. So as I say, if you haven't done the dungeons, we could definitely do the dungeons here. This
Yeah, I've
morning
not
as
done
well.
any of those. That'd be cool. We'd have to
What do
pug a couple of people though, right?
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes we get a couple of
No,
guildies
I'm
to
not
join
on.
us.
This is my ret pally, by the way.
Yeah, so we'd need a tank and yeah, we'll just see who comes online later on.
I like in this zone how you get the bonus for the forts. The Alliance has all the forts. I like that. That's a cool touch. That's how you mix PvE with PvP, by the way.
Yeah, there's definitely people that take advantage of it because there's a PvP quest you can do here. And you'll see people shouting in general looking for flippers.
Okay.
That's where people will go, and I don't know if they actually do it on a horde character where they just go and take it over and then take it back. And part of the quest is you just have to take over the points. So people are always looking for flippers. Not so much in this zone anymore. Maybe in the evenings you'll see it.
It resets every once in a while, huh? I thought I saw it reset one night. Maybe I'm wrong.
Automatically?
Yeah,
Reset,
it
you
looked
mean?
like we were. Now I wasn't paying a lot of attention, but I know we had all three, and then all of a sudden we didn't, and I watched it go back up to 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Maybe that was something. Else
Somebody may
happening.
have. Yeah, it's possible somebody flipped it too.
Yeah, might have been.
All right, I'm gonna follow on Sorensen for a minute because I got a video that went live at 6. I need to push it out on social, but I'm still here. I just need
Okay.
a couple minutes to push this out on social, and then
All right,
I
following you.
started that new series that we were talking about, Maduros, where I'm doing the Lotro tourism.
Oh,
And
nice.
So I did my first video. I just ran through the Shire, and I went to the Green Dragon Inn, and I went to
Oh, that's
Bag
smart, dude.
End, and then I went to the Eagle and the Child pub in Mickle Delving. That's like, we're gonna go to Bree next, and then we're gonna go to Weathertop, and then just all the locations from the books. So we'll see how this video does, because I literally called it Lotro Tourism. See if this.
That's a good idea, dude. Because a lot of people just want to see the areas, you know.
Well, yeah, we were talking about, like, after watching. I'm telling you, I keep coming back to that Josh Strife Hayes video, because that video really lit a fire under my ass in terms of things I could be doing. And then Maduros and I were just live streaming, talking and brainstorming and coming up with all the ways and ideas and types of content that could be produced around a game. And we were talking about like the run from Boromir makes that 3-month journey from Minas Tirith to Rivendell, and that's just skipped over. And I was like, and we were talking about tourism, and I was like, yeah, I could literally like ride from Minas Tirith back to Rivendell and show that entire route in game and show people how like Middle Earth is there. Like you can go and see it and explore it and feel it and touch it.
Yeah. It is crazy. It really is. It's an
all right,
experience.
let me get this out on social and stuff.
Alright, I'm headed down here where I've got to get a bunch of stone scythe whelps. Almost there.
What's up? Alright, Twitter, Facebook, or as they say in Mexico, Facebook. Facebook. Oh, are you streaming?
Yep.
Retweet. I hadn't done any social media around this because we always do it so early. I'll do some social here in a bit.
Here they are. Alphas. whelps. Now, I am not a tank, but, you know, I'll do it I'll do my tank stuff. I'll try.
Yeah, you probably won't be able to keep aggro off either one of us.
Yeah, probably not.
It's all good.
'Cause you
We'll
guys are
survive.
64.
Yeah. Let's see.
Do you need the name that's down in the cave as well?
I don't think I have that one. No, I don't see anything for that. Guess I should turn on that too.
That should be like Stoneflare Matriarch or something.
No, I don't have that. Not yet.
That's out. Prep this one.
There we go.
Alright, now we're getting all these tweets out.
Oh, what happened here? Hang on a second. My freaking stream ended. Must have controlled something. Trying to turn my sound back on.
Oh, like Control S or something.
Yeah, something. I bet you that is my stop stream.
I should probably put this loot on free for all because we don't need any of these for quests. That way you can get all the loot, Nathan. I guess if something cool drops, you'll let us know. Or otherwise, you know, play Reputation, Ninja Looter.
Oh, I also got fishing on this guy. I unlocked the artisan, and he's up to 225, and I can take it all the way 300 now. For money making.
I have not touched fishing.
Fishing is pretty good in this game. Nothing complicated. It's just exactly what it should be.
Oh, there's somebody looking for a flipper.
Oh yeah, there you go. Why would they want it when they're already controlled though?
Because part of the quest is you have to take it over.
Oh, it's for a quest. Okay.
Yeah, there's
So the
there's
quest
PvP
send. So
quest.
if this was a PvP server, then there would be quests encouraging PvP then in the zone.
Well, the quests are there, no matter if it's PvP or not.
Yeah, but I'm saying if we were on a PvP server, like they would encourage people to clash.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Which is good. That's what Dark Age Camo always did really well too. Like slowly weaned even a PvE player to like go out there and hopefully they get addicted once they try it. Like they'd be like, just go down to this cave and get this item, but they know that they've also sent the other people down to get the item. You know what I mean? It's like smart design.
All right, where do you gotta go next?
One second. Hang on, I just realized my stream's all broken because I had to relaunch it. Let me fix that real quick. There we go. All right, now I am headed to let's see. I've got to go up to north to the pools of Aganar, and get a cleanse something or something like that.
Okay.
Cleanse some bones of some creature. Here we go, we'll climb up here.
Yeah, right there's one of the PvP points. Flying the Alliance flag.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Oh, I didn't pay attention. Where's it at? Oh, up to
Over
the
there
right
to
there?
right.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm off doing we're up to 200 bucks for our rescue cat fundraiser.
Nice.
So I was getting this shared out again.
Oh, the pools are back this way. And there's a Fell Reaver.
Let's not mess with him. I like, you can tell from his animation when he gets somebody. See him like do that little stomp thing and you know he just killed somebody. AFK check.
Right.
I'm here. I'm here. What?
Yeah. It's a cool little area.
This is the place that I was talking about the other day somewhere to somebody. I was talking about how, like, as much as I hate quest hubs, it's the one takeaway from this game is I really abhor quest hubs. But in between the quest hubs, there's little things like this.
Yep.
Where it's like, here's this story of this giant massive behemoth that fell here, and its blood has tainted the whole valley behind it. It's like, that's cool. Like, that's
That
a
is cool.
really nice piece of lore that makes up for the whole gather 500 of these things.
Alright, what do I gotta... I don't know where to go for this. Let's see. Maybe I just use it right in front of them. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you should have to click it somewhere in here.
Requires Bones of Aganar. Okay, let's see how we get there.
Come maybe back over here, because I did it over here, if that's the one where you're supposed to click to cleanse. Yep.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Seek to abjure my father's presence. Death awaits you, mortals.
Alright, follow on you.
Alright, what's next? Weaken the ramparts.
That's a dungeon.
Oh, okay. Let's just see if we can get these guys to run off. Okay, well then I need to just go get more quests, and let's just head back to Temple of Telemat. Looks like there's a lot of quests there I can pick up now.
Will conquer all.
So my brother's asking a question. Maybe you'll know the answer to this. Maduros. He's asking, what is the zombie plague, which I guess is coming September 6th?
That's one of the pre-launch events. That's where zombies are going to be attacking cities. And if I remember, if it's the right one, as you're attacking, you can get plagued that will turn you into a zombie, and then you can go attack other players.
And give them the disease.
Yeah.
And don't they like during pre-patch we'll see the what's it called, his little floating island thing, we'll see it like above places and stuff, and there'll be zombies in places there used to not be, and some new quests.
Delaran. Yeah, Delaran will get moved.
Oh, it's
start
Delaran.
to. Most of the pre-patch events offer pretty decent items too. Sometimes it's like catch-up gear. So like if you didn't do any kind of raiding or dungeoning or anything, you just leveled up, you can get like some gear, get you on your way once you start leveling in Wrath.
Speaking of gear, Maduros, someone had said to me, and you can confirm this from Maduros, someone was saying like for epic mounts or something of that nature, it's like we're going to want to run heroic dungeons. Is like heroic, is that like then a step up from normal?
Yeah, but what do they mean?
I was told that one of the things I'm going to be doing a lot of after Wrath launches is running heroic dungeons over and over and over.
Oh,
reputation.
yes.
And why is that?
Yeah,
Like,
why
for
is
what
that?
purpose?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so like places like Wormrest Accord, that's a faction. They have several flying mounts that you can get.
So it's a
But also-
completionist thing.
Yes and no. The thing is, like, running heroics gets you prepared gear-wise for the raids.
Perfect. Okay.
And the factions, and it holds true for Burning Crusade. Like, if you go back to Honor Hold, there's going to be a quartermaster there. If you look at what they sell, they're going to have different pieces for different levels of reputation. And I think that exalted most of its like epic, purple gear. Now it's not like a full set or anything. It might only be like a ring. Like, you might get a ring from the Honor Hold faction, and then like a weapon from like Lower City and Shatarath, stuff like that. And they do something similar in Wrath of the Lich King.
Perfect. Okay. So that makes sense.
Heroics
So
for gear, heroics for fun.
right. So thinking ahead, Nathan, for like what we're wanting to do for capitalizing on, being two of the YouTubers who are streaming Wrath of the Lich King, is just going to be the more nights a week. I think there'll be lots of dungeon runs happening in our future.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different ones. I mean, there's like 12 or 13 at launch.
And if we're gonna raid and stuff, we're gonna need.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have to play more. We're gonna
Yep.
take it seriously.
Play more.
Like, it's gonna. Yep.
Oh, and even that's the thing. Even if the raids are only happening once or twice a week, as you and I are going to be the two big raid tanks. We'll be playing a little bit more than that.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm down.
Hey man, it's what's
I wanna-
paying the
I wanna
bills
see
right
the
now.
Content.
I want to see the content and it's paying my bills. So yeah, I'm okay with
Yeah.
that.
All mortals will perish.
Fell Reaver, mommy.
Is he close to us right now?
No, he's
Okay.
off the other direction.
He was close to me.
Yeah, I feel the ground shaking. I'm getting a little scared. Where is he? Okay, there he is. And surely he doesn't stomp through the quest hub here.
Cheese Chucker.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some creative names.
All right, what do you have to do here?
There's some. I gotta get 6 hellboar samples, so I'm gonna be killing
Okay.
some of these hellboars. I do love that the fell reavers just stomping around slaying people. That's a really good way to open up this expansion first zone. All the demons attacking that first area, and then fell reavers.
Oh, I didn't know
around.
what was happening the first time the town got attacked. Like I couldn't, like none of the NPCs would do anything with me, and like I was getting stunned. It's like, what the hell is
Yeah.
going on? Then you look up and there's like meteors falling down and all sorts of cool stuff happening. Like that yeah. There's a lot of. I've not had any negative experiences in this game so far. I think the only negative for me is just I hate quest hubs. When I did my World of
Got one
Warcraft
here.
Classic review the other day. All right, coming back, killing this one. And I gave this an 8.5 out of 10 is what I gave this game. And the only reason it
Yeah.
didn't get a 10 out of 10 is because I hate quest hubs. Like I hate quest hubs.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan either. I feel like it's worth it, but
Well,
for the XP, and I feel like it's a decent way to solve the
if
problem.
they did it like Lord of the Rings Online or Star Wars: The Old Republic, where there's a very clearly defined, or I guess Final Fantasy does this maybe to some degree too, Final Fantasy 14, like a clearly defined main quest series, and
good
that
point.
led you through, that for me is an acceptable, because that I'm doing something in the area while I'm doing the main series.
I feel like they did better, and I hate to even ever say this. Very rarely will anybody ever say this, but I do feel like that retail does a better job in later expansions, like where you just follow the quest and it's the story of that expansion. You know what I mean?
I think that they learned that
A
lesson.
lot less fluff, of just bull crap that like doesn't matter, and not even good. You know what I mean? Just like random quests that are just there
Should be
for
one
the
here
XP.
for you.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, I'm gonna run over here and kill this one while you're looting that one.
I need 6 of them. Where am I at now? Gotten 2, 3 of them.
Now I could be wrong. In Burning Crusade, the way they did heroic unlocks is you had to get keys, and keys were tied to factions. So like if you go to Honor Hold, that's one of the items you can purchase for like 10 gold. Is the key to unlock all of the dungeons in this zone's heroic version.
Okay.
But I think in Wrath it went by. That's when they instituted gear score.
They did. I've heard people talking about it, yeah. So don't you need an add-on to know your gear score or no? In Wrath?
I don't remember. It's been so long.
That was before item level. There was gear score.
Or
Was
it could
it?
be item level.
I think it was gear score. I've heard a lot of people mention that when they're talking about Wrath. They've been talking about gear score, and you're dead on. Yep, chat is agreeing. Wrath went by gear score. Alright, I got all the blood.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, you'll
right-
want to turn that in because
Send you back.
send you right back out to use an item on one of the boars.
Okay, yeah, let's go do that. Then I'll go turn it in.
I've got mail. Oh, Maduric sent me something.
You got mail.
Man, that's such a forgotten. So that's up there with the sounds that the millennials will never know.
It was so exciting back in the day.
Uh-huh.
Sweet, I got some mail.
Like literally, you open
it
up as soon as you log on, you've got mail. It's like, woohoo! Somebody cares about me on the internet.
It
was also
That turns into down here at the Cenarian folks.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
It was also such
Oh,
like
it's
it
that
was
one,
so
okay.
new.
Well, I'm already here. I'm gonna turn this in then, because it may send me back out. Because I'm already here.
It was so new that email was like you wanted to open it because it was like, yeah, like this is not. It's not a physical. It's new and it's technology.
Yeah.
And here we
yeah.
are 30 years later, and it's like I dread opening up my in-mail box
Me
because
too.
there's like gonna be 50 spam mails and.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, if I ever want to get bigger downstairs, I know how to do it.
Yeah, they've been. Dude, that goes way back to the early days too. As soon as you say you are a male, you're gonna start getting that. I was registered as a 15-year-old male and was already getting emails about how to enhance my junk.
Well, I just happened to go check my YouTube comments, Maduros, and I've got several people on my live stream from last night who are like, "Hey man, if you're gonna be playing this, I'll sub." And then I'm down too. I haven't played 76 in a minute, so that might turn into a Monday night thing at some point. You never know. Now, you were mentioning it during last night's live stream, wanting to dabble with it from time to time.
Yeah, the only problem though is I don't have an Xbox.
Is it not
I'd have to
crossplay?
No.
Ooh, that sucks.
The only crossplay was when, if you had it on the Bethesda launcher, you could play with someone on Xbox Live PC. It's only Xbox to Xbox, PS5, PS5,
Oh,
PC to PC.
never mind. That's lame.
Okay, now I got the boar.
But don't you now? Do you have Xbox Game Pass or do you have like
I have the
The-
ultimate.
Okay, so then you can have it. You can play it on PC.
I should be able to play it on PC. Yes, I
Oh,
just haven't
Bell
ever
Reaver's
done
coming at
that.
us. Here's a boar.
Yeah, because I had it on the Bethesda launcher, which went away, and it's now on Steam.
You have to beat him up a little while first, maybe.
Maybe get him to 50% or something.
Oh no, he already
already worked?
changed. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh
That's good.
gosh.
Bell Reaver gonna guess where's he? Oh my gosh, he walked right by
He
us.
was close.
Dude.
They have a pretty small aggro radius, to be honest with you. That made me pucker a little bit.
But yeah, that's one thing I never did when I was playing 76 was I didn't do very much grouping. The only time I ever grouped was for the like seasonal events. Like as an example, I don't know if you came to the town yet. It's just south of like where the carnival area is. During Halloween, they have a Halloween parade where there's like a bunch of robots that walk around town, and you follow them around, and it spawns like waves of
Oh, is that the town where the robot's the
bugs.
mayor?
Nope, that's Grafton.
Okay.
But they have a similar thing there where they have a parade going on, and another thing is you have to quell like some kind of protest for the mayor there. I know when you were live streaming on the radio, he kept saying, "This is the mayor of Grafton."
Yeah, I arrived there, and that was kind of where I left off, was because I was starting to do quests there, and I was like, there's way too much going on here. And I knew I was wrapping up, getting towards the end of my stream, so I ended up backing out and just doing the bouncer quest to go find the bouncer and his robot girlfriend. Also because there was a ton of oops, I didn't mean to loot that. Do you need the urns, Nathan?
I'm killing for I was just killing them because they were in the way. The Taskmaster.
Do you have these
That's what I
urns as
mean.
well?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Nope, I don't see anything about that.
Or maybe that's the quest you get when you run up in here. I don't remember.
But there's, aside from like the seasonal events, there's all those like you'll come upon. I don't know if you ever went to Mama Dolce's.
No.
That's right near the starter area, and you have to like run around and grab these different like meat packages and vegetables, and you have to throw them in these like converters. All the while you're getting attacked by mole rats and ghouls, and
I was not
kind of like
Go
they're
ahead.
kind of like public quests.
Is that was in World of Warcraft?
No,
No,
we're talking
Fallout
Fallout 76.
Oh, I was sitting here like, what are you all talking about? About mayors, and I was like, gosh, what is going on?
What have I been missing?
I was like, this feels like they're talking about a different game.
But since I played, they've added like instances. Like they've opened some of the vaults up as dungeons, and they've also added expeditions where there's different areas that you have to complete specific tasks. I know one of them's in like this mall where you have to like enable these transponders or something for the Brotherhood of Steel. And when you do that, it causes super mutants to home in on your location, and you have to protect the transponder
Oh, wow.
while it like boots up to send a signal or something. And I mean, when I say like super mutants, it's like group super mutants. So they're
Yeah,
like
I ran into two of them yesterday. and I ran.
3-star. They're like a normal super mutant, but you'll start seeing legendary. Well, they'll have several stars. Think of it just like you know, triple up mobs or whatever.
Sure. Rather
And
than-
they wreck you. They'll have like chain guns and rocket launchers and
do you have a quest up in there, Nathan, up to the left?
I do, but not necessarily that guy.
Well, it will lead to him. I don't know if we can get past him now. I'll test it and see.
Sonya will just start killing him. Nice big throw. So, what do you think, Renfell, about what do you think is the best number of max players in a party? Do you think 6 really is the
8.
best? Or...
No, I
Yeah,
like
I
8.
think
I like
yeah,
8.
Me too.
And here's, I'll tell you why I like 8. If the content is tuned for 6 to 8 players, then a group of 8 means that the content will be challenging, but not too challenging. A group of
Yeah.
6, however, if you use the terminology, this game's too easy or I want more challenge, then it's a simple solution. You just don't go with 8 people. You go with 6,
Yeah,
and now you're
absolutely.
challenged. Anything less
Absolutely.
than 6, I don't like. 5 to me, it's okay. It's better than 4, but it's not as good as
Yeah.
6. It would be better with 6. Like, I like
I
6-man
agree.
parties, but I love 8-man. And 8-man also is like a mini raid. So it's like, do you really need to
Yeah.
do raids when there's 8-man groups? Like, if you
Yeah.
just do a 2-group content, suddenly get 16 players, that makes the raids that much more kind of challenging in the sense that you go from 8 to 16. That's a big jump.
And I feel like it allows for more diversity. For like, do you want some more support? Do you want
Yeah,
more
you don't have to
clerics?
have,
You want more
like,
DPS?
you don't have to have the perfect group makeup, and you don't have to worry
Yeah.
about the meta so much. You can literally go with like, oh, we've got 4 tanks today. Who cares? Like,
Yeah.
we did it.
Now, whoever else wants a group, yeah, sure, you're
We
in.
did something
You know?
the other day. I think it was the last time we played this Maduros. We were doing a dungeon. Oh, it was when we pugged with Joey last Thursday night in Zul'Farrak, and we had a like a utility shaman, a tank, and then us. And it was super slow because we didn't have enough DPS. Like, we didn't have, I don't say enough. We didn't have a lot of DPS, so the group was super slow. But because we had so much utility and heals, like, it was just, you would never felt like you were truly in any danger. It was just, it took us a while to do content
Yeah.
because we're just slowly chugging along. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And that's what the 8-man
Yeah.
group allows you to do is, well, what do we want to do tonight? Who needs a group tonight, you know? Maybe tonight we're going to be a slow DPS group, but maybe tonight we're going to be a high DPS group, and you never know. I like 8-mans.
I do too.
yeah.
Not a lot of games do it. Dark Age did it, and I loved it.
Yeah, well, the other part of that too is how the game's built around the gameplay. So,
Sure.
for example, World of Warcraft, there's no need for an enchanter. Crowd control. They give crowd control to other classes.
Right, like
So you
like
don't need
the rogue or the
just
mage.
right. So you don't need just a class that specializes in being able to control mobs and stuff. Which I agree. I like larger party sizes for sure.
I can't believe anybody took it any lower than WoW, though. You know, like, come on, seriously, 4.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
new.
To
That's
you,
the,
Elder
that's the
Scrolls,
standard
that's
for
ridiculous.
co-op games these days. Is 4. Like, that's just
Yeah,
the
4
standard
is-
for everything.
Yeah, 4. You know what 4 players reminds me of? Nintendo 64. You know, that's really what I think of every time. I'm like, wow, I was doing this on my Nintendo 64 and was excited in 1996. You know what I mean? Like, come on, guys.
Yeah. Well, isn't ESO don't like every class has some kind of heal ability?
Hmm.
And
If you spec
I don't
for
know
it.
if that's if you decide to go with it. So ESO, I kind of respect them for that because you can make your classic whatever the hell you want it to be. You want to be a freaking mage that wears heavy armor? Fine. There's issues with doing that, but there's also good things about doing that. You know. So I do like that, and it does cause a situation where they change one thing in the game, and the whole meta has shifted. So it's always shifting. So there's never like I'm gonna roll this class and level it up because that's the best in the game. Well, it is this week. You know, so you might as well just play what you like. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
kind of do like that part about it. I hate that it's 4-man. Jeez. So bad. I feel like the Skyrim, that mod that makes Skyrim multiplayer, is probably better than he is, so.
Do you have the quest to like use the rod on this dude to make him lower level?
I think so. Azeroth the Powerless, yes. Use on Azeroth temporary bonus powers. Yeah. All right. So
Well,
we'll move in.
That
Do that.
that multiplayer mod would have been out a long time ago, but they were served a cease and desist because, well, not that they were served the cease and desist, but Bethesda basically told them that they were not allowed to use Steam servers for matchmaking. So they had to they had to pretty much almost start over to create their own way to matchmake people.
Oh wow. Yeah, because they've been working on that forever, man.
Yeah, well, they had it done,
It was working at one point.
and you
Yeah.
could connect with your Steam friends, but Bethesda made them stop because that was going to be in direct competition with ESO and Fallout 76.
Hmm. What's next? Let me see here. Head to the north. I gotta kill some Thornfang Ravagers. I'm just gonna run these guys off if we can. Let me know if it knocks you off your horse. If you guys would rather go to wherever you guys are, I can just tag along with you guys. I'll get plenty of XP from the kills.
You could probably pick up a lot of the quests because some of the
Probably
mobs
could.
for the quests are only 62.
Yeah.
Some of
If
the
you guys want to
starter
do
ones.
that, I'm down. But you guys got to be bored
No,
out of
no, I'm not.
I'm not. Like I said, I'm just hanging. I'm like I've been up since 3 o'clock and not on a lot of sleep, so I'm just kind of like auto follow streams up. I'm gonna make my coffee. I've already hit my minimums for the month, so I'm just kind of like everything's in bonus territory for me now. So I'm
Cool,
just,
nice.
it's
Well, these came from far away.
they do follow Fred a bit. It's all good because I know we'll eventually get to we'll eventually get you caught up. It won't take that long. Now that you've manned up and made the commitment.
Yep.
Chap, chap.
Chop, bitch.
I'm always down. I'm always down.
Oh, you
I
and
just
I both
needed
suffer
the-
from
It's
the
gotta happen, you know? Like, I'm
Right,
waiting
and
for
the-
that.
the
We're not
issue
gonna
is-
make it with the other. And I was like, okay then, I'm making it. One way or another, baby. I'm going to Wrath on day one.
the issue too is just you and I both have so many things going on.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. My bad. Be
I'm
right
not an
back.
engineer, so I don't have jumper cables to res you.
Be
Dementia
right back.
boots. What the hell?
What get for not paying attention?
Start talking about that algorithm, and Nathan's eyes just glaze over.
Yeah.
Must create content.
Well, the other thing too, Nathan, when's the last time you played retail? Have you played it recently?
Too long ago. I hop on every now and then because I did unlock the. God, I'm not gonna remember what they're called. The Tyran, the big dudes, the big humans. Whatever they're called. I
Oh,
unlocked that.
Coltyrans.
Cool Tyrans, and I do like the way they look a lot. So every once in a while, I'll hop on him. They can't be paladins though, so he's a warrior. But whatever, I'll hop on him and play around sometimes.
I was just gonna say that could be part of the issue too.
Is what?
You used to how easy
Oh yeah,
easier
yeah.
retail is.
Yeah, now my brain is adjusted.
Where you're just like
actually.
face rolling.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
that I even
My-
felt that with EQ2 going back, because I had forgotten that I forgot that the TLP servers made that difficulty factor a real thing again for EverQuest 2. And that day that Nathan and I were struggle bussing, just the two of us trying to kill 3-ups in the gorge, and it was like, dude, we need some more fucking people. This is not fun anymore. Like,
yeah. It's starting to get ridiculous. I like that time I thought I was following the Gandalf quest, but I had to accidentally went into like dungeon quests. I was trying to do a dungeon by myself. And everybody's like, "Yeah, no, man, this is solo content." I was like, "Dude, this is hard as hell. How could anybody do this?" And finally, Stance came in and was like, "Bro, you are not on the right chest line. This is for groups." I was like, "Thank you." Jeez, been in here like feeling like I'm an idiot. Was in a dungeon by myself in Northrend trying to do it.
Nice. That's epic.
looks like Styx ran over. Give you a res, but right as you got here.
All right.
Six has a
Ravagers.
turban.
Oh, he does have a turban. Nice. Well, he had offered to heal for us if we went and did dungeon, but I don't think Nathan will get XP, so there's no point in doing it.
I won't get any.
I don't
I'm
think
too
so,
far
because
below.
it's 5 levels, I think, is the cap.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Although, if you want to run ramparts, we could totally run ramparts, I guess.
I'm down if we got the people.
Here, let me,
That'd be fun. I'm just here for XP.
because I like to be lazy.
I can always come back for faction or whatever.
Promote Mad Nax. He knows how to do all the. He's got a macro set up
Where's
for
he
finding.
going?
He has the macro set up for finding all the peeps. It's basically just need a healer and a DPS. Healer and a tank. Sorry. What do you need here, Nathan?
Ravagers and Venom Spitters.
There's a Ravager up here.
Just killed quest.
Might as well go up and around. There's several in here. Oh, these you don't need. But I did see a Ravager up here. Let me see if I can get him.
Yeah, I do need the Venom Spitters too.
Okay. There's definitely a Ravager here.
Almost done with the Ravagers. Just need 2 more of those. Let's see, turn my stuff on here.
Is that a healer or a tank?
Healer.
It's always the tank that we're waiting on. Why am I flagged for PvP? Oh, I buffed Styx. Son of a bitch.
I don't know how well it works in this game, but I do have a sword and shield. They are skilled all the way up. I don't know if I could faux tank in this game or not.
Yeah. We'll get a real tank.
One more Ravager and 3 more Venom Spitters. I'll be done with this crap. Alright, we got the tank it looks like. Or is that a Holy Paladin?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, last Ravager, 1 more Venom Spitter.
I just got a tell from another healer.
Oh wow.
I bet he's holy pally too.
There's one.
Yeah, I mean, it'll auto unflag me, Ross. It was just I buffed
Alright,
sticks
we're
and
preparing for dungeon. I'm just gonna go turn these in real quick. Is it in this zone?
it's backed by Honor Hold, Hellfire Citadel right there, in the center of the
Okay.
zone.
Yeah, that little cave it shows there.
No, it's the Citadel. So if you look at Honor Hold just northwest of there, it's Hellfire Citadel where the two meeting stones are on the map.
Oh, okay.
Rarg! Yeah!
Oh, I messed that up. Oh, crap.
So the week of the ramparts, that's for the dungeon we're doing. Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah. I think so.
Whoa. Thanks. Jeez, just ran into a bunch of epic mobs. Get out of this.
There's another group, ramps group looking for a tank as well. You know, the problem is my pally I ran as a tank and then switched them right around 55 because it was just so slow to kill anything. I switched to Ret, sold
Yeah.
all my gear, you know. So, you know, it's unlike Old World where you could tank and Ret gear. You can't really do that in Burning Crusade. You need to have some, at least a little bit of spell power to be able
Yeah.
to tank as a pally.
There's a flight path here, so I'm gonna fly back to Honor Hold. See if Chris
I
made more
switched
coffee.
all my talents over now to Ret, so.
Well, you'll be able to
that
dual
was
spec. I've been told.
Yeah, yep.
Yep, for
It's
1,000
up to
gold.
what it's up to whatever you guys think we'll need. That's why I took up fishing actually, so I could afford all that stuff like dual specking.
Well, we'll need you
you
as
guys
a.
think we'll need tank or healer? Or
Well, for
whatever.
raids, you'll want to be spec for tanking because you need to be one of the raid tanks.
Yeah, but also I'm gonna have two pallies, so I can be all three, and I will keep the other one up.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So by the time we get to raiding, both of my tanks should be there. Now I'll have to pick one, like that will be the one I use.
More than likely, what I'll end up doing is once the static group gets leveled up high enough, I'll end up putting my mage in that static group, and as opposed to the hunter, because the hunter's cool and everything, but the mage does way more DPS and AOE's and everything else. But I'll be playing that DK probably 4 nights a week as opposed to the 1 night a week that we do the static group. So we'll just see how it all pans out. My brother was just saying if he goes camping, he had forgot if he goes camping tomorrow night, he won't be for the dungeon. And I tell him, well, if that's the case, we'll just work on getting Sparoh caught up Thursday night. If he's going camping with the kids. We could just go do like another little Farrak run or just run quest chains with Sparoh and get all her Sunken Temples. Hell, we could still run Sunken Temple just to get her caught up. We're gonna have to run that place a couple times anyway. more if people want to do their level
Oh, the
50
class
class
quests.
quests. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only recently just replaced the one I got on my hunter.
What are you looking for? Go with honor, friend.
Because I took the Devil Sar Eye, which is a
I
trinket.
supply only the finest goods.
On use gives you hit rating and attack power with a 1.5-minute cooldown.
All right. Summoning a whole
Yeah,
bunch of
that
water.
guy will attack you. Oh, he aggroed on you. Just run. He's PvP.
Oh, I should check my mail. Mage Weave. Woohoo! I think I can just work on first aid now.
Yeah, I logged in. I totally forgot that I had sent the priest rune cloth. I sent him 1,000 rune cloth.
Hey, this isn't
So-
taken. Do you guys want to
so-
take this?
So when you guys first logged in, I set my priest up to just turn it all into runecloth bolts. Yeah, go ahead. There's 70 troll, shaman, hunter, and warrior.
Never mind.
If you were to flag, that would be it. You'd be one-shotted for sure.
Yeah, let's let them have it.
But they're probably flipping. Those might be
Yeah.
some flippers. Maybe not.
Probably.
though.
All right, I'll be right back,
There's
guys.
no
I'm
real Alliance players on this server.
Horde, you mean? All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, go give it a shot.
No, I think I won't.
Let's see how much health you have. 4,000. Yeah, that's probably a.
I could take at least 2 hits.
Well, for that warrior, that's probably a white hit for him at 70 with his gear. That would totally be cool though if they started getting more horde players on here. Get some world PvP going.
Yeah, there's some rumors that they're gonna take some of the lower populated servers and smash them into, like, if they're high on horde, they'll smash them into a server where they're low on horde. You know what I'm saying? Are we supposed to go through this mine to get to this dungeon, or am I just in the wrong spot?
No, we
Okay.
actually passed where you go.
Oh.
I thought you were going to turn in. Yeah, if you
No.
follow me, I'll take you there.
Right.
So this area, there's 3 dungeons. 2 are on level, so like 60 to 63, 4. And there's a level 71, and down on the backside, all the way at the bottom, there's a raid.
Oh, cool.
So this is how you get to ramparts, and then the level 71 is called Shattered Halls. That's up above. But here's the meeting stone. The entrance is right here. Now for the second one, Blood Furnace, you actually have to go south a little bit more, and you actually run up along the ramparts above us to get to that one.
Oh, so that's what people are talking about when they talk about the ramparts.
Okay, I'm gonna AFK and bio, be right back.
All right. I already neutralized that horde. Keep.
All right, I'm back. Still no tank?
Nope, not yet. He's at AFK right now.
Well, if you want to keep working on quests while we're waiting.
Yeah.
Or
Very good idea.
you guys are already over there? All right.
Yeah, we're at the entrance. Yep.
All right. I'll make my way down there.
Richard Gray's right. This is the classic experience in full effect. Waiting on a tank. Just sitting here. La-di-da-da-da.
Well, we will not be waiting on a tank very soon, because as soon as Wrath hits, we're going to have like 30 different tanks in the guild.
Yeah. Might be waiting on DPS.
Yeah.
This is a good example though of where a dungeon tool comes in handy, because we could all go out and quest, and as soon as a tank queues, then we get ported into the dungeon and we get going.
Pros and cons.
Pros and cons, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have thrown a fit if they would have put it in the game, but I do respect that they're trying to keep the classic feeling in the server, you know.
Maduros had a good point the other
servers.
day, though, because he's had the opposite experience than many of us have had with the Dungeon Finder.
Okay.
Because what is it you wouldn't have found your guild in which game it was, Maduros?
In World of Warcraft,
You found
the
you found your
last
guild through the
the
Dungeon
last
Finder.
guild I raided with, I found through a dungeon finder.
You just happened to get in with people from your server? Is that what you mean?
I was I was playing with, I was just doing the dungeon and we were talking, because socialization never happens with the dungeon finder, right?
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
It does. It's just more. Well, some people would argue that it's a rare period. Even like, because I pugged in EverQuest, but that game's old as crap. But I did pug in EverQuest, and there wasn't a lot of talking there.
But yeah, that's my opposite experience to what a lot of people complain about.
I met a lot of people with the Dungeon Finder in Final Fantasy 14, but that was same server Dungeon Finder at that time. You know what I mean? So you knew everybody you did it with was on your server. So I met a lot of cool people doing it that way.
Well, that's how it was initially. They didn't add what was called like the battle groups till later. I think in the next expansion.
And there is something magical about that. Like, you get to know so many people on your server, and you see them, and you
As
play
long
with
as your
them,
server has the population for it.
as long as there's a population. But here's my thing. They need to do more server merges. You know what I'm saying? Like, if a server's dying, then why keep that server open? Why not merge it with the servers?
Mega servers, baby.
Mega servers, man. I'm down with that.
I like Elder Scrolls Online does a very good job of having a mega server that does sharding within it, or they do the phasing.
And most of the time, it's done so well that you don't realize it's sharded.
Nope.
Because like, if somebody's in your party, they're gonna be in your shard. Like, you hardly ever see a situation where it's weird. Where you're like, oh yeah, you must be in a different instance. That almost never happens because of the way that it works.
Do you have any named quests or anything you need to kill around here, Nathan, while we're talking?
No, not really. Nothing nearby. I've got the quest in the dungeon. That's all. I guess actually there is one not too far down there at Falcon Watch. I've got the Rock Flayer Matriarch. I gotta go kick.
Yeah, we can go do that.
Let's do it.
Could do that real quick.
Yeah, that was actually a point that Asmongold was making in one of his videos.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, where he was talking about he thinks that there should be a mega server for WoW.
Yeah, there should be.
If there was, then yeah, there's no need for a dungeon tool. You have a healthy population. You're not going to have to wait around for a tank, and then when you get the tank and you all fly to the instance or whatever, then all of a sudden the tank's like, oh, I gotta go, my kid needs something, and then you're back to having to look for a tank after you just flew to the dungeon.
I'm still surprised that guy stuck with us throughout the whole Black Fathom run that one day. That was a shocking bug tank.
Black Rock Depths.
Yeah, what did I say? Black Fathom, sorry.
Black Fathom.
Yeah, Black Rock. Because he stuck it out the whole way through.
Yep, there's a whole group of people that don't like the sharding, though, so it's like you can't win.
I don't get it. I don't understand why people don't like sharding. Yeah.
I get it when the game sucks at it, like I played MMOs where they do sharding, and it's like such a pain, but it's done smartly. I mean, who cares,
Don't forget, before we do the dungeon, Maduros, you'll probably want to change the loot back to group loot, because I had it on free-for-all for...
Yeah.
I just don't like sharding in my pants.
Yeah, nobody does. That's no fun.
Think it's a fart, and it's a shard.
I'll never forget the first time I saw that film and that term came I was like, what? That totally makes sense. Along Came Polly. I love
Dude.
that movie.
We have to leave right,
right now.
Yeah, right now. Yeah.
The basketball sequence is so brutal in that film. Shirts versus no shirts. Slow motion, everything. It's just like, oh god, no.
Watch out, this guy's a savage.
Like your mom. Is this the one you need?
I think so.
Okay, I'm just getting some mana up here.
Oh boy. Getting bad real quick. Throwing up my bubble. Really good.
I did the wrong ability.
Yep, I got it. That was it.
If it's gonna be one of that kind of more trying to find a tank, let's just keep questing, because
Yeah.
it won't take us more than 5 minutes to run back.
So chat was telling me that when Wrath launched, that was how the Dungeon Finder worked. It was same server.
Yep.
That's totally
Yeah.
different to me. Like,
Yeah, they didn't add the. What
So
they
what's-
did later was the battle group. So they would basically like 10 servers for both PvP battlegrounds and instances. They formed a battle group, and you could get zoned in with anybody within that battle group.
what is the what's the argument for same server Dungeon Finder? Why is that bad? Like,
Because a
what's
lot of
the
people,
argument?
what I've heard, the argument, which I think is silly, a lot of people make the argument that they don't like it. The number one argument I always hear is that it removes socialization, and I'm gonna cry bullshit on that every time.
Right.
Because they're
okay,
like, you
okay.
can't. There's no socialization when you're using a
'Cause
group
you don't
finder.
have to talk and
You don't
find
have to
people
talk.
and-
Our streaming sessions are the perfect example of how that's a bullshit argument, because we talk so much, and we do it all while playing a game, a modern game using modern solutions, aka voice chat. Now,
Sure.
if you're typing and part of your socialization is the negotiation of trying to find someone for a group, that's not socialization, that's transactional. Socialization is we're in a group, we're having fun, we're spending 2-3 hours together, we're doing all the things, making friendships and everything else. That can be entirely done in a dungeon, out of a dungeon, just while you're in a group. That has nothing to do with the group finder. The other argument I've heard is that it cheapens the size of the world, or it cheapens the exploration of the world, because it teleports you to the dungeon entrance, the ones that have the instant teleportation. Because I know Muji's made that point.
So, all right. So they are going to have a looking for group tool that you can say this dungeon.
We already
this
have
level
that.
We already
now.
have that. We already have that.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right. So that's going to continue to exist. So the only difference, correct me if I'm wrong, because that person will just join your thing, because you got to open. If you meet those qualifications, you just join the group, right? Is that how it works? Or am I wrong?
If you the way it works in, like, say, Star Wars: Old Republic, if you take out the instant teleportation thing, when you put yourself up in the looking for group tool, it's going to automatically match you to a group that fits your criteria. So you don't have
to send a tell and say, hey, invite me.
Nope.
Right, I didn't think so.
Nope, it's all automated.
But you do still have to run to the place and meet up, right?
Not in the modern versions, because the modern versions of games will teleport you there.
But I mean in this game.
Yes, you still have to run there.
Okay.
Or have someone summon you via the stone.
You're not going to run there. You're going to fly there.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, you're gonna fly there. Yeah.
So that whole it cheapens the world doesn't hold up because you're not seeing it anyway. You're flying there.
Yep.
Whether you're flying on your own mount or you're using a flight path, you're skipping over all that content anyway.
Yeah. So
True.
this comes back to the. Oh, I need to pay attention to my health now. Ah!
Gotta try to get a hill
Bubble,
at you
bubble,
real quick.
bubble.
Go, 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 go.
Where did I put my bandages?
Yeah, these are elites. This is gonna be rough.
Yeah, this is a group quest. I forgot about this. Let me I'd forgotten to do this.
What is this?
So it's there's arguments on either side of the fence that become invalid. The looking at the video I made the other day about people always want to say when it comes to the reputation system or things, they'll say, I was here first. This is my camp. These are my mobs, right? First come, first serve is what most people want to say. And they go back to like Project 1999 and they say, I was here first. This is my camp. I'm going to claim this camp. But those same people will throw a hissy fit when a raid guild does the same thing and camps a boss mob and blocks all the other guilds from progressing or blocks players from doing the content because they're monopolizing it. That's the same principle. First come, first served. Like they were there first, it's their camp. If you respect camps and you want camps to be respected, then you should have no problem with a guild perma-camping a spawn because first come, first serve. So it's the same argument where people want to try to cherry pick their data and say, I don't want fast travel because it cheapens the world, but they're more than happy to get on a flying mount or a griffin and fast travel between destinations, and they don't say anything about that. So it's the cherry picking of data, which always makes me laugh. By the way, this is much different than we did it with the guns the other day because I don't remember these guys ever getting to me. We had 5
I'm
people.
not a real tank.
No, it's because we had 5 people the other day when we did it, and we only.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to get them off you, but I'm not worth a crap.
That's okay. I need to stop doing that. I need to adjust my strategy for only having 3 people.
Yeah, I think you said it best though, Nathan. You're not going to be able to please everybody.
Nope.
Right. That's the
So-
problem. Yeah.
There's problems that exist in MMOs today that didn't exist back during the golden age that everybody's remembering, that I think they need to think back. They need to think about it a little bit more as to what possibly could be a solution to the problems that plague those games. Because
Yeah, I agree.
because I mean, it's almost like they want to go back to that, but I mean, there was real problems with
Fell Reaver.
the way things went back.
Crap, Brizzy up. She's right in my path. I needed a hill. Where is he? Okay, there we go.
He went up towards the mountain. And that's why I'm personally okay with the whole instant teleportation thing, because it doesn't bother me. I would rather be able to, this comes back to the discussion we had about the wasting of time. I don't want my time to be wasted. I don't want to spend 3 hours looking for a tank. I want to be able to get a tank, go do the dungeon, get the things done that I need to do, and then be able to log off and go about my business. Because I don't want to spend 75% of my gameplay session looking for a member of a group. You know what I mean? Like, let me go.
I think when the game's new, I don't want. I want the I want the game world to feel as big as it really is. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. I like running around and finding things, but that's if the world is interesting too. Problem is we haven't had a game with an interesting world in a freaking long time. So we're thinking of uninteresting worlds a lot of the times when we're thinking of that. But like in Vanguard, that would be so much cooler if we didn't
Hopefully,
even have
maybe,
the ability
Ross.
to fly, because we would find stuff to do by accident on the way to do something else. You know what I mean? But then when the game gets really old, and you know, it comes a point where you're gonna have to add some conveniences, or people aren't gonna put up with it forever.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. There's a. I wouldn't. Once again, I'm not the guy who would lose my mind and flip out if Pantheon was like, "Hey, we need some fast travel," which we know there's some, but it's player controlled, right? Certain classes will be able to do teleports and teleport others. And there's some kind of caravan system, but we don't really know all the details yet, because I don't think they've coded that yet. Boy, it's so bad. Let's see.
No, it's all good. I've got my stuff up. I'm just gonna stay ahead of them until I can do this. Don't die, boyos. That's definitely a touch hairier with only 3 people compared to when we did it with 5 the other day. What's up, Crinkled? Good morning.
Yeah. Crinkle was saying that Group Finder will be a no-talk Zerg anyway. It was before, and it will be again.
It's a what now?
A no-talk Zerg. Just, you know what I mean? Like, they join in, you do it, they don't say nothing.
Well, it's no different than the way it exists right now. Like, we've done so many quests. Maduros and I have done so many quests over the last few weeks with these characters where somebody will be in the same area, and you'll be in the middle of killing a mob that they didn't even help you clear to. They'll run up and they'll spam INV, 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 invite, because they want the quest credit, right? They didn't
Yep.
help clear to it or anything, but they just followed your trail of bodies. They get in the group, they don't say a fucking word, they get the quest credit, and they bail. They don't even say thanks, bye, see you later, good luck. There's no communication whatsoever other than the spamming of the invite thing that they do. That is no different than a matchmaking tool that's going to put you into it. There's no difference. That behavior still exists and will always exist. And so I don't get the argument against a matchmaking system when people are like, it kills the social aspect. No one wants to talk. Come on. No one
What about
talks anyway when it's just that kind of stuff.
But you don't like dungeon fighters that are cross-server, though? Or you don't care about that?
I don't care. I want my whole
I don't
thing.
like that, because then it really doesn't matter, and people are so rude. Like, their attitudes immediately go to crap,
Well,
because they know, like, I don't care about these people. They're on some other server. It doesn't matter,
I've never seen that it matters anyway, even when
Dude,
it's just the same server.
I'm telling you, dude, I watched Final Fantasy 14 go from server only. Everybody was cool. People weren't rude. They helped people. They were nice. They were respectable. You still ran into a butthole every now and then, because there's people just buttholes in the world, But it was rare. And then cross-server, dude. Oh, dude, immediately people started their elitist bullcrap. It was so bad. Like, I watched it happen. I was like, dear God, this is why you can't do stuff like this. It was bad. And I've seen that in every game I've seen where it went to cross-server.
See, I've never seen that,
And
but the
people
only
are
game...
talking about something I don't understand, too, because I don't know the intricacies enough as well. People are saying a lot of people are upset about they don't want the dungeon finder because of it kills open world PvP. Now, I don't
care about PvP, so that...
I don't even know. I can't even comment on, because I don't...
Yeah, I don't play
know
PvP, so that doesn't impact me. I will say that Star Wars: Old Republic has cross-platform, cross-server matchmaking. It
Sure.
hasn't... I've never had it affect me negatively. I've never seen any negative, any side of that whatsoever. I see the same behavior that I see in every other game, which is the people join your group, they hardly ever talk, because you're not in voice chat with them.
Mm-hmm.
Because the difference here is... Discord has started to change things now in the last few years, because a lot of people have Discords. And I will say this, that games that offer an in-game voice chat solution, you automatically are transcending the issue of communication, because you're providing your players with an instant means of communicating with each other without needing to go to an outside source like Discord. So
Does anybody really use those though?
We used to back in the day with EverQuest 2 because it was better than Ventrilo and it was better than TeamSpeak. So the
Okay.
EverQuest 2 version was really, really good. And we used it exclusively for raiding with our guild. Like it was a big
Okay.
deal.
Okay.
Um,
Well, I know Pantheon's doing their own voice chat system, and I think Joppa hinted in the last developer update that they're going to be testing it in the pre-alpha coming up. But my whole thing with that was like, does it, like everybody pretty much uses Discord these days. Like, do you need an in-game
Well,
voice chat?
here's why you need one in game.
All right.
This goes back to the never let your client or your customer click out or click off your product.
That's a good point.
Do
yeah.
not want them leaving the game engine for anything, the game client. You want them in the client at all times because the moment they tab out, you've lost their attention. You want them focused in game, logging in so that you're getting their money and getting that subscription fee and getting the money transactions and all the things. You want them in game at all times. So from that perspective, it's better to have an in-game voice chat system because you're keeping them from going out of the
That's a good point.
client.
And I wonder sometimes if it just doesn't seem like everybody uses Discord to us, but a lot of times somebody will join the party because they're watching the stream and they got the right level and they'll hop in my group and then they'll have to get Discord, set it up, and maybe just from our perspective, it seems like everybody uses it, but maybe it is a
No,
barrier
we
for
have
some people.
we have plenty of people who join us who don't have Discord.
Right.
I have to flag people constantly because there's a ton of people who are in our guild who aren't on our Discord server for the Wandering Hermits. And just the other day, someone was, I think Brian was telling me that people in the guild were online asking about, well, we should just start we should get a Discord server set up so that we can have in-game communications. And Brian was like, do you guys not realize it's in the most message of the day? People don't even read the message of the day. Like we have a guild Discord server.
Yeah, it says it. Yeah.
It's right there in the MOTD, but a lot of people just don't pay attention.
Yeah.
But I think an in-game voice, and someone's saying that World of Warcraft has an in-game voice chat, but Ross says he doesn't think it's ever worked. I've never used it because I use Discord for everything, so I'm logged in 24/7. And I have been for like 7 years.
Yeah, it feels like just a part of my life. It's on my phone. It's it's just. But that may not be true for everybody. So there may be a barrier there. You know what I mean? Like where. Do you remember back when there were several, and some people used TeamSpeak, some people used whatever the other one was called?
And it was always
and
like,
I remember
no,
that, and I was like, dude,
TeamSpeak's
I'm not using both. I remember that. I was like, so do you guys use
Roger Wilco?
I was always a Ventrilo guy.
I gotta cut in a little bit, or I'm not gonna be able to talk. I need to go back to the topic of it killed world PvP. I would argue.
So explain that. I don't understand. How does it kill? I don't get it.
Well, open world PvP is like what's in this zone. The way the dungeon tool killed that is it also introduced where you would instantly, like you only did battlegrounds then. People would queue up and instantly go into a battle.
So they were just hanging out in Stormwind or whatever, so they weren't out in the world. Therefore, there was less world PvP.
Right, queuing up for PvP battlegrounds, because that was added at the same time the dungeon tool was. But I would argue that I'm PvE. I don't like PvP. I don't want my PvE experience affected in any way whatsoever by PvP. That includes exactly that. I don't care about open world PvP, so not an argument. The other thing,
it's true.
This is the number one thing that aggravates me more than probably any other factor when developers have a live service game, and that's them nerfing abilities because of PvP. They nerf an ability because it's too strong in PvP and it affects your PvE gameplay. That should never happen. That is the quickest way to get me to quit playing a game or quit playing a class or lose interest.
Yeah, they need to be separated. That's ridiculous.
Like they need to have PvP and PvE separated, like their own servers. And those PvP people, part of them signing up or accessing that server, it'll say, know your character's going to play differently than on a PvE server.
Yes.
It's that constant balancing because, oh, well, now that this new patch released and
Oh Jesus,
people,
Mary and Joseph.
So are you
certain
guys with me?
classes have way higher haste, now all of a sudden you have some classes that benefit more from haste are way more powerful. So they have to nerf that class's abilities, but in PvE they're perfectly fine. They're right up there with everybody else.
I'm gonna
But
die.
now all of a
Yeah, I'm dead.
sudden they're on the bottom of the DPS charts.
I was with you, Nathan. Sorry,
I
got
don't think I
sidetracked.
want to. I don't think I want to go to that area. Let's do another
Yeah,
quest.
we
I
need
can't.
to-
I can't take those. I'm too low level.
No,
It'd
we
be
gotta
tough
have
to
at
play.
least all of us here. That was okay. We were all ranting and got sidetracked.
Yeah, I knew I was gonna die too. There's like nothing I could do about it. I was like,
I'm
These
running.
guys are totally.
I wasn't
destroying
paying
me.
attention. I was like listening to Maduro's ranting. I had auto follow on. And all of a sudden I
I
look up.
agree with Maduro. So I think they need to be separated because it's just too much, man. It's two totally different things. You can't
Yeah.
possibly balance both in any sustainable way. And if you make one group happy, you're gonna piss off the other group. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is.
Which is why I think the comment that Maduro's made holds true.
Yeah.
People who complain about the voice chat and saying, "Oh, it ruined open PvP," that doesn't it's a non-zero factor in the discussion regarding the overall group, dungeon finder matchmaking discussion, because the vast majority of people who use that are from the PvE community, not the PvP community. So it's a non-issue. Are you?
I
Okay,
think
getting out.
the problem too is that for PvP, now correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I've always felt this way, and I played Dark Age Camelot mostly PvP'd in that game. But the majority of PvP, world PvP, in a game that doesn't have a place where you go to do that, right? And it's actually in the same world as a PvE, right? Like World of Warcraft, is that it's dependent on people who don't want to PvP.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's a, you know what I mean? Like, so that's why it's hurting them, is because the people that don't want to PvP aren't running around trying to quest. Therefore, easy targets for PvP guys to gank them and kill them. Right? Am I wrong? Is that not what that means? Like, you want there to be more people running around like us, willy-nilly, trying to have a good time, and you can just run in with us, your full group, and wipe us, right?
Nathan's got an ad. Probably just kill it before we get two other ads.
All right.
Bring back here. You're gonna have two. Can I sheep these? Nope.
I don't think so. I think they're elemental.
All right.
I got two. Crap. All right, I'm bubbling.
Just run it. Just run
It's
it.
already about to get me. Yeah, I don't know if I can get up in there. It's
We
pretty
can.
deep in
We
there.
can.
There
We're
you
just gonna need to be a little more strategic in our pulling. All right, that one dropped.
go. All right, they're off. All right, so we just kill them one at a time.
Yeah, we just need to work
up.
our way in there slowly but surely. Cause you gotta
Yeah,
go
I'll-
around the other side.
I'll never understand why they do that. Like,
Mix
those
it.
are two totally separate gameplay.
Yeah.
So it's way different. And I would
really
also
is.
argue that those people that really want this challenge that keeps getting thrown up in the air, and a lot of those people that say that aren't PvPers. That is the ultimate challenge. You know, a mob is going to have a finite amount of responses to you. A player does not.
Right.
And unless you know every ability that every class has, and you play the 4D chess in your brain where, okay, if I do this, they may counter with this, it's tough. I would say that at least in this content is PvP.
Yeah, and it usually is. And I think that's why some people enjoy it, is because, like, there's just so much information happening on the fly. You know, it really is. It's like doing it's like a raid fight. You know, it's challenging and it changes, and every day in PvP can be different than the one before. So I get why people like it. I like it too when it's done right. But to me, done right it's separate. Like Dark Age of Camelot. Like, that's why it's still known as the world's greatest PvP game. Is because it was totally separate. You went to the place, you went to the Realm War, and there were objectives, and everybody was there to PvP, you know?
Yeah.
And it was open world. It was huge, you know? It was awesome. But nobody was accidentally there. Everybody was there to PvP, and everybody was there trying to do maybe different objectives, but they clashed with one another, you know? And that game did something that nobody else has ever done, which is you picked a realm, which was your team. There was 3 of them, and they had their own races and their own classes. So you could know your own realms, races, and classes. That didn't mean jack, because you weren't fighting your own races and classes. You were fighting different ones.
I may have an ad. Let's see if I can get over there. I was medding up around the corner.
Alright, it should be right here. What am I trying to do here? Is it that thing?
Yeah, it's that thing.
Arendelle.
And you may want to go ahead and clear this other Raging Colossus because...
Sky. Okay, looks like I've got to... Yeah, I'm just going to use this thing on that thing right there. We'll kill this guy first.
This guy's asking for an invite, Maduros.
It's gonna knock us out of the looking for group. I'll put us back in then.
What will?
Once you hit max players, it removes you from being able to look for more people, obviously.
More than likely, Crinkled.
Whoa, what is that? What in the world is that? Just happened.
He's one of the bosses in one of the dungeons in Netherstorm.
Did this fall from the sky, though, or did this spawn out of the ground, this giant thing?
Yeah, it fell from the sky.
That's crazy. Alright. Didn't give me the thing.
Oh, you didn't stay. Yeah.
Oh, I left it. I gotta do it again.
Yeah, you canceled it.
Yeah, I don't PvP at all. Separate server, please.
See, and I was reading some of your chat there, Nathan. Somebody said about PvE and PvP abilities should function the same in both content.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I would say that's just a clear indication that people play or want to play their games completely different. You know, so, but there's the aspect of you have to think about what other people want, what's going to be healthy for the game. I don't think that... Whoa, where's he going?
I don't know.
Oh, the mage. I hope you guys can get back up.
Yeah, me too. Seems like a weird area.
It looks like you can get up if you run left. You're gonna have to literally come out the other way. Yep, that way. Oh my god, I'm gonna get a mob.
Did you get your update?
Uh, um,
Oh yeah, I
yeah, I
saw.
did. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious as to why that person would think that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to think of that perspective.
Because you're talking about a computer controlled, like, like a raid boss has.
I think they're saying something different. I think they're saying that it shouldn't be that just because it's a PvP server that the abilities are different.
And that's
They're
why I
saying
cried
that they
bullshit, because PvP abilities should be absolutely different than PvE abilities, because they're balanced for different things.
I mean, yeah, that's the perspective I've always had. But I'm trying to think of their point of view.
There is no other point of view, and I say this as a developer. There is no other point of view, and I can say that. Like, they are two separate types of gameplay. One is PvP, one is PvE. Two completely separate types. PvP, so player characters have totally different sets of resists, stats, abilities, group makeups, skill makeups, gear makeups, and so on and so forth, whereas PvE mobs are static. A mob has X amount of hit points, X resists, X abilities, X whatever, and it's set static, it never changes. Now, it could be that a programmer could dynamically put in some sort of dynamic changing for the spawns on the bosses, but as a traditional rule, a raid boss is always going to have X, Y, and Z. It's not going to be a dynamic raid encounter because we haven't perfected programming and gotten programming to that level of sophistication yet. So as it stands
Right.
in today, you cannot have PvE and PvP abilities working the same for both because of that inherent value. One is static, one is dynamic, and you can't have an ability be the same for both because it will be resisted completely differently on a player than it will be on a mob because of that static versus dynamic component.
Yeah.
I would
That's the only way I
argue,
can think of it. I'm trying really hard to think
and
of the other,
yeah,
and
and
I
I'm not
can't.
trying to be disrespectful, but that's
Yeah.
there is sometimes things just don't work. Sometimes things just don't work. Like that's one of those things that just doesn't work.
Yeah, I feel like it's been tested
It's been
through the
tested
ground, you
through
know, like
hundreds of games. Hundreds of games have tested this. It doesn't work like that. It just can't until we get a higher level of sophistication of the programming.
try to run these off. Going up this mountain pass up here, I think. I was hoping he'd pop back in and tell why he thinks that.
Yeah, I mean that's constantly why they're trying to do a balancing act, because player power. That's the other thing too. Like player power goes up.
Yeah.
So they adjust things like they instituted in Burning Crusade resilience, which lowers like how long you get stunned, and they started instituting diminishing returns so that like a mage couldn't just keep you sheeped indefinitely. Every time they cast sheep on you, it lasts for less time. Like, why should that be the same for a PvE mob that you have to keep controlled that can wipe an entire raid?
Yeah. It's just too much to balance for a developer too, right? It's just too much. It's too much manpower to try to be like every time you make a change that affects everything, you know? It changes, it could change the entire way that people clear a raid, just from doing one change on a class.
We're level 64, Brian, but Nathan's 61.
Yeah, 61, yeah.
We're just helping him out this morning. Tonight's the night, Brian. We're doing Dire Maul tonight, right? What time? What time can you be available to do Dire Maul? Go get your epic mount. What do you need up here, Nathan?
I'm trying to get beads. I'm trying to make sure I'm doing the right thing. Brown North grunts.
Oh, the kinky beads. Gotcha. I remember now.
Yeah. Yeah, the kinky beads.
It's from the shamans or casters or something. I forget. We did this the other day.
HD
8:30
no joke.
Central. Okay, perfect, Brian. That's 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern, correct? Somebody may have cleared all these mobs.
Oh yeah, somebody's been here.
It's all right. Just work your way
I
around.
think any of them drop them, right? Any of these.
I don't
ones?
know. I don't have a questy thingy to show me right now because you're on the quest, so I don't see a hover over when I look at these things. So
Gonna straight up ask this guy if he can tank.
I don't get any drops to see.
it's none of these guys.
It drops only from the grunts.
Ah, there's the grunts.
Ah,
gonna
there
be-
it is. Yeah, brown or
the-
Nagar grunts.
Yeah, the
There's one.
debilitated grunts and then the regular grunts.
There's a whole bunch of grunts over here, Nathan.
Okay, cool. Got one here. I'll bring them to where you're at.
It normally does crinkled, but I don't have the quests because we did these the other day, so it's only going to be Nathan who sees it. What's up, Tavares? So around 8:30 Central, we'll do Dire Maul tonight. Well, that's what I thought too, Crinkled, but it's not showing me the objectives. Because earlier when I hovered over, I could see his objectives, but on these ones, for some reason, Questy is not showing me. So, yes and no.
Dang, I still haven't got one yet.
I have no idea if you'll, hang on, I'm pushed to mute. I have no idea if you're going to be tanking tonight, Brian, because I don't know who we're going to have yet. But it's at least going to be Maduros and myself. So that's a mage and a rogue. And I don't know who else is available tonight, so don't know yet. There's a whole bunch down here, Nathan, at this camp. Oh, you went somewhere different.
Yeah, I'm coming. Just going around this patrol. Maybe we just bounce between this camp and the one behind us.
I think this guy's gonna tank for us.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, let's head that way if he's down for it.
Sounds good to me.
All right, looks like we got our ramparts tank. All right, let's ending's already there. Nice, Devaris. You may be able to get some totems or something from one of those NPCs. I forget. All right, let's get out of here. My milkshake brings all the grunts to the yard. And they're like, my loot's not for you. Hoarding all their loot, not dropping it for us.
How rude.
Got the
Gross.
beans too far up their butts. Couldn't dig 'em out.
Oh, hello. It's those kind of beads. Don't
Yeah.
touch them. Don't touch them.
Yeah. They smell funny. Don't sniff them.
Alright, so that'll be tonight's objective. Dire Maul Run. Did you switch loot over yet, Nathan? Or, Maduros, sorry.
Just did.
Thank you. I only knew because I was still seeing it pop up every time, and since we just got our 5th, I figured it was a good chance to remind. Alright.
The Naru have not forgotten.
Are there 2 people at the stone? Alright, I'm gonna wait to blow our fire.
Not yet.
Oh, it's only one of you there?
Oh, I didn't even see her. Her thing wasn't shown on my mini map.
Go.
It's the one right here, right? What the hell? Because I was smart, I summoned like 150 water earlier.
Okay, so ending's the tank, right?
Kaledo is the tank.
Kaleida's the tank, okay.
Yep. So I would say at first, ease on the DPS.
Yeah.
Just to give him. He said he hasn't tanked in a while. Just be ready to, I guess, ice block.
Yeah.
Quick.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna do a quick bio before we get started.
Okay. All right.
Let's see. I actually have food for you, but not on this character. I have strength food. But I have attack power food.
All right. Like wisdom, yep.
Oh, nice. This pally has the greater blessing of salvation. So yeah. I'll take a might if you have it.
I'm gonna assume she needs wisdom. You want might. I assume definitely Arendelle gonna want wisdom. What about the druid? I don't know crap about druids.
Probably kings or might. Let's see what they already have. Yeah, they already have king, so might.
All right, I gotta get a macro set up. I don't have a macro set up on this guy. Just AOE everything. Hey Chris, serviette por favor. Gracias.
We'll see if once we get done with this, Nathan can turn in. Maybe I can convince him to stick around. We can run Blood Furnace.
What's the blood furnace?
That's the next dungeon.
Oh, okay.
As soon as you turn in those quests you have for Ramparts, you'll get follow-ups to go into Blood Furnace.
Oh, cool. Okay.
It's a bit harder than this one, for sure. Especially for melee, because there's engineers that drop landmines everywhere. Take like a quarter of your life when they blow up. Like everyone that's in the area.
All right, I'm here, guys. Mic is off for a few minutes. I got crunchy tacos I gotta eat.
All right. Mm. Oh. So used to needing a shield, I almost needed that. So how does the rogue unlock in the little boxes? How does that work? Do you have to collect keys for that?
No, you use thief tools. You have to level your lockpicking skill though.
Okay,
So the higher the lockbox, the higher the skill you need.
I see. And how do you level that up? Just by unlocking stuff in dungeons and around the world, or?
Yep. Actually, both. You start off on Alliance. There's an area in Red Ridge. You actually have a quest you have to do to get an item out of a lockbox. But to unlock that box, you have to level your lockpicking from like these smaller lockboxes that are around. There's a sawmill that's in Red Ridge, and there's various places then throughout the world. Along Dark Shore, there's waterlogged footlockers, both in the water and along the shore, that you have to unlock to raise your
Okay.
skill. And then there's this place, Angor Fortress, which is in the Badlands. And of course, there's mobs everywhere, so...
Right.
But then once you get to like 250 in lockpicking, you have to go down into Searing Gorge and then into Blackrock Depths, actually. Blackrock Depths is where you pretty much get like your last 20 points. You can do that by unlocking the doors in there, and then
Okay. Have fun,
you
Crickle.
can also pickpocket people and get you get junk boxes from them.
Like real people?
Like no NPCs.
NPCs. Okay,
They have to be
okay.
humanoids though, so they have to have pockets that you can actually pick. And if somebody's already picked their pockets, you'll get a message like their pockets are already picked. Or if they're a mob that doesn't have pockets, it'll actually say this mob doesn't have pockets to pick.
Interesting.
But like one of the
What if
best
they catch you? What if you fail?
Oh, if you fail, you're seen. So you have to do it while stealth. And if they see you, like a prime example is in Blackrock Depths, you remember that bar area?
Yeah.
You can pickpocket all those patrons. If you get seen, they
Yeah.
automatically all aggro you.
Oh, that's funny. What
Well,
if you're pickpocketing an NPC in Stormwind? Would they call the guards on you if they caught you?
You can't pickpocket like guards and
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah,
so
it's only
enemies. Okay, gotcha,
right
gotcha.
enemies. Yep.
Makes sense. All right.
But you loot all kinds of weird stuff other than like junk boxes. You'll loot money, of course, but you'll also loot like romance novels and
Oh, that's funny. It's just you
Yeah.
sell this junk, the random stuff.
yeah, yep.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know all that. Tetsu in my chat's asking, can you pickpocket kangaroos since they do technically have pockets?
I don't think they actually have any kangaroos here, but yeah.
No kangaroos, no ducks in Northrend,
No.
okay?
No wombats either. Aren't those
No wombats?
marsupials too?
They're not big fans of the marsupials, apparently. Got patrols coming.
Yeah, so this is the first boss, the big guy, and he's walking with 2 healers. So the strategy is just to take out the healers first.
Okay.
He actually yells for healing, but we should probably... I think he's going to grab one of these other groups.
So, since I'm not used to being a DPS, how do you guys assist the tank?
I make a
guys-
macro. Just like an
for
EQ.
Slash assist?
Yeah, I make a same time macro. I make an EQ. I just make one for the tank. Like I have one in our static group for you, Nathan. Just it says /assist space name of the tank.
Okay. I can make one real quick.
I don't have one here only because most of what I'm doing is AoEs. So I just kind of wait a few seconds and then start dropping shit.
Ouch.
Oh, look out, Renfield.
Yeah, I caught it at the last minute. I TP'd to the wrong side of the group.
Bad time for my poisons to run out.
Hey, what do you guys define as early to mid part of the year? Like, what would be the latest part of the mid-year that you would consider mid-year?
Mid-year, I would
Yeah.
say as soon as you hit September, it's over.
End of the
Like,
mid-year,
it's not
okay.
mid-year, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe like mid-September, you could still get away with it.
So our
I think of it in quarters, you know. So
okay.
January, February, March.
So I don't know
is
if you
quarter one.
noticed, but our favorite tabletop game that we like to talk about, which claimed they were going to be
Mhm.
out in the early to mid part of this year, finally has NPCs in the game.
Wow.
They're almost past their early to mid launch date though, although they say they're still launching this year.
So now I'm gonna start making fun of them because they don't have magic, and let's see if that gets in there.
I will say this: I watched the World Breaker event this Saturday, and
Okay.
I never saw more than 15, 20 people. So I don't.
Well, they made me into a liar. I'll tell you that, because I've said for years, like, dude, just make an MMO. You'll make money because there's so few people making them that. I guess they proved me wrong. You can't just slap anything out. I really thought you could. I really believed that until this game came along.
I was genuinely surprised to see that they had NPCs in finally. So
Yeah,
kudos
that's good.
to
I give them props. I give them props. Good job, guys. I didn't think they would, because the way he mentioned it, he acted like it was a feature. So I was like, oh my goodness, are you serious? So I'll give them props. They got their NPCs in. That's good. You're almost an MMO.
Heal me! Quickly!
I think the only
Classes.
criticisms I saw were that's an interesting looking sword.
That it is.
The only criticisms I saw so far is that performance is horrific, and a lot of people were complaining that if you're trying to break the servers, then you should invite everyone into the game, and instead their invite literally said alpha and beta testers only, other access by invite only.
Yeah, I don't think they actually want to break the servers.
No,
I think they
it's
know
marketing.
that.
It's
I
marketing.
think they're totally aware of what would break the server. I think
Yeah.
they're just wanting to give another good, massively OP interview of, look,
Yep,
our
yep.
servers didn't break again.
Very successful. They're never gonna. Yeah, not gonna talk numbers though. I think the last one I heard that the maximum amount of people they had logging in across the entirety of their day was 80.
This just hurts my feelings. You know, even though I'm not a fan of the game, like, it just hurts my feelings.
You gotta have
Back when
more
classes.
more than 80 to break your server, folks.
Yeah, had it, and then you had to do class quests instead of running half the world map to a specific place. They don't have that in Classic now?
You would hope that it would take more than 80 to break it, right?
Right.
Yeah, you never know. That might.
Well, that was the question that people were having: is if you're trying to break the servers, why are you doing invite only, limited space? That literally their marketing image that they used on Twitter said invite only, limited space available. It's like, well, then that's not actually, you're not trying to break the world. You're doing a marketing event to try to get people to buy into your access.
Yeah.
But like I said, I did tune in. Performance was still shit. I didn't see that many people, but they had NPCs, and I had to say, you know what? Kudos, folks. Like, you got NPCs finally.
Moving along. Next thing you know, there might be a monster. Kill.
I also noticed in their community manager made a statement that because somebody had asked about budget, she said we've got all the money we need to launch, but yet
That's
they
just
still don't
not.
have money to hire an animator,
Yeah, why did they?
graphics
Why would you
engineer.
say that when you? That's not true.
Uh,
Like, don't you? For one thing, that makes some people like, oh, well, they're good. You know, maybe I would have given them some more money because I wanted it to happen, but they're good. This just doesn't make much sense, you know, from like a PR perspective or a business perspective. It doesn't seem like. I haven't heard. What's that one game? Oh man, I can't think of it. What's the space game that's been in development forever that makes
Star Citizen.
freaking Star Citizen? I never heard them say they're fully funded. They made like some outrageous amount of money, but I've never heard them like we're fully funded, guys. So is the game not like that today, guys? Tommy Lee saying chat. Back when classes had identity and you had to do class, I think maybe he's saying if only retail was like that today. Okay, yeah, he is saying that. Okay, never mind. Hey, we're getting talent trees back to retail. That's a start. That's a step in the right direction, right?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how people have gotten used to having all the abilities that they have,
Yeah.
and now they're going to be going back to where they're going to not have some abilities, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
because they'll have to spec for it.
Yeah, which brings back identity. It will bring back some identity classes, right? I would think.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know a lot about retail,
Last
but that's generally how it goes.
so just as literally right after I said that, Nathan, I
Yeah.
just got a message from someone. I can't say
Okay.
who from or how I got the
Right.
information, but I can
Okay.
say that this individual said that they just got an email which
Okay.
showed that Embers Adrift was originally supposed to launch in January of 2022. Then they pushed it back, and
Okay.
that individual just got another email.
Okay.
I can't say how I got this information. So,
Okay.
and that they just let people know that they're pushing back another 2 weeks to not compete with the launch of World of Warcraft Classic launch, which means that unofficially,
No,
unofficially,
guys. No, don't do
unofficially,
it, you
they are
guys.
launching mid-October.
Push it back, guys. Push it back. You ain't ready. We don't need.
What's that football chant? Push it back, push him back,
Yeah,
way
yeah.
back.
Way back. A couple of weeks after Wrath launch.
Now, smart money would say that everybody knows that people who play Wrath are going to be playing Wrath pretty hard for about 3 months
Yeah.
before they start
Yeah, that's
wanting
what
to
I'm
look at
thinking.
other things.
Couple of weeks, man. People will still be super hungry for Wrath.
Mid-October. Oh my goodness, that is
Yeah, don't compete with WoW, I agree, but don't release a game that's obviously in pre-alpha and caught a launch, period. Ooh, a two-hand. Mine's better, though.
But this just also goes back to something that I can laugh about because I still get updates all the time from all the insiders. Despite they've tried so hard to, it makes me laugh.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Crinkled. Pantheon better not. Dude, they really better not release their pre-alpha test on September 30th, dude. Oh my god, I will be furious. They better not, dude. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna send a message to all of them. Be like, do not do it on September 30th.
Do it before the Wrath launch. September 22nd, something like that.
Some of us trying to make a living over here, VR.
I will also say this. I can say this publicly. If I had not just bought a house and furnished it, I would happily invest in VR as a company.
Yeah, I know you would, yeah.
Like I don't agree. I don't necessarily agree with all of the things they're saying about we're not niche because they are niche, but I agree with what the company's doing and
yeah, right.
in terms of certain.
You're just fighting with some of the terms, and I tell you what, I had this argument with the Pantheon Plus crew yesterday night when we were playing ESO about the niche thing. Because the more I think about it, the more I kind of agree with you, right? Like, I don't know if it's just for marketing they don't like that term, right? It might be. But they are niche, right? Like, they really are.
Brad knew it. He leaned into it, and then they
Yeah.
suddenly decided that they didn't want to because somebody put it in their head that niche is bad, and that's why I think everybody should go watch that interview with the creative director of Path of Exile, and he talks about 10,000 is considered niche, but is it really? You've got 10,000 paying subscribers.
Yeah,
like, that's
you know how much
a lot
I would
of
give
money
to have that many paying subscribers. To members, as we call them on YouTube.
Right.
I'd freaking sell both my nuts.
Yeah, if whenever we get into Dr. Disrespect Asmongold territory, that's when you're getting 10,000 paying subscribers per month, and if everybody's paying you,
that's a good wage. Like,
yeah.
But I think it is. I think it's just for marketing because you don't want some people to look at it and just say, "Oh, it's a niche game. I'm more, I don't want to deal with all that." It's got to be that. Uh-oh. Did I actually do something and pull him? Did I do something wrong?
Nope.
This guy's not playing around.
Not over.
Oh my.
Oh.
There you go, buddy.
Am I allowed to need that?
Fuck yeah, you are. I think you're the only one who can use plate anyway.
Well, the healer can, but shouldn't.
Hey Isaac, what's up? Sorry, I got sidetracked. I wasn't paying
2.
attention. Didn't see you in there. What's up?
Well, it could have been worse.
I can't believe mid-October launch. Goodness gracious.
I feel like they've learned nothing. Like, do they not look around, like, at what's happened in the entire history of MMOs? Like, dude, you do not launch a game when it's not ready. Like, you don't do it. It never works out.
Well, knowing what we know about their financial situation, like they've if they don't launch it, they're losing homes. Some of them are losing homes.
It's gotta be that and that alone. Like, they have no choice because nobody in their right mind that loved their game and you know what I mean, wanted it to survive and thrive and exist would launch the game the way it is. We don't have a publisher. Have they tried? I wonder if they've tried to get a publisher.
Not that I know of, based on the emails that I've seen. They're 100% committed to being independent.
Okay. Well, respect for that.
Kneel to my lord. You are nothing. I answer a higher.
Let me put it this way. That's not necessarily true. It's not that they're 100% committed to being independent. It's that no conversations of any meaning have no meaningful conversations have taken place.
Nobody's wanted it.
No, nobody wants
My
anything.
lord will be
I had conversations with people when we were still in pre-alpha.
Yeah.
Because I was willing to entertain it. I think the best offer I got was from why am I blanking on the company who does RuneScape?
Yeah. What is the name of it?
Jagex.
Jagex, or
Yeah.
is that how it's pronounced? Or
Jagex, I don't know, Jagex.
Whatever.
But
We all know what
we
you
had
mean.
we had a multi-million-dollar discussion, but they wanted free to play with a cash shop, and so we just tabled it and said, if you ever go a cash shop route, come back and talk to us again, and we can. I was talking about a between 2.5 and $3 million deal for the European publishing side of things, while we handled the North American stuff.
Right. All right. 59. That's definitely an upgrade. Stamina.
I would be surprised if everything was not an upgrade for you.
Yeah, very few things weren't.
So that quest should turn in at Honor Hold,
Okay. Yep.
which is actually just like a stone throws away from here.
So we are gonna do Blood Furnace.
I'm about to see
With
if
the
the
same
tank can
group?
stick around.
Healer's in.
The launch game, by the way, that we're speaking of, there's no reason I can't mention it
Nope.
or info. Is Embers Adrift. It's in a fine spot for a pre-alpha. It's in a horrible spot for launch, though.
They have all you have to do is go watch Eloa, their community manager, streaming this past Saturday. Her streams are a lag fest because she's running on a reasonably modern system, but their performance is horrific. Anytime you get more than 10, 15 people on screen, it lags out unless you're running like a 3070, 3080, 3090. If you don't have a bleeding edge machine, the performance is absolute dog shit. And I'm not saying that to be, again, I wish them nothing but the best of success because I have a financial reason for them to be successful. So I wish them nothing but the best of success.
We don't need to turn in because I screwed it up.
What do you mean?
Apparently, I didn't loot the Nazin's head or Omar's hoof. So,
Well, the zone is still open, right?
is it?
Yeah,
I don't know. If
the
it's
bodies
worth making
may
everybody
still
wait.
be there.
It's fine. It's fine.
No, go ahead.
I'm getting
see.
a crap load of XP. I almost leveled up, and I just leveled up last night.
That
so.
quest, I'm sure one of the quest items is going to be really good for you. Not to mention you'll probably get 30,000 experience from it.
Jeez. Okay.
So there's the performance issues. They don't have a population yet. I think they are hoping
no
they can get
animator.
one. No animation. No
animations
animator.
in the game besides the generic ones that come like Unity or Asset that they might have got. I don't know. And there's no magic in the game. They did add NPCs. I made fun of it for a long time about you had to talk to tables, but
Just
they
recently.
did add NPCs.
And they say that magic is going to be called alchemy. It's not coming until after launch, from what I know. They did have magic in the game back when it was called Saga of Leukemia, but they took that out.
Yeah, it's removed quite a few features from pre-alpha. That was what got me tore up from the beginning. Like, so now you're ready for launch with less features than you had in pre-alpha. How does
Oh,
that
hurry,
make
dude.
sense? You know,
Body's
that's like,
here.
all right, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Yeah, don't distract Soren. Don't distract Nathan. He won't. He'll get sidetracked.
Yeah, I
Okay,
really
this
will.
one's
That's why I
here. It
didn't
looks
loot
like
'em.
you already looted it.
Okay, that's the first one, right?
I saw that.
So I
Garglemar's
got.
head and
I
hand.
saw that you got
Hang on,
Nazen's
why
head.
is my quest not showing? Yeah, I did get that one. I
You
didn't get
also got an
Omar or
ominous
Nazen.
letter, which
Oh wait, I did get Nazen's head. It said 0 before I came back in here. What the heck?
you have Gargamel's head and you have Nazen's head, and you picked up an
I just
ominous
need
letter.
Omar.
Do you still need the hoof?
Yeah, yes, I need the hoof.
Okay.
Dude, Nazen's head said 0 before I came in here. That's really freaking weird.
Don't forget to click the letter in your inventory because it will turn into a quest.
Okay.
So while you're doing that, I'll answer the rest of the question. I've yet to see more than 80 people log into their pre-alpha, so there's not anybody out. The performance is bad. If you watch, just go watch any of their pre-alphas, and excuse me, beta. Go watch their beta streams from the World Builder event this last weekend. They only had 2 or 3 people streaming. Performance, unless you're running a high-end computer, is very bad, and the zones are completely empty of mobs. Again, performance related. They have
And let me just say one more
pockets.
thing, because it's a popular little theory out there. Is he already gone? Is this where he should be?
That's where you would get the hoof, yep.
Oh, he's gone. Okay.
The one you need is gone.
Of course.
Imagine that. You can turn the letter in, though, because that will lead to a follow-up in Blood Furnace.
Okay, cool. Is it coded missive? Is that it? I'm not saying. Let's see.
Yeah, ominous letter is what it's called.
I just lost myself. Here we go.
What were you gonna say a minute ago, Nathan?
Oh yeah. There's a popular little theory going around that well, I don't have to get into that, but it would be good for Renfell if the game did good. So
Yes.
him talking and saying these things isn't good for him. So there's a popular theory that he, of course, he's going to be upset at, but it's like that's actually not true. It would be good for him if it did well, but unfortunately, they're making decisions that's going to make that very hard.
Yeah, if it's good, my brother and I are very happy if it does well.
Yeah, dude, I'd be happy too. I'd play it. Idiot, and I don't know where I'm at. Okay, I'm just going to teleport out of here.
Which one? Oh, the ramparts. We have to go out, don't we, Maduros? Or can we get there from here? Or not the ramparts, the Hellfire Furnace. I remember us running around and going up high or something.
Yeah, I'm teleporting out of here. Yeah, they plan on launching it in this state with very little support and.
Based on what I just heard from an unofficial source that I can't name or anything like that, they are pushing back launch by 2 weeks to not compete with World of Warcraft Classic, which means a mid-October launch.
And we know for a fact they publicly said they want to launch this year.
Yeah, they said they were launching early to mid
Very
2020
little support.
whatever we're year in 2022.
All right, is there a stone, or do I need to start getting back to you guys?
There is a stone, but we're not at it. I'm gonna run up and around. As I remember correctly, the entrance was up and around. Did our other group members already go in, maybe? Oh, shiznizzle. Basically, come to me, Nathan.
Okay. Gotta fly. It's the same place though, right?
Yeah, same place, it's just we gotta go up and around, as I remember.
Am I the caboose now?
You might be. We have to go up and on the ramparts, right?
Yeah, yep, you sure do.
Alright, well, I'm gonna wait here for... Actually, did I go the wrong way?
Nope, you're going the right way. You have to go up that ramp.
Oh, that's like a very vertical ramp then. Okay. Well, I'll wait here at the ramp
Yeah.
for Nathan.
Oh, gotcha. Is he turning in?
Something like that. I think he had to fly back or something.
Yeah.
Is Isaiah saying he heard Q4 of 2022 for the tabletop game
Yeah,
we're
for the
discussing?
launch. Yep, yep.
Well, that's definitely a change from what they publicly stated at the beginning of the year when they made those grand statements about how open up the
Yeah.
pre-orders, open up the store again. Beta's launching here. We're launching early to mid 2022.
Yep.
So it sounds like now they're shooting for Q4 of 2022. And according the letter that, excuse me, yeah, the letter that I'm referencing, the individual who got in touch with us those are not
Well,
that's not
if it's
information that they're
2
giving to
weeks,
backers.
if it's 2 weeks after September 30th, that would technically be in Q4 because that would be in October, which is the beginning of Q4. So.
But it also gives them a lot of leeway if they decide they want to push it back another 3 months and go all the way to Christmas.
True. Yeah. That's what I would do if I was them. You're releasing a product that's not ready. Try to grab up people who are just, buying
Indeed, we have,
things,
Jitterbug.
Are you flying back? We could
I
just
have to,
summon
yeah.
you.
Yeah, that'd be way faster.
Oh, dude, I've herped and derped. I forgot about the summon. Wait, I missed. This is not what I'm thinking of. I may have been. To the
Can
wrong
I
place.
can I accept it while I'm on a mount, or do I need to tell it to drop
Yep,
me off
you
the
can
nearest?
summon-
Okay,
you-
all right.
How do I get up there, Maduros? I missed a herped and derped.
Come back.
somehow.
The stone's down below where the entrance to ramparts is.
Oh, I thought there was
This-
another stone up higher.
No, this is for all of them.
Okay.
This whole area, all these are
Interlinked.
considered Hellfire Citadel.
Okay.
Yeah, if there's an easier way to get to there than actually just running through the portal, I don't know about it.
We should be getting a summon now.
All right, follow me. Were you able to turn in the note?
Yeah.
Okay, so you should have a quest under. Look at your quest log. There should be something under Blood Furnace.
Oh my god, this is what I missed.
It's either going to be like Felt Orc Blood. Blood is something, or like Search the Blood Furnace. Those are the two quests. But since you missed the hoof, you only have one of those.
Yeah. Let's see.
What's up, Fortnite?
This looks cool.
Certainly. Illidan is an arrogant fool. I will crush him and his
Hey, what's up, Wolfen? For this afternoon tonight, Maduros, I should be back around. I should be on around 5 Central. And then Brian said he'll be 8:30 to do Dire Maul.
Cool.
I don't think I have it. Let me check to see if there's storms today, actually, before I commit myself. That way, if I'm not here, you'll know why. Oh, there are thunderstorms today, but not until... Well, play it by ear. There are definitely thunderstorms rolling in at about 7, so we'll see. Excuse me, about 4. From 4 to 7. Can I sheep that stupid Hellfire Imp? Nope.
He's a demon.
Yeah, it's a really cool looking dungeon.
Oh, yeah, I think this is the one when I started oohing and on over the world design. I went, man, like, I'm beginning to have my eyes opened as to why this game became such a dominant force. Because the level design, the class design, the smoothness of gameplay,
Yeah.
the way the progression works, like, just it's again, if it weren't for the quest hubs, 10 out of 10 would be my vote.
Yeah, and if you compare it with what else was out there at the time with the
Leaps
smoothness
and
of the
bounds ahead of
gameplay.
this. I think
Yeah.
Asmongold was talking about this in one of his videos the other day because they were talking about he was listening to another guy talk about how he won't be back for World of Warcraft Classic because he's like people always want to keep saying it's this golden standard and it's like it was for the time.
Right, for the time.
But
Right.
now there are other games that do things better. He says it's the same people who want to say that, Baldur's Gate is the best RPG of all time. It's not. It was the best RPG that had ever launched at the time that it launched, and it was the gold standard for like a decade. But many games since then have done things better. Better graphics, better mechanics, refinement of the AI system, refinement of the
Right.
class system. 5th edition rules are better than 2.5 edition rules. All these, etceteras. Um, yeah.
It's very true.
I can also say one of the reasons that we specifically designed our point and click game to be a quest based and lore based game only is that it can be evergreen.
Yeah.
The mechanics can never get old because it doesn't have mechanics. It's just quest and lore that you do, like the old King's Quest games. So even though the graphics can get old on those games, the gameplay is fairly evergreen. Point and click. That's it. Point and click. Grats. Oh, that's Kaleido. Oh, I can feel it. The yawns are starting.
Uh-oh.
My beauty sleep approaches. Yeah, it'll be good. We'll wrap up around 10 o'clock. That's going to be a perfect time to go back to bed. And I can say this, Nathan, because this is the first time you've been up doing stuff at this hour, which I normally do. Even though I'll stream most mornings starting at 7, I really don't start getting the bulk of my people hanging out, logging in until about 10 or 11 o'clock sometimes.
Right.
But
right.
I like to be up early, and so even though I'm not getting peak numbers when I'm streaming the morning sessions, I'm there for the handful of people who are up early, which makes
Right.
it worth it to me, because it's funner to hang out with people when you're doing coffee and streaming. Otherwise, I'd just be playing single player stuff for myself. It's also nice that Maduros works from home, because then I have somebody to run around with. And I don't have to think, because he knows everything backwards and forwards, so I can just be like, I'm going to put autofollow on you and go do this other thing. I may or may not have abused the autofollow a few times, Maduros. I apologize.
Let's see here. Got a good question here in chat. Why don't you like quest hubs? Always played as those were encampments for local villagers, small towns that have local problems they want you to solve.
So Here's why I don't like quest hubs. That's not the aspect of quest hubs that I don't like. The aspect of quest hubs that I don't like is it's lazy storytelling and they are repeatable RNG quests. Fetch me 10 things, fetch me 5 things, kill 10 things, etc. Now, in a game like Lord of the Rings Online, where they do it well, and the story for each zone is very unique and succinct, and you're getting quest chains that lead you deeper and deeper into the zone and tell an overarching story, that's well done.
Yeah, and sometimes this game does that. Just
Sometimes.
not most of the time.
Not most of the time. So in Lord of the Rings Online, I would say that 100% of the time, every single zone you come to, they have really good quest hub storylines.
Yeah.
Here, I'd say it's only about 15% of the time I come across cool storyline chains. Otherwise, it's literally a generic so and so has done this and we need you to help. Please get 5 of these and gather 10 of these and just you can replace the name of the enemy or the name of the faction that's attacking them or so on and so forth.
Yeah, and Vanguard does a pretty good job of quests too, where it just takes you to the cool stuff, right? It's to help you find the cool areas. And once you're there, there's plenty to do and to entertain you. It's not just about doing the thing to get the experience. It's about world design a lot of the times.
Yes.
Mixing quests in just to make sure to highlight certain cool things, you know, in the world is what I prefer. But you know what? For the time, what they were doing was they were just saying, hey, a lot of people want to be able to play their MMO, make good progress, still get some loot to keep themselves, you know, sustainable, and not be in a group. So quests does accomplish that in WoW.
Because everybody always asks me what's my favorite MMORPG of all time, and I always come back to Lord of the Rings Online every single time. And that game relies upon quest hubs, but that game also has massive, massive storyline. To the point where some people are like, I don't want to play that game because it's too much to read. That's what I enjoy about it. Like we're given reasons. We're giving not just generic reasons. We're given. Excuse me. Here's the other example. I've talked often about the fetch quest, the milk run. I call them the milk run quests. No one gives a shit about Thor going to the grocery store to get a gallon of milk because that's boring. We don't need to know that Thor needs to go get gallons of milk or toilet paper or he needs to go grocery shopping. We want to hear about Thor doing cool shit, taking down cool monsters, and defeating epic encounters that require him to do so with the help of other people and or travel to cool destinations that are dangerous to him. That's the same principle I apply to my quest hubs. If your quest hub is making me do milk runs and grocery store shopping, that's boring, and that's what turns me
Now,
off.
I will say that there's a game way worse at that. And that's Final Fantasy 14. Oh
Yes.
my goodness.
One of the reasons I can't ever get into that game is because of that.
Gosh. You'll be like really far into the story, you know what I mean? Like you're a powerful, renowned warrior across the land, and you might be making somebody pie and collecting the apple and bringing it to a baker, and she makes the pie, and then teleporting across the world to bring it to a guy. You know, like, jeez, man. And Final Fantasy 14 has cutscenes for getting the pie. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's so overkill. And I like 14. It's coming from a person who actually thinks that's a pretty good game, but jeez. Can't tell me I'm an epic hero and everybody in the whole world worships and grovels at my feet, and then also everybody makes me run all their errands for them. You know, like they're boring stuff.
I like how the Crinkled said, Lord of the Rings is just one giant escort quest.
That's what I thought when I heard what they were doing. I was like, okay, so we're just gonna be following Frodo. quests remind me of filler episodes in anime. You're in the middle of an epic battle storyline, then throw an episode of the hero making ramen. Yep. Exactly what it's like. Like that time Goku had to go get his driver's license.
All right.
With WoW, though, I feel like in the beginning levels, you aren't some powerful person yet. You're still low level, learning the world, and aren't tasked with killing some big bad guy.
I'm back. I had to put a sheet on the bed for Lucas. What did someone say?
They said that they feel like in WoW, like in the beginning levels, you just aren't very powerful yet. So you're still low level, learning the world, and aren't tasked with killing some big bad guy. Yeah, Lotro has some really. I mean, once you play that, you'll be like, oh, I see.
Gold standard of quest games.
Yeah, it's really good.
Not the gold standard of raids or anything like that, but in terms of just good storytelling and the
Very
way
true.
quests, like the epic quest, and the way that's laid out, and how it breadcrumbs you through zones that in and of themselves have amazingly good content. It's exceptionally well done the way it does all of that. Especially, and I can say this now because I'm through it finally, when you get beyond Mirkwood and into Isengard and Rohan in particular, like they're pulling entire segments of lore from the books, and they're doing, what did he do to me? I am charmed. And you're like going through sequences like meeting King Theoden, and it's the book version, not the film versions, and it's very good from a lore perspective. Did you jump up here and then leave, Lucas? Crazy boy. I scooted over for nothing.
Yeah, Danny, that's like 1000% more true in Lord of the Rings Online. Although I do agree with you on Classic, and that was why so many people enjoy Classic above retail. One of the many reasons is the world is the story. I think that was what they were trying to say. You're just a player in a grander scheme, which is great. But the quest design is the problem. Which is fine for its time. You know what I mean? Like, it was totally acceptable in my opinion for the time.
Well, I get it too. Like the way, it's not the quest hubs in and of themselves. It's the types of quests they offer. Like when Maduros and I got to what is the name of that marsh, Matt, outside of Hellfire?
Zangarmarsh?
When we got there and we were running around getting all those quests, and it's like there are dozens of them. I think the comment you had made was like, we're just gonna forget, like, I don't remember what the comment was you made now, but it was something to the effect of like, we have so many quests in our inventory, like what do they do? What are we doing? Why am I in this zone? Why am I in this area? What am I doing? Like, what am I
you
working
stop
on?
caring
You stop caring.
what it's about.
Yeah, because there's just,
It's too much.
Yeah, it's just too much to process. Yeah.
I mean, even
When
right
you pick
now.
up 15 quests, man.
No, I'll tell you
You're
right
just
now.
doing what it says
1,
to
2,
do,
3,
you know?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have 13 quests for Zangarmarsh, and we're like 5 or 6 quest hubs deep now. Like, it just never lets up. You're always doing 15, 20 quests at the same time. And it's just, you're repeating the same shit. Get me 5 wings, get me 5 tusks, get me 5 tails, get me 5 hooves. Fuck off. Like,
But once again, we're judging something 16 years after they made
yes.
it. So, I mean, you know, it is what it is.
I very much like also Star Wars: Old Republic style, where you have a
and also I want to say real quick for people that are just joining the chat that Renfel's also saying that's really his only problem with the game too. Like,
Yeah,
he
it's not the
likes
quest
everything.
hubs in and of themselves. It's the types of stories that are being told at the quest hubs in World of Warcraft. Because again, Lord of the Rings Online, quest hubs, Star Wars: The Old Republic's quest hubs. Both of those games I love. And the reason is because the storytelling in those games is so much different because we have main quests that are more important than anything else we're doing, and we only have to do fetch quests for fun and on the side. Whereas here, you're forced to do fetch quests to level up, and that's the part that drives me nuts. Because in Lord of the Rings Online, you can pretty much only do the main quest and level up your character, and definitely in Star Wars: The Republic, you could do the main quest and only do the main quest and level up your character. Which is great, because you get about 25 hours of gameplay per storyline in Star Wars. Wolfen says, wait until you get to Nagran. There are 5 different kill quests that you need to do 30 of each twice. It's like 180 plus mobs. Ugh.
Dang.
Oh, he's talking about Nessingwary's quest. It's awesome if you're a Skinner. There is a quest line there to this one guy keeps getting captured, and you have to keep releasing him. And his name is Corky.
Corgi the Quester?
I don't know what his issue is. I think he likes ogres because it's the ogres that keep trapping him.
Yeah, Danny agrees with that. Pulling your hair out at fetch quest in the grand. I guess I just accepted. I just knew that's how WoW was, so I just don't pay attention. You know what I mean? I just do the thing. I'm having fun killing the stuff. If you're killing stuff, I'm usually okay. It's when which WoW doesn't do a whole lot of this. It's when you go here, go there, talk to him, talk back to me, talk to that. That's when I'm like, oh my gosh, can I just kill stuff? It's what I came here to do. If I'm killing stuff, I'm okay.
But thinking back now, I probably need to refine my argument so that I don't confuse people, because it's really not the quest hub I have an issue with. It's the type of quests being offered or the leveling system in and of itself, because here the leveling system is so much focused around the quest hubs that you're doing repeatable stuff, as opposed to other games where they do have quest hubs, but the main story gives you enough levels to complete without needing to do boring stuff.
You know how there's those couple of dungeons that like they out in the world that they kind of repeat. There'll be different mobs in them.
But it's the same layout,
But
yeah.
it's the same layout. So
save your assets.
Imagine if you always got sent to just those, no matter what level you were. They might change a little bit. The mods might change a little bit, but like you were going back to the same layout for every quest, and that was the whole game and quest system until you got to max level. That, what I just described, is New World.
It's also Mass Effect. You know, the first Mass Effect did that. Like every single quest you did that was not a main storyline quest.
Oh yeah.
Was the same exact layout and same exact assets. They just put the mobs in different locations. And then it did really well, and the end game was Mass Effect 2. And then we got tons of variation. What did that bitch just do? Spell lock? Oh. this is gonna be an interesting pull.
Start healing.
I'm silenced. God damn it.
I think I was too. No, I'm just out of mana.
Oh my god, everything's down. I'm so gonna eat shit. Woo!
That was a fun pull.
I will survive. Isaiah's asking, what if the world's more dangerous? Would the fetch quest be better or worse? Well, it has everything to do with the storytelling for me. Like, if the
And the
storytelling is
places
there,
you're being sent, you
yeah.
know, like sometimes it's a fetch quest, but when you get there, you know, it was really, you realize like, oh, this wasn't about me doing this quest. It was to get me to see this place and, you know, see that there's content here, you know. And then it got a different feeling then.
Crinkle said Mass Effect is a great example of gameplay that outshined level design. Absolutely.
That is true. That's actually very true, yeah.
At least in the base game, they got way better at it in the second one, especially the expansion. The DLC content for Mass Effect 2, oh my god. Oh!
Yeah.
Ah, ah, ah.
Wretched, meddling insects. Release me, and perhaps I will grant you a merciful death.
Let's say it is a stupid collect bear butts, but it was more challenging and probably required people to complete. I'm thinking about the Hogger quest in Elwyn Forest. People love that one.
If there's a good story behind it. So a good example of this would be being told to go, kill a certain dragon mob in Lord of the Rings Online. But to lead up to doing that quest, you gotta
Things
go
calm
gather.
down.
You gotta go do these. You gotta get the special armor that has to be made before you
Yeah.
can do it. So you go do the armor quest first. Then after you do the armor quest, you can do the other quest, which in turn leads to another quest to get you a key, and then finally you get inside. Then you get to kill the dragon. That's fun to me because it's a quest chain that has a meaningful story behind it, and I didn't just get told to go kill this special pig that's so dangerous that you need a whole group to kill it. Or what did he say? A bear? I might have said pig.
Is it easier in this game just to release you down in dungeon? I don't know.
What'd you
I don't
say?
know the etiquette. I don't know the etiquette of dying in a dungeon. Is it better just to release and run back?
Wait for a
Confuse
res.
me. Okay. Yahi in chat said.
I saw that.
You saw that.
Well, to be fair, let me just put this in perspective.
Okay.
A lot of people don't know this, but I've founded a couple of game studios, and I've been the CEO and creative director on some big projects. So from yeah, I am a very well-spoken individual, but I'm not clean-cut, slicked back hair. But I
Not
can
right
say
now.
not right now. Well, before I had long hair but no beard, but I just kept it pulled
Right,
back
right.
in a bun. I had the man bun. and the 6-week beard, but these days, since going full
Jared,
dwarven
we could have
princess.
we would have totally used your holy paladin, if you'd have been here earlier, for sure. I think people just like Hogger because it's so classic and nostalgic, to be honest. There's nothing special about that. You grab a couple of friends, you kill a pig in the woods. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, that's the
Like,
thing. As I said, if it were more challenging, it might be better. But I don't think it has anything to do with challenge. At least for me, it has to do with give me a reason, give me a good storyline reason for why that pig needs to be killed and why it's such a badass pig that I need 6 people to do it. Like the more storyline and more backstory and more effort. And effort does not equal amount of people for me. Effort equals time plus all these other factors. That equals challenge. Not just it requires 6 people, therefore it's more challenging. Thinking about what makes I did a case study on this many years ago at the beginning of Saga with Lucemia, talking about what defines challenge in a game, and I used the Lord of the Rings, the books, as an example, and I used the entirety of the quest to throw the ring into Mordor, into the Ring of Fire, a Lake of Fire, Mountain of Fire, Mount Doom. I used that entire quest line as the case study. So if you look at that entire quest line, it has group components. It has everybody in the Mines of Moria. That's group content. Then it has solo content, aka Gandalf riding around collecting lore components. Then it has duo content, aka Merry and Pippin, aka Frodo and Sam. Then it has small group components, aka Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas. Then it has raid components, aka the Battle of Pelennor Fields, when you're on the field of Gondor fighting against the forces of Sauron. It combines all of those elements together in an epic sweeping story that takes weeks and months to complete, and all of that combined together is a challenging story, a challenging piece of content, a challenge worth overcoming.
Release me, and perhaps I will
now,
grant
granted,
merciful
Lord of the Rings Online had a very, they had one of the greatest stories ever told to base it on, you know, so.
Well,
there's
I
a
was just
lot
talking
of-
about the books in general. Like the
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
storyline for the Destruction of the Ring is the perfect case study for what is challenge. What is a challenging quest? What is challenging gameplay?
Ah, the
Take
story itself.
all of
Okay.
those elements of the story, combine them together, but you can't, if you strip any one of those out and try to use it in and of itself and try to define challenge with, well, it was really difficult for Frodo and Sam to go through Moria, therefore that's challenging. No, it wasn't. That's duo content. That's 2 people. A two-person content is not challenging. However, when you factor in everything else that was going on while those 2 guys were in Mordor, the fact that they were pulling Sauron's gaze away with the raid at the Battle of Pelennor Fields, like that's adding the challenge element to it. Because if that hadn't been happened, they wouldn't have been able to sneak past and throw the ring into the Mount Doom. So it was a perfect storm of all those things having to happen. Most people right-click through quest dialogue. They absolutely do.
Yeah, definitely.
They also
I do
spacebar.
too. If I'm just spamming quests, I'm not reading all of that, you know. And I know it's a big chunk. There's like 50 of them in a row. I'm not reading all that. I'm just getting the quest. I'm gonna read what I gotta do. And WoW makes it easy to do that. You know, there's the little part at the bottom that just says summary. Too long, didn't read. Here's what you gotta do. Sometimes it makes me sad that a writer actually had to write all that stuff. Probably 2% read it, you know?
It is a small percentage, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. Who did do these voice work for these orcs dying?
Oh, Well, you take the microphone into the bathroom when you got to take a number 2. And...
You put right when you're pushing. This guy looks awesome.
That works for me, Crinkled. Gore-Tuscan Redridge is tearing up her fields and eating her corpse. He must be stopped. Gort, what was the quest for Hogger? It's literally just a bounty quest, right?
Yeah, you just pick it up from a sign.
Yeah, there was like no storyline to it. It was like, here, we must kill this boar because of whatever. It wasn't a boar even. It was a, what are those dudes?
The pig
Pig
people.
Knoll.
pigs. Knoll.
Was it no? Okay.
Oh my.
Ooh, bloody surgeon mitts.
Oh, those are healers. Meh. God, if it weren't for the healing stuff on them, that would be awesome.
Well, that was a cool looking boss, though. Rogok. Anybody know the difference between bear tanks, druids tanking in bear form in TBC versus Wrath? I have no idea. Yeah, for humans or anybody that leveled up in L1, yeah, Hogger was just that first time you had to go out and find people, and it's nostalgic, you know. People make a big deal about it. I remember one time I was living up on Retail, where you can solo Hogger, and someone some high levels flew to me and landed and was like cheering me on about killing Hogger. But Renfo's not here. I'm talking to myself. Well, now I'm talking chat. But I think that's what Hogger was all about, you know? It's more about the nostalgia and the, like you said, it was the first time you, like, kind of had to group up to take out a challenge. All right, let's do this. Patrol group coming around. I do. I've been judging. I just don't judge often because it takes a lot of mana. But I've been judging. Been super judgmental with my pally. I'm on my ret, so I mostly do this one for damage.
Llevas su phone. Mi dinero. Okay, bye.
I think that would make it worse. In a game like WoW, I think it would make it worse because then people would be back in that situation because the reason the quests were invented for this game was so that you could do something to progress your character
Without
even if it's
needing
by
a group.
yourself.
Yep.
Right. So if you made it to wherever you had to find people, once again, you'd be defeating the purpose of what the intention was.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that because that right there is why it's such bullshit rhetoric when you hear a game touting how it's going to be a hardcore group-based game and we're going to make a return to the days of old when everything was group-based. And I was like, yeah, nobody wants to play EverQuest in 2022. Like, there's 800 people who play P99. That's it. That's the total sum of people who want that kind of gameplay. The vast majority of players want to be able to progress their characters at any point in time and do group content.
In some way.
Yeah,
right.
in some way, and do group content when they want and when they have time to do so.
I think it depends on how you make your game too. You know, like if that wouldn't work for a while, would it work for? Would it work for
People
Pantheon?
keep
I don't
telling
know.
me that I need
The
to
way
get a
they
bear
got it
for
set
my
up right
country,
now,
but
it
I just
does,
don't like the way the
but
bears
the game's
look.
not out. It's in early access because it funnels everybody to the group content. You know what I mean? And then everybody's there, and you get a group. But there's also lots of activities you can do in Pantheon that are for yourself. You can straight up just go do small quests and kill monsters that are lower level by yourself, and it's a legitimate philosophy.
Another good example.
And
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say they were just talking about in the last update. Someone asked the question, "What kind of decisions has changed things in the game based on player feedback?" And they said, "Well, making solo an actual thing that can be done, right?" And then they reiterate, like, "Yes, we are a group-focused game, right? But the players showed us that, like, there has to be avenues for solo people, even if it's slower, it's not as fast. You're gonna miss out on really cool stuff, etc. There has to be that route, you know."
It's also okay to have stuff that no one gets to do unless they're part of a group.
Right.
I love
right.
to use real world examples. I can be a rock climber and I can choose how to be a rock climber. I can go to the gym and climb a rock wall there. I can go out and climb rocks in the local canyons. I can go and become a free climber psychopath who doesn't use ropes. Like there's lots of ways that I can be a rock climber. But if I want to go to Everest and I want to climb Mount Everest, that you can't do that alone. That is a group-based encounter. You need an entire expedition. It costs a lot of money, and you're going to be training for minimum of 6 months to be able to go up on that mountain and do that climb. It's not something that you can just do because I want to climb. I'm a climber. Like, nope.
That's right, yeah. The really cool things, you're gonna need people, you know? It's always been like that. I mean, that's true for this game. I don't know if there's any MMO that's not true in.
Nah, even Star Wars: New Republic, as much as it's become like a sort of an RPG with multiplayer components, even that game, the coolest content of the game, like the world raids and the raid, all that stuff requires a group to do the operations and stuff. Like you can't just go off and kill a giant thing by yourself. Like you need friends.
Yeah, if you only have group content, what's going to end up happening is what happens when majority of your player base is at or around end level.
Hmm.
What happens to those people that just started out? And there's next
P99.
and there's next to no people in that level range. If you don't have some kind of some way to solo, then those people are most likely gonna quit.
Yeah, because he won't be able to do anything.
And that's why P99 has 800 people playing it.
Or you have a gameplay loop built in that causes people to always. I don't want to use the word all because there's other ways to do it, but that's what most people are probably going to think of that make them constantly be going back. And in my opinion, when your game gets old, I think sub jobs is how you do that. In my opinion, where you got to level up a different job on the same character, but you start over, and you use that abilities at like halfway point to make your class better. But I'm a Final Fantasy 11 lover, and that always made that game to where there was always, to this day, game as old as dirt, still people leveling up in the brand new zone because they're leveling up a sub job.
Yeah, I mean the other way with 2 would be something like EverQuest 2 with mentoring. However, it's hard because even that has its issues. Once it got to a certain point, when people would mentor down that are max level,
Yeah,
I guess maybe they didn't have their algorithm right, and they were just way too powerful, and they trivialized everything.
true. And I'll tell you another problem that came up way later in Final Fantasy XI's history with that system was people were leveling up to max in the very first like grouping zone. We were talking about this the other day. It was called the Dunes, and people were going to max there. They would just find a low level because it was too, it was easy. Find a low level, mentor down, and take it all the way to max level in the one stupid place.
Huh.
Does anybody know who Yumi from League of Legends is?
No.
Yep. I
Was
don't
that
know,
it?
Jared. We got no reference.
That's it.
That's the
that was
last
the demo.
boss. Yep.
All right.
Whew, that means
If you
nap
run this
time.
way, this is a quick way out.
I'm gonna get my nap now.
Got a buddy who played 11, got him to try WoW around to Wrath. He never ever grouped with me or my other friend. His reason I don't need to, I can do it myself faster. Well, I purposefully grouped because I enjoyed it and was used to it from 11. Granted, he was used to grouping from 11 too, but he opted for the meta, which WoW enabled via soloing. And there are people like that for sure. Like they don't want to group because they got to share their experience when they kill stuff.
Oh, we have met a bunch of those.
Yep.
Hey guys, you want to
That's the
join us
thing.
for this quest? No thanks. I don't want to share quest XP. I don't want to share kill XP. It's quicker to do it by myself.
Yep.
My blood is my own.
All right, tomorrow, Nathan, we'll be starting around 7 a.m. is the start time for the stream. So if you want to
Okay.
join us tomorrow and Friday, we do it the same time, same place. And then
And
my
that-
brother might be going camping Thursday night. If he does, we'll just focus on getting Sparoh caught up on Thursday night rather than running a dungeon.
Okay. And
We can drop down over here and not have to run all the way down.
tomorrow morning, are we playing on these characters or on our other ones?
These ones.
Okay.
These will be the characters we play every morning from 7 to 11. until DK's launch, and then I'll be switching over to a DK. The 4 to 6 a.m. stuff is only when my brother is available to play, and then we only do that for like 2 hours. That's for the static group guys.
Yeah, what you guys were just talking about before that was a good example of people playing games their own way.
Yeah.
Like, but I'll give you a really good example. When Fallout 4 came out, it was when it was still developing, actually before it came out, at my work, when we still worked in the office, it was the talk of the town. When it came out, everybody was playing it. 3 or 4 of those people that played it were like, I didn't really like it. It was too short. I beat it in 10 hours. And I was like, what are you talking about? I've played it for 40 hours and I'm not even halfway through the game. And it's because they just did only the main storyline.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't do any of the side missions. Like, they're the type of people that they don't really care about environmental storytelling or what areas look like. They just want to complete the game.
That's a good point.
Yep. And Tetsu's talking about solo ability discourages socialization from the example just given. Yeah, and I agree, except for that's because that's the way WoW decided to do it, though, right? Or that's what ended up happening as a result of, that being the way people wanted to play. So I personally think that you need a path for solo play, but it should be much slower than grouping up. There should be all the advantages should be for grouping, right? You get to see the cool places, you get the better gear and equipment and drops, most likely, and it's going to be faster. But soloing for in between, or when you can't find a group, or you don't have hours to join a group, or to go deep into a dungeon or whatever, you should be able to solo, and it's just slower progress. But that's what you have time to do for that time, or that's what you feel like doing. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just don't want to deal with a bunch of people. You just want to log on. You just want to kill some things, chill out, relax. You had a bad day. You know what I mean?
From a business perspective, that goes also back to what Renfail was saying, keeping your customers in your product.
Yep.
Yes.
Like, if you have no solo content, what is that person going to do then?
Log
if they
out
don't
and
have a
go
whole lot
do
of
something else.
They'll play something else.
Yeah.
This
is what
also
they'll
goes
do.
back to the barrier to entry needs to be as low as possible, which is why a monthly subscription is suicide for most games, because you've now made that barrier to entry so high, and there are so many other things that people can go do that they will go do them because they're being offered free shit, and people will always take free shit above paid shit, and people will always take the path of least resistance. It's not to say that a subscription-based game can't work, but it will be much more niche than a game that is buy to play or free to play.
It will be more niche, but in my opinion, that's better.
Welcome to the
in
channel,
my opinion,
Willis.
I feel like
Thanks for
there
joining.
should be an investment into the product.
Thanks for the super chat the other night too,
so
Willis.
that
You dropped
everybody
20 bucks
playing
the
it
other night
has
when I
some
was
sort of
playing
investment into it, and that monthly
Sea of
sub
Thieves.
guarantees it.
Welcome.
And I freaking hate cash ops. I just can't stand it. I'm not saying I won't play a game with a cash op, because I do, because all games have them except for 11. But I'll play it, but it irks me and it bothers me, and it just degrades the quality of the game. So I prefer the sub-based model. I think they need to up it. I don't think $15 cutting it anymore. I think, it's been a long time since 1999, and $15 ain't what it used to be. But production of games costs way more than it used to, too. And let's not forget that people's livable wages went up, etc., etc., etc. But I do believe that these free games, man, they're just filled with a bunch of people that have no investment in the game. They don't care at all about it. It's like toilet paper. They wipe their butt with it and they flush it on the toilet. Like, when you sub to a game, you got a commitment. You kind of feel, at least for 1 month, you feel like, I need to give this game a real shot, and I need to try a little bit, you know? That's the way I feel about it. I feel like subs are the way to go, I feel like people need to buy it, your product. When they don't buy it, they're not going to respect it, you know? That's how I feel. But I do not disagree with you. You are right. It is a barrier to entry. It is going to limit. It is making it niche. And lots of people will never try your game. But in my opinion, those people you don't want anyway. Kind of like when they say, never give a puppy away. Make people pay for it, right? Because that proves they wanted it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know. There's not a single free-to-play game I have respect for.
Why
That-
buy the
that
cow when you
started
get the milk
free-to-play.
for free?
Yeah, that's the way to look
Yeah,
at it.
exactly. Yeah. I don't respect a single free-to-play game that started. Now, there's some that had to convert that way to try to draw more people, etc. EverQuest 2. I do enjoy those games, but I don't enjoy all the crap that came with it, so it could go free-to-play. I would way much prefer just pay them my monthly fee, enjoy their game.
And that's why I do pay monthly for Lotro as an example, because I get everything for the Veep, and I don't have to worry about the nickel and diming. And I will say they have gotten way better now. The free-to-play
They
option
have.
for Lotro is ridiculously good for what they give you. It did not always exist in that form, however. It was shit free-to-play up until the 15th anniversary edition that happened a few months back. But
Yeah, it was rough.
I've always just played VIP because I like the game. I want to support the company. And even though I don't play it like every day, it's worth it. The $10 a month that it comes out to, because I prepay in 3-month blocks, it makes it worth it to me.
Yeah, and we were talking the other day. Another interesting thing about supporting companies, and there's a game that I'm not even a big fan of the company that owns it, but I like the game, and it would sadden me if it didn't exist anymore. And we were talking about when Pantheon comes out, you're going to cancel your EverQuest sub, because I've had that baby going forever, right? Even when I wasn't playing it. So, and I was like, you know what? I don't know if I will. And selfishly, the reason why I don't think I'll cancel it when Pantheon comes out is because if enough people cancel the game and they close it down, at least I won't have a bad conscience, because I'll be like, well, I stayed subbed. I supported them to the end. I wasn't part of the problem. Because it would be a sad world where EverQuest doesn't exist. It really would. I wouldn't want that.
Well, with any luck, I mean, they'll keep those games going for another 5-10 years, and
Yeah.
until EverQuest 3 comes out. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
And Daybreak, when you decide to close the servers down, give all your database to people, okay? It's not fair for the game not to exist at all just because you're wiping your hands clean of it. That's not freaking fair. It needs to be preserved for historical sake alone. I'm actually referring to Vanguard. Give us a freaking database. For God's sakes, do something. Sell it to us, something.
All right, well, I'm going to head out and go take my nap now.
Yep.
I've got to get
I'm gonna take a
my
little
beauty
break.
sleep in, and we'll be back tonight. At least on my stream, we'll be back at 5 p.m. tonight doing some more questing. I know we're going to run Dire Maul tonight to get Simon, aka Brian, his Pally Epic mount.
Nice.
So, for those who are listening to the streams, that's when I'll be streaming tonight. Otherwise, we'll be back tomorrow morning with Nathan and Maduros at 7 a.m. Central is the game plan. I'm going to do my
deal.
sign off here, and I'll catch you guys later.
All right,
Good day,
guys.
guys.
Thanks.
Have a good day, guys.
Good chats.
Yarg. Respectful. It's always good to have respectful conversations about things, even if we don't always agree. And we got a new member today. That tank we ran with the last couple runs was looking for a guild, so we just invited a new guy to the guild, which is awesome. Thanks to everybody for hanging out. Thanks for Woolis for joining the Adventurers Guild. It's always good to see new people supporting the channel here. We had a really good 12-hour stream yesterday. I was really tired though yesterday, I'll tell you that much. Anyway, if you haven't already done so, don't forget to check out the Lotro video that went out this morning. I also dropped a permalink up in the chat that's sticky. You can go check out the GoFundMe for our cat. Rescue Cat Fund. We are up over $200 on the Rescue Cat Fund over the last 3 days. So thanks to those of you who have been supporting as we round up the money to build an outdoor shelter for our rescue cats that kind of came with the house when we moved in. So appreciate those of you who have been giving us your support over there. And also those of you who have been doing super chats and stickers here on the live streams, and super thanks on uploaded videos, because you have helped us reach all of our goals again. So you guys are keeping the lights on, air conditioning's paid, internet's paid, got cat food for these two anyway, not for the other 5. All things are good. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm gonna go sleep, and I'll be back this afternoon. Until next time, everybody.